Xianying, the capital of Great Qin. Ding. Detected that the host has just reached adulthood. The multi-blessing system is officially activated. Ding. A newbie gift pack has been granted. Ying Yuan was lying on a recliner with the two maids Xiaozhu and Xiaolan gently fanning him. He was suddenly startled by a voice in his mind. What the hell? System. 18 years. I've waited 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? He was at home watching The Legend of Qin when a bolt of lightning struck and he found himself transported into this world of Qin. Good news, he had replaced Ying Zheng's original younger brother Ying Qingjiao, becoming the new Lord of Chang'an. Brother Zheng had just officially assumed power, so he had someone to protect him. Bad news, Great Qin would fall in just over 20 years. He had originally planned to use his past life memories to assist Brother Zheng, or else just kill off Hu Hai and Zhao Gao. Now he had a system. His golden finger had arrived. System, hurry. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the eternal kidney body. From now on, scum like Lao Ai are merely trash in your presence. Having offspring with the opposite sex can optimize genes, greatly increasing the chance of producing excellent children. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of Shintue Hahuan San. Shintue Hahuan San, when this medicine is taken by a man and a woman, it will cause lustful feelings. It only takes effect after the two have intercourse, causing the man to die instantly. This powder is colorless and odorless, soluble in any liquid. No. 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 System, if you understand me, you gave me this system when I became an adult. But if you really knew me, you'd be treating me like a stud horse. And giving me such a bottle of medicine, what do you want? To make me a god first, and then send me to hell. As long as the host marries a goddess with a high evaluation rating, you will receive rewards such as top-grade Dao soldiers, talents, immortal techniques, and immortal pills. After giving birth, you can even obtain elite soldiers. And a mysterious reward. Wait, there are immortal pills. That means there is an elixir of immortality. I could give one to Zheng, that's his favorite thing. After unifying the realm, he sent many people to search for it. If I can really get the elixir of immortality for Ying Zheng, then what about the European countries? What about the Statue of Liberty? Mine. Mine. All of them will be mine. Although he and Ying Zheng were half-brothers, in his memories Brother Zheng had always been good to him, granting almost all his requests. Ying Yuan was a member of the imperial clan. He couldn't just forcibly take the goddesses of the Qin era, could he? If he did that, he would have a hard time later. If the Shintue Hahuan San given by the system really works, then at least he could prove to Brother Zheng that his golden finger is not wrong, Now the ancestral dragon had just taken power, and he didn't yet have full control. In the palace, Lao Ai was causing chaos. In the court, Lu Buwei was holding the reins of government. Now Lu Buwei was truly above everyone else. Once I helping Zheng get back on his feet, I can't forcibly take them, so I'll ask my brother to arrange a marriage for me. With the prestige of the Ying clan, solving this is a piece of cake. And Ying Zheng is the king of Qin. Why not use this backing? The world is not about fighting and killing, the world is about having a brother to support you. If I build a good relationship with Ying Zheng, won't there be plenty of goddesses? If not, I'll just switch. In the future, Ying Zheng will be the ruthless one who sweeps through the 6 kingdoms. As long as he's alive, who would dare to provoke me? Right. That's it. Thinking this, Ying Yuan stood up. Come, I want to see my brother. At this moment, a palace attendant walked over. Lord of Chang'an, the king, is in the study. Good, I'll go to the study to find him. Send someone to announce me. As you command. Ying Yuan's plan was first to go to Ying Zheng and confirm the effectiveness of the Shintue Hahuan San. If it really worked, he would then tell his brother about the amazingness of his system. Then Great Qin would be strengthened and he and his brother would both become stronger. This is simply Zhao Ji eating Sichuan pepper. Ying Ma Lo. A pun, feeling extremely satisfied. In the study, Ying Zheng was pacing back and forth with a gloomy expression, his eyes occasionally flashing with murderous intent. Your Majesty, Lord of Chang'an requests an audience. A palace attendant bent his head and walked forward slowly. Let him in. As soon as Ying Yuan entered the study, he saw that Ying Zheng's expression was not good. Your Majesty, why is your expression so bad? You little rascal, haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you being so polite? I've told you don't need to call me that in private. Etiquette cannot be abandoned. All right, suit yourself. With that, Ying Zheng dismissed all the attendants around. You don't know I just came back from Yong City. I. Ying Zheng hesitated, his eyes filled with irritation and gloom. Ying Yuan, you are the only one I trust most. I can only speak of these things with you. Ying Yuan had already guessed what Brother Zheng was going to say. Your Majesty, please speak. Maybe I can share your burden. Ying Zheng gave a bitter smile. I'm afraid you can't help me because even I can't. Ying Zheng took a deep breath. Alas. This is truly a family scandal. Among the 7 states, keeping male concubines is common, but she and Lao Ai. Now she has given birth to a bastard child. Now I have not yet fully grasped all power. Lao Ai relies on the Empress Dowager and has considerable influence. How can I handle this? Ying Yuan also pretended to be troubled and sighed. Alas. Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? He had just opened his new gift pack, and someone came to deliver themselves. He could use this guy to test the power. So Ying Yuan cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, I have a plan that could help you. While speaking, Ying Zheng was pacing back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. He initially thought he was just feeling stressed and wanted to talk with his half-brother. But unexpectedly Ying Yuan said he had a way to help him, which made Ying Zheng become serious. Ying Yuan had been very clever since childhood, and as his elder brother, he had always favored him. He certainly wouldn't be joking at such a critical moment. He immediately perked up. Ying Yuan, speak quickly. Let me hear. Your Majesty, there are two solutions to this matter. First, solve the child. As long as the child is removed, the stain on the Ying clan and Lao Ai's chance to support his own child as king will be eliminated. Second, solve Lao Ai. Before Ying Yuan could finish, Ying Zheng immediately waved his hand dominantly and said, these two. I want both. Lao Ai must die. His child must also die. Lao Ai acts recklessly. As long as this man is alive, I will have no peace for a single day. His party must be eliminated. Ying Yuan smiled. Then I understand. With that, he took out a small medicine bottle from his bosom. In the study room, Ying Zheng curiously examined the completely white medicine bottle in Ying Yuan's hand. This is the stretch legs and bliss powder. What is its effect? Ying Yuan immediately explained to Ying Zheng. This medicine must be taken separately by a man and a woman. Normally, it does not cause poisoning, but once they engage in intercourse, the man will immediately stretch his legs, roll his eyes, and drop dead. Furthermore, this medicine is colorless and odorless, easily soluble in water and liquids. Since it is non-toxic when taken alone, even the imperial physicians cannot detect any problem. Ying Zheng frowned. He had lived so long and never heard of such a miraculous medicine. Is this medicine really effective? And it won't harm my mother. Ying Zheng did not want to bear the accusation of poisoning his own mother. Ying Yuan looked at the skeptical Zheng Gu and smiled. Your Majesty, if you don't believe it, you can try it. How to try? Trying it means death. Hey, aren't there many death row prisoners throughout Xianyang City? Just find two people, try it, and see. Ying Zheng immediately ordered the eunuch to secretly arrange for 2 death row prisoners to be brought in. Before long, a male and a female prisoner were escorted in. The 2 prisoners did not know the identities of Ying Zheng and Ying Yuan. They only knew that being in the palace, their status must be extraordinary. They both knelt down respectfully. Your subject Jinlian greets the Lord. Your subject Minqing greets the Lord. Ying Zheng looked at them and asked, what crimes have they committed? The eunuch immediately replied, reporting to your Majesty. Jinlian's original husband was a street vendor selling sesame cakes, named Dalong. Because Dalong's ugly appearance led to her disdain, she then colluded with Minqing, and the 2 managed to poison him to death, finally seizing his property. According to the laws of Great Qin, both should be beheaded. Ying Zheng winked at Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan immediately understood and brought 2 bowls of water with the medicine powder to the 2 prisoners. Drink this, and after 1 hour you will be able to leave the palace. The 2 exchanged glances. This? What kind of strange request is this? Stop talking nonsense. Just drink it. If you don't, you'll be dragged out and beaten to death with clubs. Ying Yuan glared fiercely at them, then waved his hand to signal the eunuchs on both sides to step forward. Drink, drink. I'll drink. I'll drink. The 2 thought that they were to be beheaded tomorrow, so drinking now gave them a chance to leave the palace and live. Of course they would try. After seeing both had drunk it all, Ying Zheng called Ying Yuan to take a walk outside, leaving only a few eunuchs outside to supervise and call them if anything happened. Before they had walked for a few minutes, they heard a piercing scream. Sorry, Lang. Sorry, Lang. The eunuch hurried over and reporting to your Majesty. Lord Chang'an, we just checked. The male prisoner, named Minqing, has died suddenly. Ying Zheng urgently shouted, quick. Bring that man out. I want to examine him personally. Yes. Soon a disheveled man was carried out by 2 eunuchs, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Ying Zheng then had the female prisoner examined and found that everything was normal. This shocked him deeply. This medicine was so miraculous that it only killed men, not women. And it took effect in just a few minutes. The effect of the stretch legs and bliss powder was unexpectedly good. But this thing was certainly not in the palace. Oh, where did this kid get it? Thinking of this, Ying Zheng glanced at Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan, I didn't see it coming. You keep a low profile, usually so coincidence-loving, yet you have such a poison in your hand. Ying Yuan smiled slightly, looked at the eunuch beside him. Go kill that female prisoner. Leave no survivors. I said they could leave the palace, but I didn't say whether they would leave lying down. Today's matter, we don't want it to reach others' ears. If I hear of it, your fate will be worse than this male prisoner's. The eunuch shuddered. Yes. Yes. Lord Chang'an, rest assured we will never speak of it. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan with some surprise. How did this kid suddenly seem like a different person? All of you leave. Now tell me, where did you get this poison? Ying Yuan looked around. Your Majesty, as you can see, this bottle of medicine is not found in the palace, nor even in Xianyang City. It was actually the first thing my system gave me. Ying Zheng was stunned. What did you say? System? What is a system? Well, you can think of the system as a deity that continuously grants treasures. As long as I marry high-quality women and produce offspring, I will receive rewards. I might even obtain the Elixir of Immortality. And it can also increase the national fortune of Qin. Hearing this, Ying Zheng burst into laughter. Haha, excellent, excellent. Heaven is helping our Ying clan. Ying Yuan, you are the pride of our Ying clan. You must marry many wives. 1 or 2 are not enough. Once I have reclaimed all power, you can pick any of the talented daughters of the great families. Just tell me which one you fancy. I will personally preside over the wedding. Wait, I will have all families in Xianyang list every maiden suitable for marriage. We will choose carefully later. At this moment, Ying Zheng was more attentive to Ying Yuan's marriage than to his own. Ying Yuan saw that Ying Zheng had no jealousy at all and was excitedly making plans for him, feeling a warmth in his heart. To be honest, Ying Yuan was a bit uncertain at first, because he was Ying Zheng's younger brother, both sons of the late king. If he had sufficient power, he could replace Ying Zheng. Now Ying Zheng's actions showed that he trusted him completely. According to Ying Zheng's thinking, as long as Ying Yuan got married and had children, he would receive rewards. Then if he obtained other treasures, there would be hope for Qin's strength. Moreover, as long as the Ying family produced enough talented descendants after he unified the world, there would be more people to help him in his endeavors. Among the 3 forces of the Ying clan, foreign guests and the Mi clan, the power of the Ying clan was actually very limited. If Ying Yuan could really achieve this, why not? Besides, he voluntarily told me wasn't that because he trusted that I would not harm him. Ying Zheng now walked up to Ying Yuan and said solemnly, Ying Yuan, from now on I will assign you a personal guard. This guard will protect your safety and take orders only from you. Your safety must be ensured. After all, your future affects the fate of Great Qin. Ying Yuan nodded with unwavering conviction. Your Majesty need not worry. Qin has built upon the legacy of 6 generations, and I too shall willingly contribute to strengthening our state. Ying Zheng gazed at Ying Yuan's fearless resolve and felt deeply gratified within. A fine lad. You truly carry the spirit of Qin. But your days ahead shall be fraught with hardship. As a scion of the Ying clan, you must endure. Ying Yuan clasped his hands in greeting and replied with a smile, I am prepared to dedicate myself entirely to the Qin dynasty. Ying Zheng looked at his younger brother and let out a sigh. I have long wished to elevate your position, yet in the court all insist you are too young and lacking in experience to hold power. Ying Yuan was no fool. He immediately understood that his elder brother was referring to Lu Buwei. In truth, the true power in Qin rested with the prime minister. You must be cautious of that man. Conceal your abilities before him and never reveal too much of yourself. But when the day comes, when I have reclaimed all authority, I shall surely promote you. For now I must devise how to eliminate Lao Ai. Ying Yuan nodded. This matter requires careful deliberation. Lord Changxin is arrogant by nature, yet his high position has made him exceedingly vigilant. If you were to forcibly offer him poisoned wine, it would only alarm him, and Lao Ai would surely detect the treachery. I have heard that the Queen Dowager favors drinking honeyed wine. Your Majesty might consider having this poison mixed into the honey wine and presenting it to her. The Queen Dowager's affection for Lao Ai knows no bounds. She would certainly share the honey wine with him. Lao Ai may be wary of you, but he harbors no such suspicion toward the Queen Dowager. Hearing this, Ying Zheng nodded in agreement. Who would have guessed you possess such a quick wit? This plan is indeed sound, and the poison shall harm no woman. Very well, let it be, as you suggest. At that moment, a general clad in armor with a stern and upright countenance approached. This subordinate greets your Majesty and Lord Chang'an. The Eastern Emperor Tai of the Yingyang School requests an audience. Zhang Han, personally select 20 men to serve as your personal guards. Not a single slip-up is permissible. Wait, the Yingyang School. Ying Zheng muttered repeatedly as though straining to recall something. I have met Dongjun Huani of the Yingyang School before. She is a woman of extraordinary beauty. He desires cooperation. Very well. Convey my decree. Dongjun Huani of the Yingyang School is graceful and virtuous, possessing both virtue and talent. My younger brother Ying Yuan is refined and cultivated. Today I decree their union. Arrange the proceedings without delay. Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. The topic had shifted rather abruptly. Hadn't Ying Yuan only recently completed his coming-of-age ceremony? Was he already being betrothed? Moreover, the Lord Chang'an was not to marry just anyone. He was to wed a member of the Yingyang School, an organization that in pursuit of some transcendent limit had broken away from the Taoist tradition and forged its own path. Over the years they had developed formidable techniques. In particular, the current Eastern Emperor Tai was said to be so powerful that even the combined might of Wei Zhuang and the sword Saint Gai Nia might not guarantee victory. And Dongjun ranked just below the Eastern Emperor, a figure whose strength and cunning were not to be underestimated. Could such a person truly be suited for Lord Chang'an? Could he possibly keep her in check? Your Majesty, Lord Chang'an has only recently come of age. If this marriage is arranged hastily, both the Yingyang School and the court officials may raise objections. Ying Zheng spoke with imperious authority. I am the king of Qin. Tell Eastern Emperor Tai that if he wishes to possess the Canglong 7 stars, he will do well to consider my conditions. Does the court intend to meddle in my younger brother's marriage? By all accounts of propriety and justice, this is a matter of the Ying clan alone. I would like to see who dares oppose me. Yes. Zhang Han immediately bowed and departed. In the side hall, Zhang Han personally delivered Ying Zheng's words to Eastern Emperor Tai. Upon hearing this news, Eastern Emperor Tai was equally perplexed. In the end, he left the royal palace with a profoundly baffled expression. The Yinyang school. Luoxing Hall. Eastern Emperor Tai had summoned all the senior figures of the Yinyang school. He first turned his gaze toward Yin Shui, clad in a dark blue gown, whose eyes now shimmered with a trace of bitterness. Must we really sacrifice ourselves for a mere Songlong 7 stars, and endure such humiliation at their hands? Eastern Emperor Tai spoke with calm detachment. The king of Qin's action is in fact a test. If we hesitate on this matter, everything we have built in Qin will likely dissolve into nothing once he assumes full power. Yin Shui narrowed her eyes. Given that the Queen Dowager controls the inner palace and Lu Buwei commands the court, can the king of Qin truly seize real authority? Eastern Emperor Tai nodded firmly. I have observed countless individuals. Though the king of Qin has not yet reclaimed his power, his words carry the weight of a ruler destined for greatness, an emperor unequaled in all of history. Hearing Eastern Emperor Tai's evaluation of King Ying Zheng, Moon Goddess immediately chimed in. Since the king of Qin is a peerless dark horse, allying with his younger brother would be an excellent choice. Who in Xianying does not know that the king of Qin dotes upon his younger brother? Therefore this marriage alliance brings us immense benefit with no drawbacks whatsoever. As she spoke, Moon Goddess cast a smug glance at Yin Shui. Within the Yinyang school, Yin Shui's mastery of Yinyang arts was second only to Eastern Emperor Tai himself. In terms of strength, Yin Shui had always overshadowed her. If Yin Shui could be removed from the picture, her own position within the school would rise accordingly. Yin Shui immediately returned a cold smile. Since Moon Goddess believes marrying into the Ying clan is such an advantageous path, why not volunteer yourself? Moon Goddess promptly replied, no matter how powerful the Yinyang school, maybe we remain a worldly faction while the Ying clan is of royal blood. Marrying into their family is undoubtedly a favorable outcome. It is simply my misfortune that the king of Qin did not choose me. Yin Shui sneered. Then according to your logic, if the king of Qin had offered you to Ying Yuan as well, you would have accepted, correct? Moon Goddess immediately felt a sense of foreboding. She had been completely trapped by Yin Shui's words. If she refused, she would contradict herself and invalidate her own argument. But if she truly agreed and the king of Qin were to suddenly change his mind, would she then be forced to spend her days in the presence of Yin Shui? Still, the latter was only a possibility, not a certainty. First, get Yin Shui out of the way. For the sake of the Yinyang school, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Yin Shui regarded Moon Goddess with a faint knowing smile. Excellent. Do not forget your words. I shall be waiting for you there. Seated at the head of the hall, Eastern Emperor Tai completely ignored their verbal sparring. He pondered and pondered, but could not fathom why Ying Zheng would make such a request. This man possessed extraordinary ambition and would never act without reason. I cannot fathom it. Truly his mind is an enigma. In fact, regarding this matter, the Yinyang school had absolutely no way to refuse Ying Zheng. Dong Wang Tai turned to Yan Fei and asked, what is your decision? Yan Fei slowly spoke, my lord. I agree to this. The Grand Master of Destiny dared not utter a single word beside her, for the Moon Goddess had served as a cautionary example. The Moon Goddess stared at Yan Fei in utter disbelief. Yan Fei was notorious for her proud and aloof nature, yet now she agreed so readily. Surely something was amiss. Dong Wang Tai was likewise somewhat surprised. Have you truly made up your mind? Yan Fei replied with a bitter smile, do I have a choice? The 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon have already been offered. We have no means to refuse the king of Qin. Furthermore, it is said that Ying Yuan is deeply favored by the king of Qin. Should I marry him, the Yinyang school will find it far easier to develop within the state of Qin. Dong Wang Tai nodded with satisfaction. It is most fitting that you think this way. I shall personally enter the palace tomorrow to discuss this matter in detail with the king of Qin. Inside the Lu mansion, in the main hall sat an elegantly dressed elderly gentleman, none other than the chancellor of Great Qin, Lu Buwei. Standing below him was a secret agent of the network. You mean the king plans to arrange a marriage between Ying Yuan and the Yan Fei of the Yinyang school? Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes. He too was at a loss to understand what Ying Zheng was truly planning. He had previously urged many times that Ying Zheng eliminate Ying Yuan, since he was also a son of the late king and had rightful claims to the throne. Yet each time Ying Zheng deflected the subject, clearly showing favoritism toward his younger brother. Both Ying Zheng and his father had been helped to the throne by Lu Buwei's steady hand. He knew Ying Zheng's character well, a man of grand ambitions and fierce hunger for power, already taking measures to consolidate his authority barely after his coming-of-age ceremony. Forming an alliance with the Yinyang school was no doubt a shrewd choice. The officials have frequently disagreed with the king on matters past. This time let him have his way. What troubled Lu Buwei most now was no longer Ying Zheng, but Lao Ai, who waited upon the Queen Dowager. That man had the audacity to openly declare at a banquet that he was the king's false father. This went far beyond the crime of deceiving the ruler. It was a direct, deliberate insult pointing at Ying Zheng's nose and meaning every word of it. Lao Ai had already built a faction within the court and was secretly plotting rebellion. Since Lu Buwei himself had recommended Lao Ai, he must find a way to absolve himself of any blame. Late at night, in the Queen Dowager's chambers in Yongcheng, Lao Ai hurried into the inner pavilion. Your Majesty, I fear the news that you carry our child may already have leaked. Zhao Ji sat cross-legged upon her couch. Fear not. The king's heart is as vast as the ocean. I am his birth mother. Let me speak with him and persuade him. At the worst, we simply never return to Xianying and remain here in Yongqing. Is that not so? Lao Ai let out a long sigh. Alas, Your Majesty, you may be the king's birth mother, but neither I nor our child will ever come to a good end. Zhao Ji's brows knit together slightly. Then what would you have me do? Lao Ai quickly glanced around to ensure no one was near, then sat beside Zhao Ji and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. My queen, if only you could place the command token of the Xianying garrison in my hands, then our child would be safe beyond worry. It must be admitted that Zhao Ji was truly of breathtaking beauty. No wonder she had first caught Lu Bui's eye and later captured the attention of Ying Yuan. But alas, by the time he had fully exhausted his vigor and claimed her for himself, Lu Bui's age had caught up with him and his strength waned. Ying Yuan reigned as king of Qin for barely 3 years before passing, leaving the prize to Lao Ai at last. Zhao Ji looked at Lao Ai with a shy, love-struck expression and nodded. Very well, I shall do as you wish. Take the command token and the seals. The night grows late, let us rest. Since becoming intimate with Lao Ai, Zhao Ji had been utterly devoted to him. Their bond was as inseparable as Sun Wukong's golden cudgel or the heavenly king's treasure pagoda, clinging to him constantly like a cherished possession. Essentially everything was decided by Lao Ai. Just as they were about to indulge in each other, a eunuch's voice suddenly called from outside. Your Majesty, the king has just sent your most beloved honeyed wine from Xianying. Zhao Ji waved it off and called toward the door, bring it in. Soon a eunuch entered slowly holding a wooden box. Your Majesty, the king has heard that you suffer from poor sleep and has specially commissioned this honeyed wine to calm the spirit and aid rest. Zhao Ji smiled. Ying Zheng is so thoughtful. Leave it here and you may withdraw. Yes. Zhao Ji opened the wooden box and withdrew a wine flask from within. Ying Zheng's taste has always been excellent. Whatever he gives me is sure to be fine. You have been suffering from insomnia and night sweats as well. Why not try a cup? Watching Zhao Ji pour herself a cup and drink it without hesitation, Lao Ai's guard gradually lowered. Would Ying Zheng truly dare to poison his own mother? That would be an unfilial crime of the gravest order, and should he actually do such a thing, his position as king would surely be jeopardized. Moreover, this was a gift from Ying Zheng meant for Zhao Ji, and as the king's false father, he certainly deserved a cup as well. And so he too drank a cup of the honeyed wine. Almost immediately the drug took effect, and Zhao Ji and Lao Ai, dry firewood meeting blazing flame, were consumed all at once. The next morning, Xiaozhu approached Ying Yuan's bedside and softly called out, Young master, it is time to rise. The king has sent someone. Ying Yuan stretched with a yawn and climbed out of bed. Sending someone so early in the morning. Fine, help me dress. Xiaozhu then attended to Ying Yuan, helping him dress and freshen up. Once everything was in order, Ying Yuan stepped outside and found Zhang Han waiting at the door with over a dozen guards. Young master, the king has ordered me to send guards to accompany you and to inform you that he wishes to discuss an important matter in the West Hall. Ying Yuan nodded and followed Zhang Han out. The moment he entered the West Hall, he caught sight of a tall man wearing a mask, and the instant he laid eyes on him, he knew this person ran profoundly deep. Ying Zheng promptly introduced him. Ying Yuan, this is Dong Wang Tai of the Yin Yang school. Dong Wang Tai scrutinized Ying Yuan and nodded with visible satisfaction. Young master, you are radiating vitality and are indeed a splendid match for the Eastern Lord. Your name is renowned throughout Xianying. Even the Eastern Lord holds deep admiration for you. Ying Yuan studied Dong Wang Tai with a knowing glance. This Dong Wang Tai lied without so much as a draft of truth. What renown did he himself possess? People only knew that his older brother was named Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng immediately laughed. If the Eastern Lord holds such admiration, then even better. Since that is the case, I shall pick an auspicious date for you both. 3 days from now you shall be married. Ying Yuan froze on the spot. Wait, what? Already? Without a shred of warning, without a single moment of hesitation. Having a powerful elder brother to rely upon was truly the best strategy. Being protected by a big brother like this was simply ideal. In the side hall, Dong Wang Tai slowly bowed and said, Thank you for your majesty's grace. Since the marriage date is set, I will take my leave. After saying this, Dong Wang Tai strode away. Ying Yuan watched his back, thinking that the betrothal was quite timely if he didn't secure Yan Fei early according to the original plot. The Yin Yang school, in order to unravel the secret of the 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon, would send Yan Fei to the side of Crown Prince Dan of Yin. If this were to repeat according to the plot, Ying Yuan would truly miss his opportunity. Just then Zhang Han hurried in with an anxious expression. Reporting to your majesty. Urgent dispatch. As he spoke, he glanced at Ying Yuan beside him. No matter, just speak. Our spy in Yongqing just reported Lao Ai suddenly died in the Empress Dowager's bedchamber last night, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. By the time the physician arrived, Lao Ai was beyond saving. Hearing this, Ying Zheng waved his hand with an unchanged expression. You may go. Understood. As soon as Zhang Han left, Ying Zheng could not help but laugh loudly. Ha! Good, Lao Ai. You finally met your end. Ying Yuan quickly reminded, Your Majesty, you must not be too complacent. The military tallies of the city guard in Yongsheng and Xianyang are all in the Empress Dowager's hands. Furthermore, Lao Ai has thousands of retainers, many soldiers in his fief, and most importantly his child. Ying Zheng immediately nodded. Yes, you have reminded me. Your Majesty, why not take this opportunity to announce publicly that the Marquis of Chongqing was assassinated by enemy agents? For the Empress Dowager's safety, let the Tiger Guards and Master Gai Nye escort her back to Xianyang. As long as the Empress Dowager leaves Yongqing, Lao Ai's child will be. Ying Yuan made a throat-slitting gesture toward Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng nodded. Do as you say. Lao Ai's remaining followers must be thoroughly eliminated. Ying Yuan continued, Your Majesty, this matter is far from over. How Lao Ai entered the palace and who arranged it. We must find solid evidence. Ying Zheng nodded. I actually already know who it is. But there is no evidence yet. I will assign someone to handle this later. As Ying Zheng's orders continued to be issued, the purge of Lao Ai's remaining followers officially began. In Yongqing and Lao Ai's fief, Zhang Han led a massacre. At the next morning's court, Ying Zheng personally read out Lao Ai's crimes in front of all civil and military officials. Ying Yuan immediately stepped forward first. Your Majesty, uproot the weeds. Lao Ai committed treason. Anyone connected to him, regardless of rank, should be executed. As a warning to others. Otherwise, where is the law of Great Qin? Where is the dignity of the Ying clan? All the court officials were silent, as cicadas, not daring to speak. Many of them knew well what Lao Ai had done, but because the Empress Dowager's power was too great, they dared not say anything. This time Ying Zheng was so eager to purge Lao Ai's faction because he wanted to cultivate his own power to replace them. How could LV Bui not see this? He stepped forward first. Lord Chang'an speaks reasonably. It should be so. Does anyone have objections? The officials present, seeing the Chancellor speak, all expressed agreement. At this moment, Gai Nye entered the Great Hall. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has returned to Xianyang from Yongsheng. Ying Zheng, pale-faced with hollow eyes, waved his hand, signaling everyone to dismiss the court. Ying Yuan, accompany me to see the Empress Dowager. Understood. In the chilly Empress Dowager's bedchamber, Ying Zheng and Ying Yuan walked slowly in. Zhao Ji, with disheveled hair, had vacant eyes. Zheng, your mother was wrong. I don't want to be Empress Dowager anymore, all right? Ying Zheng laughed bitterly. Mother, you make it sound so easy. If you don't want to be Empress Dowager, you can just quit. As for me, your son, you can discard me if you wish, can't you? If Lao Ai's rebellion had succeeded, how would you have dealt with me? Zhao Ji immediately retorted, You are my son. How could I let you die? Mother knows she was wrong. If you want to kill someone, kill me, but don't kill my two children. Ying Zheng clutched his chest, closed his eyes in pain, and swayed slightly. Ying Yuan quickly stepped forward to support him. Empress Dowager, the blood flowing in His Majesty's veins is the blood of King Zhuangxiang, the blood of the former kings of Great Qin. Whose blood are the children you speak of? Zhao Ji immediately retorted, Insolence. Ying Yuan, in the past, Empress Dowager Xian also had a son with King Yiziu, but King Zhaoxiang did not blame her. Ying Yuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He truly felt sorry for his brother Zheng for having such a mother. Empress Dowager. In those days, Empress Dowager Xian personally killed King Yiziu and their two children for the sake of Qin. And you actually gave the military tallies and the imperial seal to Lao Ai. Did you think I wouldn't know? Hearing this, Zhao Ji knelt crying before Ying Zheng glanced at the king of Qin's sword and drew it out. Your Majesty, if you cannot forgive me today, I will only die. Ying Zheng, pale-faced, pushed Ying Yuan away and knelt before Zhao Ji as well. Today, if you want to die, I can die with you. But you must change the sword. You cannot use the king of Qin's sword. You are not worthy. With that, Ying Yuan, quick as lightning, snatched the king of Qin's sword from Zhao Ji's hand and handed it to Ying Zheng. Thus Ying Zheng, with the king of Qin's sword in his left hand and his arm around Ying Yuan, walked out in a daze. Finally, just as they were about to leave the room, he said slowly, Mother does not know her son, and son does not know his mother. In this life, let us mother and son regard this as a dream. We shall never meet again in this life. Hearing this, Zhao Ji finally realized. At this moment, she had even lost her last child. Inside the room, Zhao Ji's weeping and cries echoed for a long time. Outside the Empress Dowager's bedchamber, Ying Yuan with a heavy expression supported Ying Zheng as they descended the steps. Ying Zheng murmured weakly, Ying Yuan, the people of Xianyang say, I am fortunate to be the king of Qin. Is my fate truly so good? Before I was born, my father abandoned me. At 2, I nearly died. At 9, I returned to Qin expecting a loving father and mother. Who knew? Father died. Mother chose her lover over me. LV Bui suppresses me. Do you think my fate is good? Ying Yuan, supporting him, said, Does your Majesty not have me, your brother, by your side? Moreover, I have never believed in so-called fate. Have you not heard that heaven never seals off all exits? As long as I want to walk, the path is under my feet. Hearing this, Ying Zheng's gaze gradually became determined. You are right. My fate is my own to decide. From now on, you and I, brothers, will join hands. Overthrow LV Bui. Develop Qin. Unify the 6 kingdoms. Sweep across the 8 frontiers. Ying Yuan escorted Ying Zheng back and settled him down. By the time he finished it was nearly noon. On his way back he saw a large number of soldiers directly sealing off the Empress Dowager's palace, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Marquis of Chongqing, what trust is long. A swift horse's whip yields no ground. Zhao Ji knows not the Qin king's worth, her heart only longs for the wheel-turning king. In the original history, Ying Zheng was actually worse off. His father was gone, his mother abandoned him, his own brother betrayed him, he struggled for power with Lu Buwei, and even his father-in-law Mi Qi defected at the last moment. Just as he returned to his residence, the palace was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, and the eunuchs and maids wore joyful expressions. At that moment the guard tasked with protecting Ying Yuan's safety approached. Except for the 3 leaders, the others all wore black masks. Your subordinate greets you, young master. Ying Yuan nodded. You must have been selected from the Shadow Secret Guard, right? The eldest among them immediately cupped his hands and said, young master has truly sharp eyes. Your subordinate Lu Jinqing. I wish you 100 years of harmony in advance. These 2 are my sworn brothers, Shun Lian and Genie Chuan. From now on we will follow your lead. Lu Jinqing came from a humble family, and after much difficulty he was selected into the Shadow Secret Guard, now even able to personally protect Ying Yuan. Everyone in Luoyang knew that Ying Zheng doted on his younger brother, and now he was granting him a marriage which was enough to show the king's grace. They could rise with Ying Yuan in the future. Well, work hard, and you will certainly not lack benefits in the days to come. Ying Yuan patted Lu Jinqing's shoulder and returned to his room. He saw that his room had been decorated into a sea of red, and an old eunuch was waiting for him. Young master, the king specially sent this old servant to teach you the various rites and ceremonies. Tomorrow's wedding must not be disorderly. Ying Yuan nodded. Indeed, the rites in ancient times were cumbersome, especially for grand weddings, which were even more particular. Ying Yuan looked at the tedious list of ritual rules and felt his head spin. Each and every rule of etiquette could not be wrong, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the ancestors and parents. Ying Yuan was learning the rites, and naturally Yan Fei as the bride was no exception. She was marrying the king's younger brother. If there were any problems with the rituals, it would be bad for both sides. Even though she disliked such restraint, she had to bite the bullet and learn under the guidance of the Qin officials. At night, an uninvited guest arrived outside the palace where Ying Yuan resided. Now that Ying Zheng had granted the marriage, Yan Fei herself had not yet met Ying Yuan. After all, it was a matter of her own happiness. Within the Yingyang school, many had their own speculations about Ying Zheng's move. Although the marriage grant seemed somewhat absurd upon deeper examination, it was highly likely that Ying Zheng wanted to use the Yingyang school's power to counteract Lu Buwei. But for some reason she was still curious about Ying Yuan, and thought to sneak a look at him late at night. However, when she saw him, she was immediately disappointed. Ying Yuan was just an ordinary person aside from being slightly handsome. Oh well. It's just a political marriage anyway. Yan Fei murmured, and was about to leave Ying Yuan's residence when a figure appeared before her. Younger sister, not cultivating in the Luoxing Hall, why come to the palace late at night? Yan Fei stared gloomily at Yushin not far away. Of course I'm concerned about you, sister, and want to see what your future ideal husband is like. And you know this young master is indeed fair-skinned and clean. Sister, you're in for a treat. Yan Fei sneered. It's rare that you think of me, but you must not forget what you said before. Of course I remember what I said. Sister, you'd better prepare well for tomorrow's grand wedding. Inside the Lu residence, Lu Buwei was leaning against the bed reading memorials regarding Lao Ai. At that moment a spy from the net entered. My lord, our men just discovered that Yan Fei and Yu Shun of the Yingyang school infiltrated the palace one after another. Lu Buwei replied without looking up. Normal. After all, it's Yan Fei's wedding, she must be curious about what her future husband looks like. As for Yu Shun, she has always been at odds with Yan Fei. Coming to the palace is just to see if Ying Yuan poses a threat to her. No need to panic. Our primary task now is to downplay our relationship with Lao Ai and extricate ourselves. Don't bother with Ying Yuan's affairs. Have our people withdraw first. As you command. Now Ying Yuan had gone to bed early for tomorrow's grand wedding. But the news of his impending marriage had spread throughout the entire palace and Xiangyang city. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Inside the palace, maids and eunuchs gathered in groups to gossip. I heard that the young master will marry the eastern lord of the Yingyang school tomorrow. Really? Of course it's true. I was just ordered to decorate the young master's residence. Oh, everyone is busy with lanterns and decorations. Young master Ying Yuan is truly enviable. The king so dotes on him, and even granted him a beautiful bride. But according to normal procedures, isn't this a bit too fast? Yes, the marriage was just granted not long ago, and tomorrow they're already preparing for the wedding. You have quite the nerve. How dare you gossip about young master Ying Yuan? It seems you don't want to keep your heads. Zhao Gao's face darkened as he walked toward them in official robes followed by several eunuchs. The maids and eunuchs who had been chattering earlier immediately fell silent, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. Spare us, my lord. Spare us. Tomorrow is young master Ying Yuan's wedding. Why aren't you preparing? If you delay the important matter, if you anger the king, you all will die. Yes. As the maids and eunuchs hurried away, Zhao Gao began to mutter to himself. Why must Ying Zheng insist on his younger brother marrying the Eastern Lord of the Ying school? As a eunuch who had served Ying Zheng for a long time, he had some understanding of his character. Even if we take a step back, the king had many ways to control or bind the Ying school. Making Ying Yuan and the Eastern Lord marry and making it known to the whole city. Wasn't that blatantly telling everyone that he intended to ally with the Ying school? Now that Lao Ai's faction was completely destroyed, Lu Buwei would certainly become even more wary of the king because of this. This was completely like beating the grass to startle the snake. Even if Zhao Gao racked his brains, he couldn't figure out why. But he had a feeling that the king's decision to have Ying Yuan marry the Eastern Lord of the Ying school must have had another purpose. But what that purpose was he could not know. Today was the day of Ying Yuan and Yin Fei's wedding. Ying Yuan had risen early, his heart swelling with excitement. In his past life, he had been a lifelong bachelor, yet now he had the chance to wed the goddess from Qin's times. According to protocol, besides paying respects to his birth mother, he also needed to visit the Queen Dowager and the Grand Queen Dowager. Now that the Queen Dowager had been confined, only 3 factions remained in the Qin court. One was the faction of external ministers controlled by Lu Buwei, another was the Chu lineage under Grand Queen Dowager Huayang, and the third was the Ying clan itself. After leaving Grand Queen Dowager Huayang's quarters, Ying Yuan proceeded to pay his respects to Ying Zheng. As he entered the great hall, Ying Zheng sat upon the main throne in magnificent ceremonial robes radiating an aura of authority. His black robe was secured with a jade belt, and beneath his crown a face carved as sharply as a blade gleamed with commanding presence. Simply sitting there, he exuded an air of domineering supremacy over all beneath the heavens. This subject pays his respects to your majesty. Ying Yuan, his heart pounding with excitement, bowed deeply to Ying Zheng. Rise Chong in June, Ying Zheng replied. Today is your wedding day. Should you require anything, speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Ying Yuan stepped forward with folded hands and said, this subject has heard that the Eastern monarch of the Ying school possesses formidable martial arts, and that Master Gunya is renowned as the sword saint. Therefore I wish to study the art of the sword under his guidance. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan in surprise. He had previously arranged sword instructors for the young man, but Ying Yuan had shown no interest, preferring instead to roam and enjoy the sights. What had brought about such a sudden change? He turned his gaze toward Gunya. Master, my younger brother possesses exceptional talent. Perhaps you would accept him as your disciple. Gunya immediately bowed and replied, to have the honor of instructing this young master is the greatest fortune of my life. Though Ying Zheng had only recently seized power, the overwhelming dominance of his aura was already unmistakable. There was no room for refusal. Very well. After the wedding ceremony concludes, you may begin your studies under Master Gunya. This subject is most grateful, your majesty. Soon a magnificent ceremony engulfed the entirety of Xianying, leaving the streets virtually empty as everyone flocked to witness the spectacle. Civil and military officials alike, along with Qin's soldiers, emerged to lend their support to Ying Yuan. Riding a spirited steed through the streets, he allowed many common citizens to behold his countenance for the first time. Is this Lord Ying Yuan? He is remarkably handsome. Indeed, his features are the very opposite of the king's. One radiates raw majesty, while the other carries himself with gentle refinement. The officials regarded Ying Yuan, all noting that today he seemed different from before, his manners and bearing possessing a maturity not seen previously. Ying Yuan naturally perceived the official scrutiny, yet he paid it no mind. This wedding had effectively thrust him into the public eye. But none of that mattered now. All Ying Yuan desired was to see Yin Fei as soon as possible. As a crimson carriage guarded by disciples of the Ying school drew near, Yin Fei emerged from within dressed in scarlet wedding garments. Since the veil of marriage had not yet been invented in the Warring States period, Ying Yuan saw Yin Fei's face immediately upon her arrival. Her peerless beauty was nothing short of a fairy descending to the mortal realm, captivating and utterly mesmerizing. At her sides stood the moon deity and the grand priestess, a procession so magnificent that it left the officials utterly astounded. One had to admit this young man, Ying Yuan, had truly struck gold. Ying Yuan regarded the grand priestess and the moon deity, noting that both were equally striking. If he could win them over as well, would he not receive double the rewards? The moon deity seemed to sense Ying Yuan's gaze and instinctively lowered her head, lest she catch his attention. The words Yin Fei had spoken to her previously immediately surfaced in her mind. Ying Yuan stepped forward and gently took Yin Fei's slender hand, and the two began to perform the prescribed wedding rituals. Half an hour later, as all the elaborate customs were completed, the attending official loudly proclaimed, "The rites are complete." At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the Eastern monarch of the Ying school, Yin Fei. Reward for the wedding bestowed. Fire Scale Sword. Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Hegemon Sword. Great Qin National Fortune 100. Good heavens. The rewards for this wedding are extraordinarily generous. The Fire Scale Sword was forged using Qilin blood in the world of Fengyun, immensely powerful yet prone to driving its wielder into a frenzy. The Northern Darkness Divine Skill needed no introduction. It could directly draw another's internal energy, and convert it to one's own use extraordinarily domineering. The Hegemon sword, also from Fingyun, was a sword art that integrated multiple sword traditions, transcending all mortal sword techniques. With these 3 treasures properly mastered, he could roam this world entirely unhindered. But what on earth was this so-called Great Qin National Fortune 100? What purpose did it serve? It was something he could neither see nor touch. Just then celestial phenomena appeared in the sky. The heavens suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning clashed, an exotic fragrance filled the air, and above 2 massive divine dragons could be vaguely seen coiling and circling. All the officials present were stunned into silence at the sight. Dongwang Tai of the Yinyang school gazed at the phenomenon in utter disbelief. A celestial omen. Such an auspicious sign. Truly does heaven favor Qin. My choice was indeed correct. At this moment Dongwang Tai felt immense relief that he had aligned himself with Qin. Every official present began offering their praises. This is an extraordinarily auspicious portent. Ying Zheng gazed at the sky as the phenomena slowly dissipated, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that my brother Yuan's wedding truly increases the fortune of Great Qin? Shortly after the ceremony concluded and a grand banquet commenced, not only within the royal palace, but even among the common folk of Xianyang, who came to offer their congratulations, all received monetary rewards. At the banquet, officials continuously offered their felicitations to Ying Zheng. For such auspicious signs to appear at a wedding was unprecedented, since Ying Zheng ascended the throne, clearly implying heaven's blessing upon Qin. Naturally some rejoiced while others grew somber. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Buwei's countenance darkened with sorrow. Could the heavens also be signaling to me that it is time to step aside? As night fell, Ying Zheng waved his hand. Enough. Let the banquet conclude. Leave the newlyweds some privacy. All the guests rose and prepared to depart. The moon deity approached Ying Yuan with a playful expression. Congratulations, young master. May I offer my felicitations? From now on we are all one family. With that the moon deity shifted her tone and cast a glance at Yin Fei. Young master is remarkably handsome. Sister, you must ensure the Ying lineage of Qin flourishes and spreads widely. The grand priestess watched the moon deity and could not help but shake her head. The woman was still poking fun at her despite everything. Haha, sister, you must not forget the words you spoke within the Yinyang school back then. Do not forget them at all costs. Ying Yuan, observing the 2 women locked in their pointed exchange, could only offer a wry smile. It grows late. Let us return and rest. In the room, Ying Yuan and Yin Fei sat facing each other on the bed. Young master, it's getting late. Let me help you wash up. Ying Yuan looked at Yin Fei with a teasing expression. What did you call me? Young master. Yin Fei looked at Ying Yuan somewhat at a loss. My brother went to great lengths to bestow this marriage upon us. What do you call me? Young master. Ah, I'm telling you, before we entered the bridal chamber, calling me young master was fine. But now that you've stepped through this door, what should you call me? Moi. Who? Husband. Yin Fei's face flushed red as she lowered her head. You reek of wine. I'll go prepare your bath. With that she bowed her head and walked toward the door. Ying Yuan chuckled softly as he watched Yin Fei's shy retreating figure. Taking advantage of her absence, he decided to settle his rewards. With that thought, he claimed the system's rewards. Soon a long sword appeared before him, its entire body a dark red with a Qilin head guard and a mouth-shaped opening. At the same time 2 cards appeared on each side. Ying Yuan first examined the fire Qilin sword. He felt as if the sword was alive. Just by its appearance one could sense its ferocity. The crimson scales flickered like breathing, the sword's spine coiled like a living flood dragon. This was no mortal weapon, but rather the open eye of the abyss. Since the sword was too ferocious, the system has optimized and tamed it for the host. Ying Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the fire Qilin sword. When he drew the longsword, there was a dark golden bony ridge along the spine. This was the fossilized spine of Duan family's ancestor. The blade edge was serrated. Then Ying Yuan picked up both cards simultaneously. 2 streams of electricity instantly surged into his body, making him involuntarily shiver. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. What is this? Ying Yuan growled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. He felt as if his head was being torn apart. This sensation lasted for several minutes before slowly subsiding. At that moment Ying Yuan felt as if he had been enlightened. He reached for the fire Qilin sword beside him, and his body instinctively began to execute the Overlord sword technique. What a wonderful feeling. Ying Yuan followed the sensation and practiced the sword technique in the room. Just then Yin Fei entered with several maids carrying hot water and a wooden bucket. Coincidentally, Yin Fei witnessed this scene. This kid, why is he practicing swordsmanship in his room late at night? Wasn't it said that he disliked martial arts? Judging by his stance, he's at least an experienced swordsman. What exactly is he hiding? Thinking this, Yin Fei decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. She knocked on the door. Husband, I had Xiao Zhu and the others heat some water. Only then did Ying Yuan reluctantly sheath the fire Qilin sword. Come in. Soon Xiao Zhu and the others filled the large wooden tub with hot water and then left. Ying Yuan casually spread his arms. What are you doing? We are husband and wife now. Shouldn't you help me undress and wash up? Yin Fei's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She stepped forward and began to undress Ying Yuan. Soon Ying Yuan was stripped, directly showing off his physique to Yin Fei. Ying Yuan pulled Yin Fei into his arms. Husband. What are you doing? What else? Of course, to strive for us to have our own child soon, right? The water temperature is just right, perfect for a bath together. With that, Ying Yuan grinned mischievously and wrapped his arms around Yin Fei's slender waist. To be honest, Ying Yuan was really afraid that this Yao would not stop later. Yin Fei tried to struggle, but Ying Yuan held her tightly. Soon her struggles turned into a whirlwind of passion, and finally, she closed her eyes in bliss. That night, Ying Yuan used all the techniques he had learned from watching movies in his past life. That night, he was the god of drift at Mount Akina. He was the king of Bayanbuluk, like Kato reincarnated. While Ying Yuan was still sowing seeds, Ying Zheng grew worried. After all, Yin Fei's strength was not weak. She was second only to Dong Huangtai in the school of Yin Yang. During the day, she had shown no signs of abnormality. After all, in front of everyone, she couldn't embarrass either side. Ying Yuan knew no martial arts. He only had a few dozen guards sent by Zhang Han. If Yin Fei truly made a move, would his younger brother meet with an accident? Ying Zheng set down the bamboo slips uneasily. Zhang Han seemed to read his mind. Your Majesty, should I go and check? No need. Nothing unusual has happened at Ying Yuan's place. What would you be doing there? Send someone to tell Lu Jianxing and the others not to sleep tonight. They must ensure my younger brother's safety. Zhang Han nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured. Young Master Ying Yuan will be fine. If Yin Fei dares to do anything, not a single member of the school of Yin Yang will be left alive. Gai Nya also stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, young Master Ying Yuan is exceptionally intelligent. He will not be easily controlled by Yin Fei. I have tested the men sent by Zhang Han. They are all skilled. Even if Yin Fei suddenly attacks, those men can hold out long enough for us to arrive. Ying Zheng nodded. In any case, remember this. You must protect my younger brother's safety. He is one of the few trusted relatives I have left. Your Majesty, rest assured. We will protect the young master's safety, even at the cost of our lives. While they were all worrying about Ying Yuan, the reality was that Yin Fei was repeatedly defeated, crying out in misery. Meanwhile, Lu Jianxing, Shun Lian, and Jin Yichuan, who were on guard outside the house, all had dogtail grass in their mouths, squatting in the corners, staring intently at Ying Yuan's room. Since they were all martial artists, their hearing was naturally sharper than ordinary people, so they could hear things that others couldn't. Shun Lian was the first to complain. Brother, I feel like the one we should be most worried about is the Eastern monarch of the school of Yin Yang. Listen to that sound. Is that even human? Jin Yichuan looked at Ying Yuan's room with concern. Brother, maybe we should go in and check. Don't let it actually cause a death. Lu Jianxing looked at Ying Yuan's room with envy in his eyes. You don't understand a thing? You two little sprouts. Learn from this. This is young Master Ying Yuan teaching the Eastern monarch the way of being a man. I'm telling you, what happened tonight must not be leaked. Also have the brothers all scatter and stay away from the young master's room. Understood. Shun Lian and Jin Yichuan immediately turned and left. Lu Jianxing stared at Ying Yuan's room and let out a faint sigh. If I had that skill, I would have been promoted long ago. The next day, by the time Yin Fei opened her eyes, it was already close to noon. She felt nothing but soreness and exhaustion throughout her body, her limbs completely devoid of strength. Last night had been the most thrilling and wild night of her entire life, so much so that her voice had eventually grown hoarse. Try as she might, Yin Fei could not fathom where Ying Yuan had learned such techniques and methods which could so easily leave her utterly overwhelmed and defeated. She had barely managed to fall asleep as dawn was breaking. Though she had survived this time, what about the next? And the time after that? How was she to endure the days ahead? It was often said that only the ox would tire to death while the field remained unbroken, but this adage seemed utterly inapplicable to Ying Yuan. To secure some peace for her future, a certain person suddenly came to Yin Fei's mind. Yes, if she dragged her into this, wouldn't she herself suffer much less? With this thought, Yin Fei began to plot in her heart how to drag her down with her. Meanwhile, in the royal court, Ying Zheng was currently discussing the disaster relief for the Bashu region with Lu Buwei and others. For some unknown reason, the Bashu region had not seen a single drop of rain this year. As it served as the vital granary of the state of Qin, Ying Zheng had to ensure its stability at all costs. Your Majesty, the land of Bashu is the very foundation of our great Qin's logistics. Lu Buwei said, bowing deeply. Your servant implores your Majesty to prioritize the people's livelihood and suspend the creation of the new army. Ying Zheng frowned slightly. He knew Lu Buwei's intentions all too well. Aside from wanting to appease the populace, the chancellor merely sought to constrain Ying Zheng's growing power. Ying Zheng looked down at Wang Jin and the other generals, inquiring. Lately, Yin and Zhao have repeatedly provoked our borders. How is the situation on our front lines? Wang Jin immediately reported, Your Majesty, our Qin forces have already launched a counteroffensive. However, the Zhao army is using the mountain passes to block us. We lack supplies and reinforcements. If they do not arrive within 20 days, we will have no choice but to retreat. With those words, everyone present turned their gaze toward Lu Buwei. Though he was now old and frail, an aura of domineering authority still emanated from between his brows. Everyone in the court knew that the rider of Qin, this mighty celestial steed, was not yet Ying Zheng, but Lu Buwei. If he wished to stir the winds of Great Qin, he could do so with a mere wave of his hand. Although the military, such as the Meng and Wang families, remained loyal to the Qin royal house, and many generals refused to submit to Lu Buwei, frequently defying his orders, it did not hinder his grasp over Great Qin in the slightest. For Lu Buwei controlled the court, and the majority of officials hung on his every word. So long as Lu Buwei opposed a measure, the officials would resolutely support him, leaving Ying Zheng with very limited power. Your Majesty, with the severe drought in Shu and our forces currently engaged in warfare, your servant believes that for the sake of the people, we should suspend hostilities and devote all our efforts to securing their livelihood. The generals on the front line should withdraw to Hanggu Pass as soon as possible. Wang Jian, Li Xian, and the other generals grew visibly displeased. Our great army has fought valiantly for months, seizing vast territories, and now we are to retreat. Chancellor, would that not mean the elite warriors of our Great Qin shed their blood in vain? Meng Wu spoke with absolute resolve. General Meng, you must not say that. We too act in the best interest of Qin. The drought in Shu has left the soil completely parched. If this continues, there will be no harvest at all. To force a war at this time will only leave the land strewn with the bodies of the starved. For a moment, Ying Zheng found himself in a difficult position, caught between the military on one side and the civil officials on the other. Just then a eunuch scurried in with hurried steps. Reporting to your Majesty. Urgent news from Shu. Yesterday rainfall swept across the entire region of Shu. The local officials sent word via carrier pigeon, and the message has just arrived. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng was overjoyed. He had been prepared to abandon the military campaign to focus entirely on the people's livelihood, but this sudden rainfall had instantly resolved his pressing crisis. Could this also be related to Ying Yuan's marriage? If merely marrying and having children could continuously boost the state's fortune, wouldn't Great Qin enjoy favorable weather and abundant harvests from now on? Ying Zheng's heart swelled with intense excitement. To him, the destiny of Great Qin's dynasty surpassed all else. Yet he dared not reveal his emotions. This secret had to remain strictly between him and Ying Yuan, for the consequences of its exposure would be unthinkable. Excellent. Heaven blesses Great Qin, delivering us from our peril. Your Majesty's fortune is boundless. You will surely sweep through the 6 states and unite the land. Ying Yuan was the first to stand and shout. All the officials present looked at Ying Yuan in absolute shock, while those loyal to the Ying clan quickly joined in the clamor. This was a prime opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. However, the other officials found themselves in a dilemma. If they echoed the sentiment, they would directly offend Lu Buwei. Yet if they did not join in and showed even a hint of dissent, it would be noticed by Ying Zheng. At this point, anyone with half a mind could see that Ying Zheng possessed grand ambitions and was a rare, formidable sovereign among the 6 states. Lu Buwei's influence was already in decline, and the future would undoubtedly belong to Ying Zheng. If they offended Ying Zheng now, he could easily fabricate a charge against them in the future, leaving them to suffer the consequences. Ying Yuan's action was also a deliberate attempt to force the officials to take a side, allowing him to see exactly how many stood with Ying Zheng. Everyone, even heaven itself, now protects Qin. Do you dare to defy the will of heaven? Ying Yuan continued to press the officials. This, your Majesty's fortune is boundless, and Qin shall surely conquer all within the 6 directions. As one official cried out, acting as the bellwether, all the officials present joined in unison. They had no choice but to admit that this was indeed a testament to Ying Zheng's supreme fortune, a sign of heaven's protection over Great Qin. In these times, everyone believed deeply in the will of heaven. Combined with the auspicious signs in the sky yesterday, these 2 events together were absolute proof of divine favor. More precisely, heaven favored the Great Qin ruled by Ying Zheng. The will of heaven could not be defied. To go against it would surely invite divine retribution. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Lu Buwei's expression underwent a subtle change. He cast a profound look at Ying Yuan, realizing how the man had seized upon the celestial phenomena and the timely rain to build momentum for Ying Zheng. Even many of the officials could not help but begin leaning toward Ying Zheng in their hearts. Yet the taste of power was always intoxicating, and not even Lu Buwei was immune to its allure. Could he easily surrender what was already in his grasp? If he were truly capable of letting go, he would have stepped down long ago when Ying Zheng ascended the throne. Lu Buwei knew he had lost this round. Every shift in his expression was clearly observed by Ying Zheng, whose blood began to boil with excitement. So long as they won this battle against Zhao, his prestige would surely soar to new heights. In the royal court, Ying Zheng spoke with evident excitement. Everyone, as ruler and minister, we stand united in purpose. We shall surely establish an empire that endures for 10,000 generations. Now that the Shu region has been pacified, reinforce our troops and attack Zhao once more. We must make them pay dearly. General Meng Wu led 50,000 of our elite Qin warriors to reinforce the front lines immediately. Yes. After the court session concluded, Lu Buwei returned to his residence. Have the circumstances surrounding Marquis Changxin's death been clarified? At this moment, a secret agent of the Luo Wang stepped forward. The cause of Marquis Changxin's death has been determined. He suffered sudden collapse, and we discovered an unknown toxin within his body. Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes. How intriguing. The king seized evidence against Lao Ai first, and only then did he move against him. Ying Yuan is quite an interesting character. At this moment, a young man stepped forward slowly. Does this matter also connect to Lord Chang'an? Lu Buwei nodded. Indeed. It is this Ying Yuan. Today's events have made me view this young man in an entirely new light. Master, how do you believe Lao Ai's death is connected to this person? I know the king's faction better than anyone. Ying Yuan must have been secretly pushing things forward. Li Si, the intelligence from Luo Wang remains somewhat superficial. Go investigate more thoroughly. Uncover what connection truly exists between Lao Ai's death and Ying Yuan. Should the opportunity arise, test this young man. As you command. At dusk, Xin Lian suddenly knocked upon Ying Yuan's door. My lord, the king invites you and the Dongjun to dine at the palace. Ying Yuan set down his bamboo scrolls. I understand. I shall prepare at once. Yan Fei reluctantly rubbed her aching limbs as she changed into her garments. I will drag that wretched woman down with me. Only then will my burden be lightened. While comforting herself, Yan Fei followed Ying Yuan into the carriage bound for the royal palace. Their first stop was to pay respects to Ying Yuan's birth mother. Throughout the journey, Ying Yuan's demeanor remained exceedingly gentle and refined, a true paragon of conduct, which left Yan Fei utterly bewildered. Wasn't this the same young man from last night? He was certainly not like that then. Could he possess some form of fractured personality, switching between day and night personas at will? Upon entering the palace where Ying Zheng resided, this subject pays homage to your majesty. This concubine greets your majesty. Ying Zheng observed Ying Yuan and Yan Fei setting down his bamboo scrolls with a broad smile. The two were perfectly matched in talent and beauty, a genuine pleasure to behold. We are all family, all family. There is no need for such formality. Thank you, your majesty. This younger brother of mine was pampered from childhood. Growing up, I had little time to oversee him. If he has erred, I pray the Dongjun will bear with him. Ying Zheng regarded Yan Fei with polite warmth. This woman was second only to Dong Wang Tai among the experts of the Yinyang school. Her sheer power alone was not to be underestimated. If relations were managed well, she could prove a formidable ally in the future. Yan Fei responded with utmost elegance and composure. Your majesty flatters us. Though the young master has only recently come of age, his conduct and judgment are remarkably steady, far surpassing ordinary men. Indeed, that is good. From this day forward, this is your home. Should you require anything, speak freely. A gleam of sharp calculation flickered in Yan Fei's eyes. Your majesty, I would not deceive you. I do have an improper request. Practiced at the Yinyang school for many years and hold deep affection for that place. Should I remain in the inner palace henceforth, I fear I shall rarely return. While I was at the Yinyang school, a close friend named Moon Deity held great admiration for the young master. I thought perhaps Moon Deity might be permitted to enter the palace to keep me company. Upon hearing this, not only was Ying Yuan stunned, but Ying Zheng too paused in surprise. This was the Dongjun of the Yinyang school. Not only possessed profound strength, but her scheming mind was unfathomable. She was actually volunteering to have Ying Yuan take another concubine. And not just anyone, Moon Deity. Ying Yuan's identity as a member of the Ying clan was extraordinarily prestigious. Most would covet him exclusively. They all wished to bind him to themselves. If yet another woman entered, she would inevitably claim some portion of his attention. What exactly was Yan Fei attempting? Ying Yuan could not help but knit his brows. This woman was clearly lying. From what he knew, her greatest rival at the Yinyang school was none other than Moon Deity. And yet she was actively trying to bring Moon Deity here. When enemies confront one another, their animosity only intensifies. Was she not simply making life difficult for herself? Ying Zheng stroked his chin, his gaze gradually growing fervent. On the day of Ying Yuan's wedding, strange phenomena appeared in the heavens, and the land of Ba and Shu, long parched by drought, received its long-awaited rain. This must have been a manifestation of strengthening the nation's fortune. If this young man was not deceiving him, then should he continue taking in these women, would not the fortune of Great Qin increase unceasingly? He had been recently contemplating how to suggest that Ying Yuan take additional concubines. Now, just when he needed a pillow, a dream had come to him. How fortuitous. Previously, he had worried that if he forcibly arranged beautiful women for Ying Yuan, it would either attract suspicion or create discord with Yan Fei should she object. Now that Yan Fei had brought it up herself, all problems were effortlessly resolved. This time she claimed to miss her family and wanted someone to keep her company, an excuse that sounded entirely plausible. But Ying Zheng would not immediately agree to Yan Fei's request. He did not wish for others to perceive his true intentions. He feigned contemplation for a moment before slowly speaking. Ying Yuan has only just married. The Yinyang school already has you wed here. Should Moon Deity come as well, might it not seem? Yan Fei understood Ying Zheng's meaning and immediately added, Your Majesty, you are unaware. Moon Deity once declared that if ever she could marry Lord Ying Yuan, she would agree without hesitation. These words came directly from her own lips, witnessed by many present at the time. Ying Yuan scratched his head. When had I become so charming? How could he make Moon Deity proclaim such things voluntarily? Dongjuan, these words are no trivial matter, Ying Zheng reminded her. Your Majesty, rest assured, every word I speak is true. Ying Zheng fell silent for a moment before saying, in that case you shall handle this matter personally. I shall not intervene. Although he did not know Yan Fei's true purpose, this matter was entirely beneficial to Great Qin, and even to the Ying clan, bringing no harm, while avoiding detection by others. Dongjuan, once you return and negotiate this matter, I shall arrange for Ying Yuan to take Moon Deity as a concubine. Mr. Gunya, I trouble you to accompany the Dongjun back to the Yinyang school in my stead. Yes. Though Gunya was inwardly reluctant to involve himself in such romantic entanglements, he had no choice but to obey the king of Qin's command. Inside the hall, Ying Yuan could barely restrain the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To stumble upon such a buy-one-get-one-free deal was truly rare. At this rate, Grand Minister and Junior Minister would surely be snatched away, as well, leaving the Yinyang school practically hollowed out. Dong Wangtai had expended enormous effort building his faction only to end up a commander with no troops. Just thinking about it made his lips curl into an uncontrollable grin. Ying Yuan, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Nothing at all. I simply feel happy thinking about practicing swordsmanship with Master Gunya shortly. Ying Zheng said nothing, but noticing the faint dark circles beneath Yan Fei's eyes, he asked, did Eastern Lord not sleep well last night? I have not yet grown accustomed to the new bed. Ying Zheng cast a deeply meaningful glance at Ying Yuan. Brother Ying Yuan, this elder brother must remind you. Your years are still few. You must understand the value of conserving one's strength, do you not? Ying Yuan naturally understood what Brother Zheng meant, though he did somewhat underestimate his own constitution, forged over 10,000 ages. Understood. Your Majesty need not worry. Ying Zheng nodded. Master Gunya, once you return from the Yinyang school, please instruct Ying Yuan in swordsmanship. As you command. The Yinyang school. Luoxing Hall. When Dong Wangtai learned that Yan Fei had returned again accompanied by Gunya, he was completely taken aback. Returned on the very first day of marriage. And accompanied by Gunya. Was this some kind of return? Did that young man harbor some peculiar preference? That could not be. Even if the boy had unusual taste, Yan Fei's combat prowess was no joke. Dong Wangtai led the entire Yinyang school delegation to welcome the two of them. The moment they came into view, Moon Goddess began her taunt. Returned on the very first day of marriage, escorted by Master Gunya. Sister, did you lose face before Lord Ying Yuan and find yourself unwanted? Yan Fei regarded Moon Goddess with an ambiguous smile. Sister, you jest. My husband and I are quite well. I have come to ask, can you now admit the words you spoke that day? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I do not understand. Moon Goddess certainly knew which words she meant, but she found it hard to believe. Yan Fei gazed at Moon Goddess with undisguised pride. Still playing dumb. Yan Fei turned to Gunya beside her. Master, I trouble you to inform her. Gunya nodded. I have heard that Moon Goddess of the Yinyang school holds admiration for Lord Ying Yuan, and I come today specifically to inquire. Yan Fei continued. If sister truly harbors such admiration today, I am willing to help. You may become a concubine of my husband. These words left Dong Wangtai gazing at Eastern Lord with a distressed expression. So this was not a return. This was retaliation. But didn't you consider my feelings at all? One Eastern Lord was already taken away, and now they want to take Moon Goddess as well. Where is any sense of justice? Is there no cosmic principle left? Grand Minister's head spun upon hearing this. The very first day after marriage. And already taking concubines. Wasn't Yan Fei's marriage to Ying Yuan merely a transaction? The Yinyang school could obtain secrets related to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon and bind itself to the Ying clan. But why is Moon Goddess now being asked to become a concubine? What game is this? Moon Goddess racked her brains, but could not comprehend it. How exactly had Yan Fei spoken to the king of Qin to bring her here on the very first day of marriage with Gunya? What kind of situation was this? Was she part of some scheme? Dong Wangtai glanced at Moon Goddess, his expression darkening. He watched her in silence, then turned to Yan Fei. Surely there is some misunderstanding here. Yan Fei waved her hand dismissively. Moon Goddess admitted this herself originally. The king of Qin simply happened to hear about it, which is why he specially sent me and Master Gunya. Gunya spoke with growing impatience. Everyone here knows the king's temperament and nature. He would never act upon baseless fabrications. We have definite knowledge of this matter, which is precisely why we have come to inquire. This single remark left every member of the Yinyang school utterly speechless. They now faced only 2 paths. The first, deny everything outright, but that would directly antagonize Ying Zheng, and they had not yet secured the leads to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Such a scandal would give Ying Zheng grounds to terminate the alliance, rendering Yan Fei's marriage entirely futile. The second path, submit to Ying Zheng and surrender Moon Goddess. But Yan Fei and Moon Goddess were the 2 pillars of the Yinyang school. Losing both to the same man would become a laughingstock among all the 100 schools of thought. Moon Goddess now found herself in an impossible position. She had only intended to vex Yan Fei and gloat over her misfortune. Instead, she had unwittingly tripped over her own schemes. Only Dong Wangtai, Grand Minister, and Yin Fei had witnessed those words spoken that day. No matter how capable Ying Zheng's spies might be, they could never have penetrated their inner circle unseen. Without a doubt, Yin Fei was pulling the strings behind this. Ying Zheng was merely taking advantage of the situation. He could not be more eager to absorb members of the Yingyang school and strengthen his own position. With both Yin Fei and Moon Goddess joining him, Ying Zheng would gain even greater confidence to rival Lu Buwei. But what Moon Goddess had never anticipated was that Yin Fei would plot against even her own. Grand Minister gazed at Moon Goddess with a shiver of dread, thankful she had not provoked Yin Fei that day. Otherwise, she would have been swept up in the fallout as well. Yin Fei observed the silence surrounding her and knew the final bell had sounded. It was time for her ultimate strike. Sister, the king has already declared. Should you consent, you may marry Lord Chang'an. Wasn't that your original desire? Or were you merely jesting about Lord Chang'an that day because in your heart you disdained even the Qin state? You looked down upon the Ying clan. These words sent the temperature in the room plummeting. Moon Goddess panicked and protested, Sister, this is far too grievous a slander. Sister, I fail to understand. I was merely offering a reminder. Some matters may be spoken of, but others must never be carelessly voiced. Dong Wangtai sighed heavily. Alas, perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Might we request that the master return first, and we discuss this among ourselves privately? Under ordinary circumstances, disputes between these two women were merely family affairs, but now that Yin Fei pursued with such relentless intensity, Moon Goddess found herself in grave peril. He had already offered her an out, hoping to resolve the matter quietly. Yet who could have foreseen that Yin Fei would show Dong Wangtai not the slightest mercy? This is beyond my power to alter, Sister Moon Goddess. You must choose your path wisely. The Dong Wangtai watched as Yin Fei flatly declared she could not control the matter, her heart instantly growing cold. This marriage had barely been arranged, and it had already come to this. She feared that in the future this person would irreversibly drift away from the Yingyang school. This matter regarding the Moon Goddess has arisen because of you. I hope you will consider it carefully. After saying this, the Dong Wangtai walked out with a face full of indignation. Upon realizing that the Dong Wangtai was abandoning her to fend for herself, the Moon Goddess felt utterly hopeless. Though two paths appeared before her, only one was truly viable. Defying the Qin Empire would mean completely severing the Yingyang school's chances of uncovering the secrets of the Azure Dragon constellations, making her the betrayer of their entire sect. Offending both the Qin kingdom and the Yingyang school, was there any path forward for her? The Moon Goddess closed her eyes in pain. Sister, I have long revered the Lord of Chang'an, and I am willing to serve him for the rest of my life. Yin Fei watched the Moon Goddess with an air of triumph, a victorious smile playing on her lips. Sister, rest assured. Your wish will surely be fulfilled by your older sister. You must remember, now that you have married the Lord of Chang'an, you must not throw temper tantrums at will. I have more experience than you. If you face any uncertainties in the future, send someone to find me. The Moon Goddess immediately clenched her fists in fury. She had been dominated by her in the Yingyang school, and now, even after marriage, she would still be overshadowed by the other woman. Sister is so thoughtful. It is merely a matter of one day, hardly enough to claim seniority, is it? In the end, who listens to whom? Would it not all depend on how the Lord of Chang'an arranges things? The Moon Goddess and Yin Fei stood in stark opposition like needle against wheat on. Yin Fei smiled. She only hoped the Moon Goddess would act this way. Let us see if you can endure it. The Grand Master of Si Ming, witnessing the two women at each other's throats, chose to slip away immediately. Remaining there served no purpose and might only draw fire upon herself. Yet what puzzled her most was the question of motive. Why was Yin Fei doing this? Initially, Yin Fei's marriage to Ying Yuan had been nothing more than a political union designed to secure the Yingyang school's access to the secrets of the Azure Dragon constellations and deepen their bond with the Qin Empire. But what was Yin Fei playing at now? Sending the Moon Goddess to marry and would severely weaken the Yingyang school's strength. Yin Fei was deeply calculating. She could not possibly be unaware of this. Had something happened on Yin Fei's end? Did she need someone to take her place? Within the royal palace, Gunye and Yin Fei had already returned. Ying Zheng set down the bamboo scrolls in his hands and looked toward the two. How did matters proceed? Gunye immediately bowed and reported, Your Majesty, the Moon Goddess of the Yingyang school has agreed to marry the Lord of Chang'an as a concubine. Ying Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had expected the Dong Wangtai to resist vehemently, for although he had ascended to the throne, his actual power remained limited. At the very least, there would have been some delay. After all, both the Moon Goddess and Yin Fei were among the foremost experts of the Yingyang school. If they both remained at Ying Yuan's side, the Yingyang school would undoubtedly suffer a severe loss of strength. For even the Dong Wangtai to abandon resistance, there could only be one explanation: Yin Fei had intervened decisively, leaving no way back. TSK, this youngster is impressive. In merely a single night, he had completely conquered a top-tier expert like Yin Fei. Now Yin Fei was fully at odds with the Dong Wangtai. Still, it would be best to run a few more tests. Ying Zheng stroked his chin and asked, Lord Dong, since the Moon Goddess has agreed, when do you suggest we set the wedding date? Your Majesty, As soon as possible, of course. If feasible tomorrow, or even today. Gunye said with visible astonishment. Is this not rather too hasty? Such preparations would hardly be sufficient. Yanfei knew this was abrupt, but as a novice in such matters, she truly could not endure another night. Yesterday, she had nearly seen her great-grandmother beckoning to her. If the moon goddess arrived sooner, she could escape her predicament sooner. If worst came to worst, they could simply take turns enduring it. Observing Yanfei's urgency, Ying Zheng was further convinced that she genuinely wanted the moon goddess to come and serve as Ying Yuan's concubine. Too rushed. Everything requires proper preparation. Moreover, he has just been married, and hastily taking another concubine would harm his reputation. How about we wait until next month? For now, let us keep a low profile. Upon seeing this, Yanfei nodded. Sir, it is getting late. Do not forget that you must still instruct Ying Yuan in swordsmanship. Gunye nodded and departed. Soon both Yanfei and Gunye returned to Ying Yuan's residence simultaneously. Coincidentally, Ying Yuan was practicing sword forms in the courtyard. Gunye and Yanfei stood quietly to the side watching until Ying Yuan had completed his entire sword routine. Yanfei spoke first. Sir, what is your assessment of my husband's swordsmanship? Gunye said with a grave expression. The sword techniques of the Lord of Chang'an I have never encountered before. They are extraordinarily refined, yet overwhelmingly dominant. However, due to insufficient training time and an unstable foundation, there are numerous flaws in the form. Furthermore, I have a strange feeling about the sword the young master wields. The murderous intent radiating from it is terrifying. It is a weapon of ill omen. I wonder who bestowed it upon him. Yanfei smiled faintly. Before marrying him, people spoke of the Lord of Chang'an as a man devoid of learning or merit, devoted only to pleasure and indulgence. But since becoming his wife, I have discovered the truth is far different. He is like an untapped treasure full of surprises waiting to be uncovered. Gunye furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Simply what I said, sir. You should hurry and instruct the young master. I will not disturb your training. I shall arrange for tea and refreshments for you both. With that, Yanfei departed. Gunye walked toward Ying Yuan, who was drenched in sweat. Your Excellency, your sword technique is indeed remarkably refined. However, due to your insufficient fundamental training, while no flaws may be apparent against ordinary second-rate warriors, these same vulnerabilities would prove fatal when facing first-rate fighters. Upon seeing Gunye approach, Ying Yuan immediately set down his Huolin sword. Master Gunye has arrived. Are martial artists classified into different realms as well? Certainly. Martial artists are divided into 7 distinct levels: unranked, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, super, first-rate, grandmaster, and earthly immortal. Those who possess only rudimentary martial skills, but lack internal chi cultivation, remain at the unranked level. From observing your practice, I detect no leakage of chi whatsoever. You must still be at the unranked stage, is that correct? Ying Yuan nodded. Master Gunye possesses truly discerning insight. You could tell at a glance. You are correct, there is indeed no chi flowing within my body. I wonder, Master Gunye, at what level do you currently stand? I am at the peak of the first-rate stage, on the verge of breaking through to the super first-rate level. Master, what will you teach me first? Ying Yuan asked, curiously gazing intently at Gunye. Upon the open clearing, Gunye casually requested a longsword. The swordplay I practice is derived from the Tao of heaven and earth. In essence, it is the manifestation of the dual polarities of the heavenly Tao within the way of the sword. Among these, the ultimate strike of the vertical sword is known as the 100-step flying sword, capable of sealing the throat in a single strike. The horizontal sword conversely traverses the 4 directions, ever changing in the blink of an eye, each variation as swift as a flash of lightning. The fusion of the horizontal and vertical swords forms the vertical and horizontal 8 directions, possessing even more formidable power. Yet to this day, no one has been able to master both the vertical and horizontal sword styles simultaneously. As Gunye stood aside explaining the vertical and horizontal way of the sword, Ying Yuan could not restrain the wild joy surging within his heart. If he could acquire all of Gunye's skills and combine them with his beaming divine art to endlessly absorb and drain his foes, who could possibly stand against him? Mr. Gunye, since that is the case, where shall we begin our training? Gunye scrutinized the fire Kirin sword in Ying Yuan's hand. Young master already possesses his own way of the sword, yet your foundation remains weak. The fundamental techniques of the longsword are upward, slash, flick, slice, and thrust. We shall begin our training with these 4 basic movements, executing each of them 1,000 times. How many? 1,000 times. Ying Yuan was taken aback. What? Does young master not wish to learn? No, not at all. How could that be? Ying Yuan waved his hands dismissively and raised the fire Kirin sword to begin his practice. Though his movements were slightly disjointed at first, they grew increasingly fluid. It took Ying Yuan less than half an hour to achieve complete familiarity. Ying Yuan's movements grew increasingly seamless and swift, eventually provoking astonishment even in Gunye. If his judgment was correct, this man's talent in the way of the sword was downright terrifying, easily surpassing both himself and Wei Zhuang. When he himself had first practiced swordsmanship, it had taken him several months to attain the level of proficiency Ying Yuan had just demonstrated. After training for an hour, Ying Yuan's eyes gleamed with sudden insight, and the speed of the fire Kirin sword in his hand surged abruptly. At that very moment, the system's prompt resounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your diligent practice, the tyrant sword technique has leveled up by 1. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ying Yuan halted his movements and immediately opened his attribute panel. Host Ying Yuan. Sacred Physique, Eternal Kidney Physique. Realm unrated. Skills: Binding Divine, Art Level 1, Tyrant, Sword Level 2. Divine Weapon, Fire Kirin Sword. While Ying Yuan was still practicing his swordsmanship under Gun Ye's guidance inside an underground secret chamber in Xianyang City, Li Si, leading several Luowang spies, stood respectfully behind Lu Buwei. Have you investigated thoroughly? It has been fully uncovered. Then speak. Li Si waved his hand, gesturing for the surrounding guards to withdraw. We have investigated everything. Lao Ai consumed both food and drink before his death that night. Ever since he attained his high position, he has acted with utmost caution. His meals were always tested for poison by dedicated attendants. We have verified that there were no issues with his food. However, on that very night, it is rumored that the king of Qin dispatched someone to deliver honey nectar to the queen dowager. I subsequently ordered an investigation only to discover that the honey nectar sent to the queen dowager had vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Lu Buwei understood instantly. So that is how it is. Before Lao Ai's death, Ying Yuan secretly visited Zheng. Immediately after, 2 death row convicts were brought into the palace. Ultimately, the male convict died of poison, and the female convict was also disposed of. These matters are inextricably linked to Ying Yuan. At this, a flash of murderous intent flared in Lu Buwei's eyes. This man is the offspring of the late king, and Empress Dowager Huayang dotes on him excessively. His presence in Qin poses a threat to the king's throne. Should anything happen to the king in the future, he possesses the right to directly inherit the crown. Therefore, for the sake of Qin, for the foundation of Great Qin, this man must not be allowed to live. Li Si lowered his head, his face devoid of emotion, though he sneered inwardly. Ying Yuan has been of age for so long, yet you never mentioned him being a threat to the king's throne before. Only now, when he openly challenges you and helps the king of Qin expand his power, do you utter such words. It is nothing more than seeking a high-sounding excuse for yourself. How utterly hypocritical. Guards. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several masked Luowang assassins materialized. Master, what are your commands? Tonight, dispatch several core Luowang operatives to lure away all the guards surrounding Ying Yuan, as well as Dongjun. Have the 6 sword slaves corner Ying Yuan and position several low-tier assassins on the outer perimeter to assist. That way no one will be able to trace any clues from the wounds. Ying Yuan possesses no martial arts. Once he is dead, no one will have any proof linking us to the deed. Without concrete evidence, even Ying Zheng's suspicions will be futile. We will let the outer assassins do the deed and then find an excuse to silence them afterward, which will serve as a plausible explanation. Go execute the plan. As you command. Master. At this moment, Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes, casting his gaze upon Li Si below. Li Si, do you not wish to establish an eternal legacy? Today I shall grant your wish. Once this matter blows over, I will recommend you to Zheng. Hearing these words, Li Si instantly grasped Lu Buwei's underlying intent. This was equivalent to offering him as a sacrificial gift to the king of Qin to appease the king's wrath. Previously, the king of Qin had inquired about him in private, but upon learning that Li Si had already joined the prime minister's estate, the matter was dropped. Ying Zheng's faction was indeed in dire need of someone like Li Si to formulate strategies and assist in state affairs. This classic tactic of slapping someone and then offering a sweet date was played to perfection by Lu Buwei. Li Si looked at the arrogant Lu Buwei, feigning immense gratitude. My deepest thanks, mentor. If I am placed by the king of Qin's side, I will surely win his trust and relay intelligence to you. Lu Buwei chuckled smugly. I am highly pleased with your loyalty. Under normal circumstances, you need not do much. Zheng has grown and I understand his desire to accomplish things. Sending you to assist him is partly because you possess the capability which will allow you to secure his trust. Once Zheng places his faith in you, you must exert your influence over him and ultimately help me control him. As you command. Li Si complied outwardly, but inwardly he sneered with utter contempt. Old fool, doom is at your doorstep, yet you remain blissfully unaware. Currently, the only person close to the king of Qin is Ying Yuan. If Lu Buwei truly assassinates him, Ying Zheng will completely cast aside all past sentiment, causing the conflict between them to erupt instantly. Furthermore, if he successfully secured a position by Ying Zheng's side, Lu Buwei would be the first person he targeted. For as long as this old man remained, Li Si would be overshadowed for the rest of his life. The best course of action was to assist the king of Qin in eliminating Lu Buwei. Once his position became vacant, Li Si could claim it for himself. By then he would truly stand above tens of thousands, second only to one man. Late at night, after a grueling session of sword practice, Ying Yuan had hot water drawn and took a hot bath. Given his current cultivation pace, his overlord blade would advance to the next level. But there remained a problem: he lacked inner power. He couldn't mobilize qi. Even if one possessed the golden hoop, Rod 1 would still be unable to wield it. Ying Yuan leaned against the wooden tub, a troubled look on his face. At That Phi delivered clothes, seeing his appearance, she took him for someone who had worn himself out by day. My lord, if today's sword training was too exhausting, perhaps you should rest tomorrow. No. Martial training requires perseverance. We cannot afford 3 days of effort and 2 days of idleness. Yanfei extended her slender jade hand and began to knead Ying Yuan's shoulders. Today the great king has graciously approved the moon goddess's betrothal. Next month you may take her as a concubine. At this moment Ying Yuan suddenly grasped Yanfei's hand. I have given this matter long thought, and I still feel there is a problem. You and the moon goddess have always been sworn enemies. You even bring her into this. Aren't you just piling trouble upon yourself? Yanfei bit her lip, knowing Ying Yuan would ask such questions. My lord. Ying Yuan loosened Yanfei's hand, gently stood, and wiped the droplets from his body. If you find it difficult to speak, I won't press you. But you must understand one thing. From now on, you forcibly bringing the moon goddess into the fold means the Yin Yang sect will be short one great general. Dong Wang Tai will surely bear a grudge. Nevertheless, you did not consider the Yin Yang sect in this matter. From now on, Qin will be your strongest support. No matter how you scheme or what you plot, I will not interfere. Except one thing, you must not do this. If you dare to trample on Qin's interest, you won't need my elder brother to intervene. I will deal with you myself. Do you understand? Yanfei nodded thoughtfully. My lord, rest assured I will keep a measured hand. About what happened last night. I am sorry. I didn't expect it to go like that the first time. I will be more careful in the future. Yanfei was momentarily startled, her eyes registering a hint of surprise as she looked at Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan, a member of the Qin clan and the younger brother of Qin King Ying Zheng, held a noble status. Although she herself was the East Lord of the Yin Yang sect in terms of rank, she was far from as esteemed as Ying Yuan. She did not expect Ying Yuan to apologize on his own. At that moment a chill wind suddenly blew from outside and Yanfei immediately sensed something amiss. My lord, put on your clothes quickly. Ying Yuan reacted, instantly dressed, drew the fire Qilin sword, and fixed a wary gaze on the outside. Sure enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, cries of fighting and slaughter rose from outside. At the same time, Lu Jianxing's voice sounded from outside. Young master, remember this. Do not go out. We will handle these assassins. The clamor continued, and from the rooftop above came a flood of footfalls. Ying Yuan's expression turned ice cold. To kill me. They really pulled out all the stops, bringing so many people. Boom. A deafening crash followed as the roof was blown open, revealing a huge hole. 6 people in black, each with a different style of long sword, descended in turn. With a single look, Ying Yuan recognized these 6 as the 6 sword slaves. I was right. It's a Luo Wang trap indeed. The 6 sword slaves have been dispatched. Yanfei looked on in astonishment at the 6. She had only heard of Luo Wang's 6 sword slaves before. The 6 sword slaves are Luo Wang's premier killers, their horror lying in the swift, synchronized lethality of their team assaults. Except for Luo Wang's master, almost no one in the world knows what they look like. Those who have seen them are dead. Ying Yuan's eyes hardened as he watched the 6. He knew the 6 sword slaves' record all too well. In the Mechanism City battle, Gunye and Wei Zhuang joined forces and were ultimately forced to mount a joint defense. Yanfei turned to Ying Yuan. My lord, you should retreat from behind first. These people are all top-tier martial artists. If you clash with them on the spot, I fear you will be implicated. The combat here will quickly draw the attention of the shadow guards. Ying Yuan nodded. Yanfei's assessment was sound, or if he remained present, she would need to shield him. He was Yanfei's only weak point. Stay safe. Ying Yuan pivoted and charged toward the window. Yanfei had just prepared to intervene with the 6, but found the 6 sword slaves utterly motionless. Thus she watched wide-eyed as Ying Yuan departed. Yanfei's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. These 6 sword slaves were indeed coming for me. LV Buwei is truly calculating. If they strike, there will be no time to dispose of Ying Yuan's corpse, and a mere examination would reveal his injuries. Ying Yuan should be dealt with by others. He has no inner power. A few outer Luo Wang operatives would suffice. Then he would find another excuse to dispose of those peripheral guards and hand them over. LV Buwei would suffer little to no loss. Sure enough, just as Ying Yuan had barely escaped for less than 2 minutes, 4 hooded assassins in black blocked his path. Young master, surrender and cease resistance. We promise a swift, clean end, and you will suffer no pain. Ying Yuan slowly drew the fire Qilin sword, revealing a cruel smile, and said, head descendants of the Ying family. I would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. If you want to kill me, you must see if you have the skill. The surrounding assassins whispered in response, this kid doesn't know any martial arts. Fourth, hurry it up. As the words faded, the swordsman at the very back leaped out like a swift swallow, his blade pointing straight at Ying Yuan's heart. Hey young master, you should stop struggling. A third-rate fighter only needs 1 sword. Ying Yuan strained to parry with the fire Qilin sword, forcing the opponent's blade off its aim and causing it to pierce his own left shoulder. That strike won't kill me, will it? Ying Yuan endured the throbbing pain in his shoulder, gripping the attacker's sword hand with his left hand. A mantis trying to block a chariot. You overestimate yourself. If you can stop this blade, I wonder what you'll do against the next one. The black-clad swordsman sneered with contempt. Be careful. This is your last chance to strike. You've fallen for a trap. Ying Yuan's gaze hardened, and suddenly a strange power erupted within him. In the next moment, a massive suction surged from Ying Yuan's left hand and sank into the black-clad assassin's body. My chi. Wait. What is this? Become my nourishment. Beaming divine art. Activate. On the open ground, the assassins who had attacked Ying Yuan wailed in excruciating pain. Brother, save me. In less than 3 seconds, a withered corpse collapsed to the ground with the fire Kirin sword still impaled in its body. Having devoured the assassin's blood, the fire Kirin sword gradually turned from dark red to a brilliant crimson. Ying Yuan began to circulate the newly absorbed true qi through his meridians. How is this possible? The remaining 3 assassins stared at the corpse on the ground in utter shock. Phew. What a wondrous sensation. Instantly, an ethereal aura rippled outward, sweeping away the dust on the ground. Is this the realm of a third-class martial artist? Ying Yuan looked at the 3 assassins before him, estimating that they too possessed the strength of third-class martial artists. Looking at Ying Yuan's menacing expression, the remaining few felt their sixth sense telling them there was absolutely no hope of victory today. The youth before them had ascended to a third-class martial artist almost in an instant. Assassinating him was now out of the question. Only by fleeing did they stand a chance of survival. Staying here would mean certain death. He trying to run. Isn't it a bit too late for that? Ying Yuan gripped the fire Kirin sword, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a flicker of his body, he vanished from the spot. Slash. A crimson sword glow swept straight toward the 3 of them. Is this sword chi? How is this possible? Slash. Before the 3 could react, their legs were cleanly severed. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 assassins collapsed to the ground. Ying Yuan slowly walked forward, dragging the fire Kirin sword. Shoo. Did you hear that? My fire Kirin sword tells me it is hungry. Ying Yuan had deliberately aimed the sword chi low just now to avoid killing them instantly. Since these 3 were martial artists, he intended to absorb their true chi using the northern dark divine art. After absorbing their true chi, Ying Yuan pierced their bodies one by one with the fire Kirin sword. Once it had drunk its fill of blood, the sword reverted to its dark red hue. Luowang, I will remember this grudge. Since you Lu Buwei drew your sword first, do not blame me for what follows. Ying Yuan gazed coldly toward his residence. With his current strength, bringing down Lu Buwei was still out of reach. As long as he had enough time to marry more goddesses and claim more rewards, crushing Lu Buwei would only be a matter of time. Just then a flurry of footsteps echoed from all directions. Zhang Han arrived at the scene, leading the shadow guards. Quick, quick, protect the young master. Young master, we deserve death 10,000 times over. We failed to ensure your safety. Just then Zhang Han noticed blood seeping from Ying Yuan's shoulder. Young master, you are wounded. Quick, bandage the young master's wound. Ying Yuan smiled calmly and said, it is nothing, just a minor sword wound. Zhang Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Young master, your life is of priceless value. The king repeatedly exhorted me to ensure your safety at all costs. I have failed the king's trust. And I have failed you, young master. Enough, do not blame yourself. There are still many assassins at my residence, let us deal with them first. Zhang Han immediately clasped his hands and said, rest assured, young master. Master Gunya has already rushed over. With him, everything should be under control. As for those who attacked you, bandaging his wound, Ying Yuan sneered, apart from them, who else in Xianyang City could orchestrate an assassination on such a scale? Zhang Han lowered his head in silence. Without concrete proof, accusing Luowang of the ambush would only give others leverage against them. By the time Ying Yuan and his entourage returned to the residence, the battle had already concluded. The scene was in utter ruins, with blood splattered everywhere on the ground. Shun Lian, Lu Jianxing, and Jin, each one their faces covered in blood, were directing the men to carry away the corpses. Ying Yuan immediately inquired about the situation. Lu Jianxing, how is the situation? Young master, the enemy came prepared for this ambush. Our sentries were attacked almost simultaneously, and over half of our brothers are dead or wounded. Dozens of maids and eunuchs were also caught in the crossfire. Zhang Han furrowed his brows. What about the enemy's casualties? The enemy. The enemy. Lu Jianxing lowered his head, momentarily speechless. Zhang Han looked at Lu Jianxing with extreme displeasure. Stop hesitating. Speak. Yes, we failed to keep a single one of them behind. What? Not even one? What on earth are you all doing with so many men? I ordered you to stay by the young master's side. Is this how you protect him? Lu Jianxing, your failure in your duty of protection warrants death. Just as Zhang Han was about to draw his sword, Gunya, who was standing nearby, stepped forward to defuse the situation. You cannot blame them. The assassins this time were all highly skilled experts who held both numerical superiority and the element of surprise. It is already a feat that they managed to hold out until my arrival. Ying Yuan also spoke up to excuse Lu Jianxing. Enough, Zhang Han. Do not blame them for this, they did their best. It is getting late. Once the battlefield is cleared, everyone should rest well. Tomorrow prepare to audience the king. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence in Xianyang City, In a secret chamber, several masked Luowang assassins and the 6 sword slaves stood before Lu Buwei, not daring to make a sound. Master, our mission has failed. Ying Yuan somehow unleashed some secret technique, suddenly bursting with true qi. In the end, relying on his swordsmanship, he killed the peripheral assassins we dispatched. Failed. Holding his teacup, Lu Buwei's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Sigh. What a pity. He shook his head slowly, yet his face showed no signs of anger. Ultimately, this assassination was meant to weaken Ying Zheng's power. He and Ying Zheng would inevitably clash swords sooner or later. Had it succeeded, it would have deprived Ying Zheng of a capable assistant. Even though it failed, there was no reason to be angry. He had merely lost some peripheral assassins while his core forces remained intact. As long as Luowang wished to recruit, thousands of peripheral assassins would clamor to join. Was any evidence left at the scene? Rest assured, Master. Aside from the deaths of those 4 peripheral assassins, no evidence whatsoever was left behind. Lu Buwei nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Ying Yuan merely survived this time by sheer luck. As long as he does not reach the realm of a first-class martial artist, we will still have opportunities to strike and eliminate him. We have plenty of time and opportunities are abundant. All right, all of you may leave. Li Si, make your preparations. In the coming days, I will recommend you to the King of Qin. Once you are there, you know what to do, yes. Standing by in attendance, Li Si clasped his hands. Please rest assured. Inside the royal palace of Xianyang City, King Ying Zheng of Qin was flying into a terrible rage within his bedchamber. Useless. You are all utterly useless. Zhang Han and Fan Yuqi, you two, one in the light and one in the shadows, were tasked with guarding the palace. Yet you actually allowed someone to assassinate my brother right under my very nose. Fortunately, Brother Yuan is unharmed and has only sustained injuries. If he had died, even 100 of your deaths would not suffice to atone for your failure. Zhang Han and Fan Yuqi knelt on the ground, kowtowing so fervently that their foreheads were nearly bleeding. Just then the voice of Ying Yuan echoed from outside the hall. Your Majesty, I could hear your shouting from outside. Such anger is harmful to your health. Ying Zheng watched Ying Yuan and Yan Fei walk in, hastily approaching them with an anxious expression. How are you? I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Let me see. I am fine, Your Majesty. It is merely a sword wound, and the physician has already treated it. Ying Zheng stroked the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold and menacing. Lu Buwei, he pushes me too far. To think he would dare deploy the Luo Wang this time. What utter audacity. Ying Yuan, rest assured. This time I will surely avenge you. I came here today precisely to stop you, Your Majesty. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present, including Yan Fei, was thoroughly shocked. Brother Yuan, what? What did you say? You must realize that tonight you nearly lost your life. Can you truly swallow this grievance? Ying Yuan smiled bitterly. Of course I cannot swallow this grievance. However, we have no evidence on hand. If we rashly seek trouble, the court ministers will accuse Your Majesty of making baseless allegations. When that happens, Your Majesty will be put on the defensive. Those ministers is distorting the truth and turning black into white, not their greatest expertise. Ying Zheng slowly closed his eyes. Then what do you suggest we do? For now we must act as if this never happened. Let things remain as they are between you and the Chancellor. In secret we shall seek the evidence to bring Lu Buwei down. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. Lu Buwei acts with absolute meticulousness, leaving no stone unturned. Where are we to search? Ying Yuan smiled confidently. Your Majesty, before Lao Ai entered the palace he was nothing but a mere street performer. How on earth did he gain entry to the palace and eventually end up by the Queen Dowager's side? Ying Zheng glanced at Yan Fei, but remained silent. Knowing that Ying Zheng did not trust her at this moment, Yan Fei was about to take her leave, only to be suddenly held back by Ying Yuan. Why are you leaving? You and I are already family. There is no need for such distance between us. Besides, we have only just survived a life and death ordeal together. Hearing this, Yan Fei felt a sudden warmth flood her heart, and she lowered her head with a faint blush on her cheeks. Your Majesty, had my wife not delayed them for me just now, I fear I would already be a cold corpse by now. Ying Zheng nodded, looking at the bashful Yan Fei. He could not help but wonder whom this kid had learned his ways of courtship from. To think he was so incredibly smooth, turning the esteemed Lord Don Jun of the Yinyang sect into a doting, bashful wife. Your Majesty, it was Lu Buwei who brought Lao Ai into the palace. You must be well aware of the details, so I need not elaborate further. If we wish to bring Lu Buwei down now, we must focus our efforts on Lao Ai. As long as we can produce evidence proving that Lu Buwei was the one who sent Lao Ai into the inner palace, then they will surely not be able to sever their ties from this affair. Lao Ai is already dead, so if we wish to gather evidence, we must approach it from another angle. This will require some time to gather evidence, which perfectly allows us to carefully plan the erosion of Lu Buwei's prestige in the meantime. Forcing a confrontation with Lu Buwei will only trigger severe instability, and the 6 eastern states would love nothing more than to see us suffer such a mishap. Therefore your servant implores Your Majesty to remain calm at all costs. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan, who was thinking of him and the state of Qin at every turn. You are my brother. To suffer such a great insult today, I have truly wronged you. Sighing, Ying Yuan continued, how can we allow the accumulated legacy of Qin's 6 generations to be jeopardized by personal grievances leading to national turmoil? If a disaster truly occurs, how could we face our ancestors? Ying Zheng nodded solemnly. Very well. With these words of yours I am deeply satisfied. Then your servant shall take his leave to rest. This afternoon I must continue practicing swordsmanship with Mr. Gunya. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan's shoulder with some concern. But, your shoulder was just injured. Should you not rest and recuperate properly? Please do not worry, your majesty. It is of no consequence. I know my own body well. This sword wound is shallow and has not damaged the bones or tendons. It is fine. On the afternoon of the following day, Ying Yuan and Gunya were still practicing swordsmanship in the same spot. During this time, Gunya continuously corrected some of Ying Yuan's imperfect movements. Ying Yuan listened attentively to everything. Within the entire city of Xianyang, when it came to the path of the sword alone, no one could match Gunya. After Jing Ke's future assassination attempt on the king of Qin, he would have to flee the state of Qin according to the destined plot. In these few remaining years, he had to learn as quickly as possible. Gunya watched Ying Yuan's figure practicing his swordsmanship. Despite yesterday's high-intensity training and suffering a sword wound last night, he still continued his practice today. With such sheer willpower combined with his innate talent, Gunya could guarantee that this man's future achievements in martial arts would be extraordinary. Gunya controlled his expression perfectly, ensuring that no matter how much his inner thoughts fluctuated, nothing would show on his face. Yet in the next instant he could no longer maintain his calm and unruffled expression. For as Ying Yuan thrust his sword this time, a powerful sword chi was actually swirling around that malevolent weapon. He was not mistaken. It was indeed sword chi. The crimson sword chi exuded waves of a bloody aura, making Ying Yuan appear even more ferocious. This was impossible. To manifest sword chi required not only a profound mastery of swordsmanship, but also the coordination of true chi within the body. Just yesterday, Ying Yuan had no true chi in his body and was unable to unleash sword chi. Yet a single night had passed, and he could already manifest sword chi. Gunya's previous judgment was entirely wrong. This man was not merely a genius of the sword, but a monstrous prodigy. He looked down at the long sword at his waist, his expression somewhat dazed. Gunya suddenly felt as though all the years he had spent practicing swordsmanship had been completely in vain. At that moment, the long sword slipped from Ying Yuan's hand as the wound on his shoulder tore open, fresh blood staining his robe red. Yan Fei, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed over with an anxious look. Quick, Xiaozhu, go fetch the medicine. Husband, your wound has not yet healed. Practicing swordsmanship and channeling true chi like this will only cause the wound to tear open again. Why don't we stop here for today? Ying Yuan smiled apologetically. I am sorry for causing you worry, my wife. I merely wanted to try manifesting sword chi so Mr. Gunya could guide me. It was thoughtless of me. Gunya shook his head. My lord, you have already done exceptionally well, far better than I did back in my youth. Let us resume our practice tomorrow. I must also return to report your progress to His Majesty. With that, the training session concluded for the day. Within the royal palace. At this moment, Ying Zheng was attending to state affairs. Master Gunya, why have you returned so quickly? Is it that my younger brother is giving you the cold shoulder? Gunya shook his head and explained, Your Majesty is mistaken. I have returned early because the young master channeled his true chi, causing his wound to reopen. Then is there any harm to Ying Yuan? Ying Zheng immediately asked with some tension. There is no harm. It is merely that the wound has split open. When I left, the young master had already applied medicine. Wait. What did you just say? My younger brother channeled his true chi, which caused the wound to split open. When did this lad acquire true chi? How come I am not aware of it? Gunya immediately reported, Your Majesty. Your servant has made inquiries. The young master successfully refined his true chi during the surprise attack last night. Moreover, the young master can now wield sword chi. His talent in swordsmanship far surpasses your servant's. It is feared that he will one day become a grandmaster who founds his own sect. Ying Zheng was slightly startled. He had not expected Gunya to hold such high regard for Ying Yuan. But soon he came to accept it, surmising that his rapid strengthening must be attributed to that so-called system of his. This lad, upon a single marriage, enhanced the fortune of the state, thereby completely resolving the drought in Shu. It is only natural that he could advance so rapidly. I did not expect this lad to be a martial genius. If that is the case, then I trouble you, master, to instruct him well. May he strive to earn merit for our great Qin in the future. Yes. Soon the news of Ying Yuan's attack also spread out. Because Ying Zheng and others intentionally suppressed the information, the transmission of news was somewhat delayed. The assassination attempt sent shockwaves through the court officials. All were guessing who dared to strike against Ying Yuan. When the morning court session began, the military generals from the Meng and Wang clans all stepped forward, urging Ying Zheng to mobilize the army and search Xianyang City. Today he dares to assassinate Lord Chang'an, tomorrow he may dare to assassinate the king of Qin. This person must not be spared. But all these proposals were rejected one by Ying Zheng. He merely ordered Meng Tian and Meng Yi to take turns guarding the palace from then on, and said nothing further. Lu Buwei, seeing that Ying Zheng showed no intention of pursuing the matter, cast a significant glance at Li Si. He knew the king of Qin's character best. He was not the type to leave grievances unavenged. The fact that he was not showing it now meant he was brewing a greater storm. A storm capable of overturning the entire court. At this thought, Lu Buwei stepped forward briskly. Your Majesty, do you still remember that we once sent envoys to the Jixia Academy to visit scholars from the 6 states? Venerable Father, why do you bring up this matter today? Lu Buwei smiled lightly and said, Your Majesty, when I sent people into the Jixia Academy, I once heard that there were 2 students of first-rate learning who surpassed all others. Those 2 are Li Si and Han Fei respectively. Han Fei is a prince of the state of Han who has long since returned to his homeland. Li Si, however, comes from humble origins and has now come to the state of Qin in pursuit of high office and substantial stipends. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes looking at Lu Buwei. Venerable Father, I recall that when Li Si arrived in Xianying, he first visited you, did he not? He indeed. Has not your Majesty been seeking a talent capable of assisting a sovereign? Therefore I allowed Li Si to enter my residence and conducted a thorough assessment. I discovered that this man indeed possesses great talent, which is why I thought to recommend him to your Majesty today. Ying Zheng gazed significantly at Lu Buwei. Venerable Father, with such great talent, are you truly willing to part with him? Your Majesty, the entire Great Qin belongs to you. How could there be any question of willing or unwilling? Li Si, why do you not come forth to pay respects to the king? Upon finishing outside the great hall, a middle-aged man bent over and slowly entered the chamber. This commoner Li Si pays his respects to your Majesty. Raise your head. Ying Zheng carefully examined Li Si. Although the man appeared humble and refined on the surface, in those eyes he saw endless ambition. This kind of person was exactly the talent he needed. Venerable Father, is most kind. Li Si, from now on you shall stand by my side. Thank you, your Majesty. Li Si shall certainly spare no effort to assist your Majesty in the future. Just then Lu Buwei turned his gaze to Ying Yuan and suddenly changed the subject. Lord Chang'an, I heard you were wounded by an assassin. I wonder if you are all right. To trouble the Chancellor with your concern, but there is no matter now. I heard that next month you will take the moon deity of the Yin school as a concubine. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? Ying Yuan looked at Lu Buwei with a half-smile. This old dog is trying to stop me from taking a concubine. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. He would never let Lu Buwei succeed. Chancellor, could it be that you envy me for having such a beautiful and lovely bride? Let me tell you, at your age your vitality is declining day by day. Would it not be better to remain in good health? I know a doctor who sells a miraculous oil. Those who have used it all praise it. Would you like to try some? Lu Buwei looked at Ying Yuan with a solemn expression. Smooth-tongued, young master. As a member of the Ying clan of Great Qin, how can you indulge in beauty so deeply? I come to advise the young master not to remain obsessed with the land of tenderness. Do you truly wish to bring shame upon the Ying clan? Chancellor, I am rather confused. Since ancient times, when men grow up, they should marry, and when women mature, they should wed. This is the way of heaven and earth. Why, when it comes to me, does it become indulgence in beauty? Lu Buwei was about to refute, but at that moment, Ying Zheng suddenly rose. Venerable Father, this matter indeed has other circumstances. Previously, the moon deity of the Yin school had already shown favor towards Ying Yuan. Moreover, the Dong Jun of the Yin school personally proposed to assist Lord Chang'an in taking a concubine. It was only then that I agreed to this marriage. This matter behind closed doors is also Ying Yuan's family affair. His principal wife has agreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Buwei fell silent. Ying Zheng's meaning was clear. This is someone's family matter. Why should you meddle? The civil and military officials in the court all turned to look at the two. These officials, experienced and shrewd, immediately sensed the shift. Now that Lao Ai had been killed, the court instantly polarized. On the surface, it seemed that Ying Yuan and Lu Buwei were at odds. But in reality, Lu Buwei was secretly competing with Ying Zheng. If this continued, the clash between two tigers would inevitably result in injury. They too should make their choices early. For good birds choose the right tree to perch upon. Ying Yuan, seeing Lu Buwei strike first, naturally did not wish to lag behind. He immediately winked at Meng Tian. Meng Tian immediately understood and stepped forward. Your Majesty, recently rumors from the front lines indicate that the grain and fodder being transported do not match the recorded quantities. Please decide. Ying Zheng immediately ignored the others and looked at Ying Yuan. This matter is not trivial. We must not chill the hearts of our soldiers at the front. Ying Yuan, you go supervise this investigation. If you truly discover anyone embezzling grain, punish them mercilessly. Yes. After the imperial court adjourned, Ying Zheng, Ying Yuan, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi were holding a meeting in the study. Just then a eunuch stepped inside. Your Majesty, Li Si seeks an audience. Meng Yi instantly grew vigilant. Your Majesty, this man was previously Lu Buwei's retainer, and now that he has been recommended to your side, he must be here to gather intelligence. We must not let him in, nor should we trust him. Ying Zheng remained silent. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Ying Yuan, as if seeking his counsel. Your Majesty, this Li Si is indeed a man of extraordinary talent. If you refuse to see him now, I fear you will never have the chance to harness his abilities in the future. Ying Zheng nodded in agreement. I have indeed read Li Si's essays. They are truly exceptional, the work of a rare genius in this world. Let him enter. If I cannot even subjugate a single Li Si, how can I have the face to speak of pacifying the 6 states? Summon Li Si. Understood. Moments later, Li Si slowly entered the study. Li Si, a commoner, pays respects to your majesty. Ying Zheng paid no heed to Li Si. Instead, he picked up a bamboo scroll from his desk and began reading it in self-absorbed silence. Ying Yuan, with an amused expression, began to circle Li Si. For King Ying Zheng to eventually annihilate the 6 states, Li Si's contributions would be indispensable alongside those of Wang Jian and Wang Bin. Relying on legalism, Li Si would establish a tight and ruthless system of administrative governance. Unifying the written language, implementing the commandery and county system, and perfecting the espionage network would bolster administrative efficiency and centralize authority, while simultaneously reducing the probability of rebellion. Yet in the future, to safeguard the status of legalism, he would choose not to support Fusu, but instead forge the imperial decree to enthrone Hu Ai. In his bid to protect his prime ministerial position and share power with Zhao Gao, he would ultimately trigger the complete collapse of the Qin state. Because of this, Ying Yuan's assessment of Li Si was that of an exquisite egoist. Li Si was a swift blade, a double-edged sword that if wielded by someone lacking the strength to control, it would easily turn back to strike its master. Li Si, everyone speaks of you as a great scholar. Coming here alone today to seek an audience shows not only your talent, but also a glimpse of your remarkable courage. Li Si bowed respectfully with cupped hands and said, Why does Lord Chang'an say so? Meng Tian's expression turned cold. Li Si, are you truly foolish or just playing dumb? You are Lu Bui's retainer. Now that Lu Bue has personally recommended you to the king's side, you must be that spy. Li Si let out a soft laugh. It seems that no matter what I say, none of you will trust me. They say Qin dominates the realm and is the most likely power to sweep across the 6 states. But seeing it today, it is nothing more than this. I shall take my leave. Ying Yuan immediately stepped forward to block Li Si's path. Quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Do you think this is a place you can just leave as you please? On what grounds do you claim that Qin is nothing more than this? Li Si knew his opportunity had arrived. Because in my view, Qin has had at least 3 opportunities to annex the world, yet failed due to disloyal ministers and incompetent generals who squandered these golden moments. The first time, during the war between Qin and Chu, the Qin army flooded the enemy city, forcing the king of Chu to flee to Qin. At that moment, a single decisive push would have annihilated Chu. With Qi weakened and Yin destroyed, and by annexing the 3 states of Zhao Wei and Han Qin, could have dominated all under heaven. Yet the ministers failed to show loyalty, choosing instead to withdraw troops and sue for peace, allowing Chu to recover and once again stand against Qin. The second time was during the reign of King Zhaoxiang, when Bai Qi led his army to crush Wei. At that time, simply besieging the city for a few dozen days would have captured Wei. Once Wei fell, its alliance with Chu and Zhao would have collapsed instantly. Qin could have seized the opportunity to devour them one by one. With the 6 states thus ruined, Qin's annexation of the world would have been just around the corner. Yet once again, powerful ministers thinking only of their own interests instead of the state's benefit withdrew the troops to make peace, fearing that the king would heed other counsels. If this is not a lack of loyal ministers in Qin, then what is? At this, Meng Yi and Meng Tian both drew the long swords from their waists. Li Si, how dare you? On the contrary, Li Si grew increasingly impassioned as he spoke. During the Battle of Changping, Qin could have seized the opportunity to capture Handan, yet they chose to withdraw. Then during the Battle of Handan, they besieged the city for 2 years without success. They should have withdrawn, yet they stubbornly refused, ultimately provoking the 6 states to form a coalition against Qin. All the world knows that Qin desires to annex the realm, yet Qin lacks loyal ministers to plan for the state. What could have been taken by storm was instead slowly chipped away over a century. Even the accumulated endeavors of 6 generations have been in vain. The tiger and wolf Qin, you have borne this fearsome reputation all for nothing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ying Zheng finally set down his bamboo scroll, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. You have great audacity to defy me so openly. Zhongfu sent you to assist me, not to lecture me. There is no use keeping someone who is so oblivious to his place. Execute him. Ying Zheng gave a nonchalant wave of his hand, and a squad of soldiers immediately rushed forward to pin Li Si down. Instead of fearing death, Li Si burst into laughter. Killing me is not enough, your majesty. You must also exterminate my entire clan. The 6 states will surely thank you for it. Ying Zheng waved his hand expressionlessly, then let his head remain on his shoulders a little longer. Take him away for now. As Li Si was escorted out of the room, Ying Zheng immediately questioned the others. What do you think of this man? Meng Tian spoke with utter disdain. He is merely a man of empty words who points fingers at others. Given his boastful insolence, just now your majesty should have him beaten with staves. Ying Zheng then turned to Ying Yuan. And what is your opinion? Your majesty, Any great talent is bound to possess some arrogance. This Li Si is indeed capable. In the future you will need such assistance to sweep across the 6 states. However, his heart is too restless and he is overly eager for quick success. It would be better to temper him first. Ying Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, that makes sense. Fan Yuqi, I heard you are still short of gentleman attendants. Have him serve on guard duty. Understood. Ying Yuan looked at Ying Zheng and continued. Your Majesty, I shall also go to meet Lu Buwei now. It is time for our plan to begin. Yes, be careful. Zhang Han will secretly protect you. Rest assured Lu Buwei dare not do anything. If I were to die in his residence he would never be able to absolve himself of the blame. Inside the Lu residence Lu Buwei had already arranged for attendants to wait at the entrance upon learning of Ying Yuan's visit. As soon as they met they exchanged warm pleasantries appearing to outsiders like dear friends who had not seen each other for years. Lu Buwei and Ying Yuan sat in the study sipping tea and chatting with hollow warmth. Suddenly Lu Buwei asked directly, Lord Chang'an, not long ago Lao Ai suddenly died of poisoning. You were the one who planned this for the king, weren't you? Ying Yuan revealed a meaningful smile. Indeed, this matter was indeed planned by me on behalf of the king. He then proceeded to recount the process of how he poisoned Lao Ai to Lu Buwei. Upon hearing the tale Lu Buwei could not help but marvel and wonder. I truly did not expect that such a miraculous poison existed in this world. Lord Chang'an, you are so young, yet you managed to help the king of Qin eliminate Lao Ai. Your future is indeed boundless. At this moment Lu Buwei appeared kind and benevolent, looking incredibly amiable, as if he were admiring a promising junior. Ying Yuan of course would not be deceived by Lu Buwei's facade. Chancellor, the reason I have come to see you today is actually because I heard a rumor in the inner palace that concerns you, and I wanted to ask about it. Oh, does this concern me? Lu Buwei's expression brightened with curiosity as he regarded Ying Yuan, though beneath the surface a tempest of anxiety churned within his heart. Watching Lu Buwei fall silent, Ying Yuan knew the old man was thoroughly cornered. In those early days Lu Buwei had bankrolled Ying Yuan with his entire fortune as his first patron, financing his return to Qin and eventual ascension to the throne. Lu Buwei was in theft as Marquis when Qin and rose to dominate the court. Yet no one could have foreseen that King Ying Yuan would reign for only a few short years before passing away. Zhao Ji went from queen to queen dowager overnight. Though she held that exalted title, she was only in her 30s, at an age when a woman's desires run deep and life is at its full bloom. Moreover, given Zhao Ji's nature and circumstances, it would have been nearly impossible to keep her confined. With the young Ying Zheng too immature to govern directly, Qin's power effectively rested in the hands of both Lu Buwei and Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji had originally been Lu Buwei's concubine before he presented her to Ying Yuan. The two had already shared an intimate connection and they soon resumed their affair. More importantly, Lu Buwei was 11 years senior to Ying Yuan. When Zhao Ji was in her prime, Lu Buwei was already past 50, his vitality having declined like a river losing its course, making harmony between them increasingly unlikely. The crux of the matter was that Ying Zheng was growing up day by day. No matter how much favor Lu Buwei claimed to hold with the late king, this was tantamount to imperial deception, and far worse accusations beyond that. Lu Buwei had to find a way to extricate himself, yet he remained Zhao Ji's exclusive lifeline. If he withdrew, her regular provisions would falter, and she would never forgive him. That was why upon discovering Lao Ai, Lu Buwei saw his perfect replacement. The rest of the story is well known. Lao Ai and Zhao Ji even bore children together, forcing them to retreat to Yong City. After all, it was he who had personally presented Lao Ai to Zhao Ji. If Ying Zheng truly uncovered evidence, it would constitute the gravest scandal, defiling the imperial harem. So when Ying Yuan spoke of overhearing matters in the palace that implicated him, Lu Buwei's heart nearly stopped. Young master, speak freely. We are alone here. Ying Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Let us be clear beforehand. You must not lose your composure. And these are not my own claims, but words spoken by another. Tell me quickly, what exactly is it? Lu Buwei's heart was hooked by the promise of revelation. This matter came to light when Lao Ai, overindulging in wine at a banquet, let it slip to his inner circle. Supposedly Lao Ai once heard the Queen Dowager murmuring the Chancellor's name during the night hours in her chambers. He also claimed you and Zhao Ji shared an intimate bond during your time in the state of Zhao. Lu Buwei's brows knitted tight as he set down his teacup. Ying Yuan, some matters require evidence. My Lord Chancellor, you have my word. I know better than to speak recklessly. We cannot produce evidence. Only your own conscience knows the truth of those matters. Yet according to what Lao Ai alleged, Zhao Ji was already with child when she was presented to the late king. Ying Zheng is your son. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Buwei shook his head repeatedly in denial, yet the terror spreading across his face was unmistakable. The news was simply too devastating. He had no means to verify it with Zhao Ji himself. Regardless of its truth, once it leaked, Lu Buwei's reputation and authority would be utterly ruined. The ruler of Qin bearing the Lu surname instead of Ying. Once such rumors spread, it would ignite catastrophic consequences. His political allies in the court would abandon him in an instant. Ying Yuan, cease this slander. Do you also desire the Qin throne? That is why you utter such words. I tell you, Ying Zheng is the son of Ying Yuan. He cannot possibly be my son. Lu Buwei's heart hammered against his chest. Before coming to Qin, he was merely a common merchant of lowly origin. The honors he had attained, Marquis and Chancellor, represented the absolute peak of the Lu family's fortunes. He had never harbored any ambition to seize the Ying dynasty for himself. Yet Ying Yuan's words continued to gnaw at him relentlessly. He allowed himself a fleeting doubt. Could there be some truth to this? Ying Zheng did share some resemblance in his eyebrows. But before Ying Yuan, he had to deny it outright, for he must never allow the Ying clan to question Ying Zheng's legitimacy. My Lord Chancellor, prior to becoming the late king's wife, had Zhao Ji not always been your concubine? Hearing this, Lu Buwei's mind involuntarily began calculating the timeline. It was an undeniable scheme. The implications were too powerful to ignore. Ying Zheng was born in Handan in the second year of Ying Yuan and Zhao Ji's union. According to the timeline, Ying Zheng could indeed be his son. If he truly were his son, then what was he doing right now? Lu Buwei's breathing grew rapid. He forced calm upon himself. Empty words mean nothing. You must produce evidence. How could he simply accept one man's word? My Lord Chancellor, there is no need to regard me in such a manner. To speak frankly, if I truly sought to seize my brother's throne, I would not be standing here. I would be going to the Ying clan elders. Spreading this rumor abroad would make Ying Zheng's position utterly untenable. Lu Buwei stared at Ying Yuan. Then what do you actually want? I harbor no ambition for the throne. I only wish for my elder brother to remain firmly seated upon it, that I may continue living as one above others. My Lord Chancellor, you can see for yourself how Ying Zheng treats me as a sworn brother. I genuinely could not bring myself to contest his throne, which is why I have always devoted myself to serving him faithfully. But you, in your pursuit of absolute power, you have remained locked in constant confrontation with the king. You previously dispatched assassins from the Luo Wang to kill me, and later openly targeted me in court proceedings. I kept wondering, why must we destroy each other from within? So I came to you to lay out the situation. Rest assured, I shall not reveal to Ying Zheng what transpires between us. As long as neither of us speaks, no one will discover anything amiss. Those individuals have already been quietly dealt with. Lu Buwei found himself caught between disbelief and the unsettling possibility that there might be truth to these claims. How does one prove something like this? Ying Yuan watched Lu Buwei fall silent, then delivered his final blow. My Lord Chancellor, why not test this through blood? A single drop from you, and Ying Zheng will suffice. No cost to you, and the truth will be revealed at once. The mere suggestion shattered whatever resistance remained. Would such a test even work? What if Zheng uncovers something unusual? Ying Yuan looked at the hooked Lu Buwei and smiled faintly. Do not worry. Leave it to me. I have everything under control. Inside the study, Lu Buwei repeatedly urged and exhorted, emphasizing that absolutely no one else must know. Chancellor, please rest assured. Apart from the two of us, no other soul knows of this. At this moment, a sudden gleam of hope ignited in Lu Buwei's eyes. If Zheng is truly my son, may the ancestors protect us. You must protect and ensure this is the truth. If he is indeed my son, I will surely sweep away all obstacles on his future path. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Ying Yuan. Indeed, just as Ying Yuan had said, if he truly harbored designs on the throne, he should have approached the royal clan by now and spread rumors throughout Xianying. Instead, Ying Yuan came directly to him to reveal the truth, all while maintaining an excellent relationship with Ying Zheng. However, this matter was of monumental significance. Ying Yuan had already coordinated with Ying Zheng, who all of this was but a single move in their grand chess game. Naturally, Lu Buwei, kept entirely in the dark, remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Lao Ai had already secured the Empress Dowager's seal and the military tallies of both Yong City and Xianyang City. Perhaps he had caught wind of the rumor that Ying Zheng was not of the Ying royal bloodline, prompting his ambition to seize the realm. If Lu Buwei's son could become the king of Qin, then Lao Ai's son surely could as well. When the time came, he could proclaim to the world that Ying Zheng was not of the Ying lineage, framing his own rebellion as a righteous correction. The pretext for raising his army would be flawless. Yes, that is exactly it. The more Lu Buwei pondered, the more convinced he became of this reality. Watching Lu Buwei lose himself in his wild assumptions, a meaningful smile played at the corner of Ying Yuan's lips. Chancellor, I shall take my leave now. Lu Buwei immediately rose and cupped his hands in respect. My deepest gratitude, Lord Chang'an. If this is proven to be true, then henceforth in the state of Qin, whenever you or Zheng encounter trouble, I will spare no effort, even at the cost of my life. Later, I shall personally select some exquisite beauties from the state of Zhao and have them sent to your estate. Ying Yuan smiled faintly. Then I must thank you, Chancellor. A few days later, within the royal palace, Ying Zheng and Ying Yuan stood facing each other on the plaza, each holding a wooden sword. Ying Yuan, I hear you have been practicing swordsmanship diligently under Master Gunye of late. Today I shall test whether you have been slacking off. Ying Yuan casually executed a flourish with his sword. Your Majesty, then you must proceed with caution. Ying Zheng laughed heartily with domineering confidence. Ha! Ying Yuan casually executed a flourish with his sword. Your Majesty, then you must proceed with caution. Ying Zheng laughed heartily with domineering confidence. Ha! As soon as the words left his mouth, Ying Yuan lunged forward with a direct thrust. So fast. Ying Zheng was slightly startled and immediately raised his sword to parry. Clang! A crisp ring echoed and Ying Zheng felt his palm go slightly numb. Hee, quite impressive, young man. Your strength has grown significantly. With a swift turn, Ying Zheng deflected the force, and the two brushed past each other in an instant. Ying Yuan immediately spun around and launched a rapid assault. A dazzling flurry of sword strokes, laced with faint traces of sword chi, set the surrounding foliage fluttering in the wind. On the surface, Gun Ye remained calm and unperturbed, but inwardly he was deeply astonished. Ying Yuan had only trained under him for about 7 days, yet his foundation was incredibly solid. His current offensive was virtually seamless, leaving absolutely no openings. Gun Ye knew Ying Zheng's skill level well. Ordinary second-rate martial artists stood no chance against him, and even among first-rate experts few could best him. Yet now Ying Yuan was actually suppressing Ying Zheng. This rate of progress was nothing short of meteoric. While clashing with Ying Yuan, Ying Zheng maintained a calm facade, but internally he was desperately complaining. You brat. I am your elder brother and the king of Great Qin. Can't you go easy on me and save me some face? What happened to the agreed-upon rehearsal? Little did Ying Zheng know he was deeply misjudging Ying Yuan. Up to this point, Ying Yuan had barely channeled his true qi and was still holding back his swordsmanship. At that moment, Ying Zheng suffered a brief lapse in concentration and exposed a flaw. The instant Ying Yuan spotted this opening, he secretly channeled the true qi within his body. Crack! The sound of splintering wood rang out as the wooden sword in Ying Zheng's hand snapped completely in two. The wooden sword in Ying Yuan's hand grazed Ying Zheng's arm. Blood immediately trickled down his arm and dripped onto the ground, quickly forming a small pool. The surrounding eunuchs and maidservants immediately panicked. Gun Ye rushed forward in haste. Quick! Imperial physician, come forward and dress the wound at once. Ying Yuan immediately fell to his knees. Your Majesty, it was my oversight. Please forgive me. Ying Zheng waved his hand with an air of indifference. Never mind, it is of no consequence. Weapons have no eyes, and you did not do it intentionally. It is simply that my skills are inferior. With that, Ying Zheng departed the scene accompanied by the imperial physician. An elderly eunuch stepped forward and cleared everyone from the area. Ying Yuan immediately gathered the blood from the ground, managing to channel it into a small vial. The eunuch nodded to Ying Yuan. Without exchanging a single word, they went their separate ways. Inside the Lu Manor, Ying Yuan and the elderly eunuch both entered. Is this Zhengner's blood? Ying Yuan looked toward the elderly eunuch beside him. Chancellor, why not ask your trusted confidant? Lu Buwei stared at the vial in Ying Yuan's hand, his voice trembling slightly. The eunuch declared with absolute certainty, to report, Chancellor, it is absolutely genuine. I was nearby at the time, and witnessed Lord Chang'an seal the blood with my own eyes, after which he rode back in hot haste. Lu Buwei immediately pressed further. Lord Chang'an, is His Majesty's wound severe? Ying Yuan placed the vial on the desk. Rest assured, I controlled my strength. The imperial physician was close by. It was merely a minor flesh wound. Chancellor, you should perform the blood bond test as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, the blood will coagulate and become unusable. Yes, of course. All of you dismiss. Lu Buwei looked at Ying Yuan with immense gratitude. Although Ying Yuan was a legitimate member of the Ying royal clan, he was nevertheless devoting every ounce of effort to secure Ying Zheng's status. To think he had previously sent assassins to kill Ying Yuan. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly despicable. Once he confirmed their relation, anyone who dared lay a finger on Ying Yuan in the future would have to go through Lu Buwei first. Just then the butler brought in a bowl of water, placed it on the desk near the door, and withdrew from the room. Ying Yuan immediately turned to retrieve Ying Zheng's blood. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Buwei pricked his finger with a knife. Ying Yuan mixed a trace of white powder with the blood and poured it all into the bowl of water. Throughout this, Lu Buwei remained entirely oblivious that Ying Yuan had tampered with the water. Ying Yuan personally presented the bowl of water to Lu Buwei. As a large drop of Lu Buwei's blood fell into the bowl, the two droplets began to swirl around each other within the water. Lu Buwei held his breath, staring intently at the bowl. Now the moment of truth was finally at hand. Inside the Lu residence room. At this moment, a matter that would determine Qin's quietly unfolding. Lu blew his gaze on the water bowl, nerves taut. The blood began to merge, forming a single drop. Lu Buwei nearly leaped for joy. This is real. Lord Chang'an, have you seen it? Look closely. He is truly Lu Buwei's son. Lu Buwei laughed ecstatically, the kind of joy that outstrips winning a fortune. Ha ha ha. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Ying Yuan kept a calm, steady gaze as he watched Lu Buwei. He had known this result all along, for he had just dropped some alum into the bowl. As long as this substance is mixed in any blood that drips in would fuse. Alum precipitates the proteins in blood, and once the fibrin coagulates, the blood will merge. This is the power of science. Fear vanishes wherever one goes. Lao Deng, you should study it at your leisure. Ying Yuan smiled faintly. Now resolving Lu Buwei's faction will be simple. Previously, Lu Buwei pressed Ying Zheng out of a craving for power. Now this is convenient indeed. While fighting, it turns out Ying Zheng is his own son. Isn't that like water flooding the Dragon King's temple? From now on, Lu Buwei will undoubtedly support Ying Zheng unconditionally. When the time comes, they can gradually seize power back from Lu Buwei's hands. When Lu Buwei's influence has almost collapsed, it will be his turn to move. In this era, there is no DNA technology. This is an airtight daylight strategy. There is simply no way to topple them. Ying Yuan, I am grateful you kept this secret from me. What do you want? Tell me later, go ahead. Ying Yuan smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for that. I have done this for my elder brother from childhood to adulthood, except for my mother only. He treated me best. So no matter whose son he is, our bond will not change. Lu Buwei moved, patted Ying Yuan's shoulder. Good child, loyal and righteous. In the days to come, follow the king well. With me and Zheng are here, you shall have whatever you want. I know you are skilled with swordplay. I am aging, and in a few years I will pave the way, and the post of master of the net will be handed to you. With you by my side, Zheng, I am at ease. Ying Yuan nodded. From today, the Grand Chancellor shares a common secret with me. We are like two grasshoppers on the same rope. There would be trouble if this news leaked to us. Lu Buwei smiled faintly. Rest assured, the inner attendant will retire to his hometown tomorrow, and no one will know his whereabouts. Now the great king does not know his own origins, so later you will need me to intervene. If your majesty faces any trouble he cannot solve, come to me privately, and I will help you. Ying Yuan outwardly agreed, but inwardly he muttered, Old Deng, you are our biggest nuisance now. If you could issue a command and have the generals bow to their fate, Ying Zheng would wake laughing in his dreams tonight. The next day at court, Qin General Li Xin entered with a pale, drawn face. Your Majesty, the front line is in urgent need of news. What happened at the front? Ying Zheng frowned. What is the matter? Reporting, Your Majesty. Zhao has persuaded the Yan King to send troops. I was leading the Qin army in a fierce assault on the upper route when we were ambushed. Our army suffered heavy losses. General Huanqi ordered me to temporarily regroup the forces, withdraw temporarily, and come to report the military situation personally. Now the front is frustrated, and there are rumors that someone secretly withheld grain, making it impossible to reconcile the accounts. This is extremely detrimental to our army's morale. Ying Zheng's eye showed a hint of displeasure, but rationality soon took over. General Huanqi has always led with steadiness. Battle-hardened as he is, there should be no major issue for the moment. But now Yin State has sent troops. We face a two-front war, and the situation is rather unfavorable. What does everyone think? The court fell silent. Then a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I think we should proactively retreat, abandon the cities we just captured, or concede some to Yin to force them to withdraw. This remark displeased all the generals. These lands were won by the blood of our soldiers. As rulers of 6 states, if we yield to others after they strike us, Qin would become a soft egg. Lord Chang'an, what do you think of this? Ying Yuan promptly answered, Your Majesty. The minister said, embezzlement of grain is a matter of limited manpower, but I am pursuing it vigorously. I believe results will come soon in fairness for the frontline soldiers. But the frontline situation now cannot permit retreat. If we show weakness, the eastern momentum of Great Qin will wane. Moreover, 70,000 soldiers still occupy the Lantian camp. Are we not at the end of our tether yet? Yin State merely gained the upper hand through a raid. I think as long as we move the troops from the Lantian camp to the front, if that fails, we can rely on city defenses to hold our ground. Then Zhongfu, what do you think this should be done? Now if Ying Zheng wants to move the troops from the Lantian camp, he must have Lu Buwei's cooperation. Without his support, the redeployment will be delayed and affect the campaign's timing. Lu Buwei stepped out with a grave expression. Your Majesty, I agree with Lord Chang'an's words. The court was stunned. All the officials wore ghostly expressions. Were they dreaming? Lu Buwei actually agreeing with Ying Yuan. The officials pinched their ears, afraid they had heard wrong. Lu Buwei and Ying Yuan had never gotten along. They were like mortal enemies. No matter the viewpoint, the two held opposite opinions. Was the sun rising from the west today? Ying Zheng was taken aback by Lu Buwei's 180 turn. Lu Buwei seemed almost unthinkably contrary today. Since when has he become so agreeable? Even his goodness seems unnatural. Lu Buwei ignored everyone's gaze and spoke with resolve, Your Majesty. What is not won on the battlefield cannot be won through negotiation. If Great Qin trembles in fear, how can it unify the 6 states? Therefore, I think not only should we mobilize the soldiers from the Lantian camp, but also move the newly conscripted 50,000 within Hangu Pass. We must act as well. As long as we can project an even stronger momentum, Yin and Zhao will surely fear us. Inside the grand hall, Ying Zheng looked at Lu Buwei with a trace of anxiety. Zhongfu well said. However, now that the armies of Yin and Zhao have joined forces, if there is a way to sow discord between them, wouldn't the brave sons of our Great Qin shed less blood? Lu Buwei continued to address Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, rest assured. The states of Yin and Zhao have long harbored deep-seated animosity. With just a bit of instigation, their alliance of convenience will instantly disintegrate. Allow me to resolve this matter for Your Majesty. Luo Wang is the most suitable entity to handle such affairs. Ying Zheng nodded deeply. Zhongfu, your words are absolutely correct. With you personally taking charge of this matter, I have nothing to worry about. Having said this, Lu Buwei turned his gaze toward Ying Yuan and continued, Your Majesty. The investigation mentioned by Lord Chang'an also needs to be expedited. Since Lord Chang'an lacks manpower, why not mobilize resources from Luoyang? Let him temporarily assume the position of vice commander to investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all the ministers present skipped a beat. Good heavens! What kind of play is this? Aren't these two sworn enemies? To agree with his rival's view, and even hand him a weapon on top of that. Has he lost his mind? What exactly is Lu Buwei planning? He is actually letting Ying Yuan serve as the vice commander of Luoyang. This is no ordinary position. Aside from the Heaven-class assassins who cannot be mobilized, assassins of the Slaughter-class, Earth-class, and Mortal-class can be deployed at will. One must not underestimate the Slaughter-class assassins. There are fewer than 100 of them in the entire Luoyang. They specialize in wiping out sects and assassinating generals. To be promoted to this rank, one must slaughter an entire city. The commander of Luoyang is Lu Buwei himself. By taking the initiative to appoint Ying Yuan as the vice commander, wouldn't Ying Yuan's status in Luoyang be second only to him? Ying Yuan lacked a weapon, yet Lu Buwei actively handed him one. Has the world gone mad? Having been suppressed by Lu Buwei many times before, Ying Zheng instinctively worried whether Lu Buwei had some hidden cards up his sleeve, such as suddenly making things difficult for them later. Sensing Ying Zheng's unease, Lu Buwei immediately said with deep respect, Your Majesty is the king of Qin. All the subjects of Qin must obey your commands. Now that your Majesty has held your capping ceremony and assumed personal rule, you can accomplish many things independently. Although your Majesty is still somewhat unfamiliar with certain administrative affairs, you will surely support the future of Qin in the days to come. Ying Zheng almost lost his composure. Was this still the same Lu Buwei who had repeatedly suppressed him? Ying Yuan had used less than a single day to bring about such a massive change in him. Did Ying Yuan drug him? At this moment, Ying Yuan suddenly spoke. Many thanks for the Chancellor's assistance. I hope that in the future the two of us will support each other with all our might, and help your Majesty sweep across the 6 states. Lu Buwei replied with a beaming smile, Hee, of course. Ying Zheng immediately granted Lu Buwei's request as well. Watching the two of them acting so harmoniously, the civil and military officials of the imperial court were completely bewildered. This isn't right. You aren't playing by the rules. This wasn't how things were before. Has Lu Buwei grown too old and lost his mind? However, the officials who did not belong to Lu Buwei's faction were absolutely delighted. The king of Qin had only recently ascended the throne and possessed limited power, so they had been marginalized in the court by Lu Buwei's faction. Now hadn't their chance to turn the tables finally arrived. After the court adjourned, Ying Yuan and Ying Zheng returned to the study. Ying Yuan, I still feel somewhat anxious and uneasy. Before Lu Buwei suppressed me so heavily. Yet a single scheme has reduced him to this. Could he have seen through our plan and turned it against us by playing along? Ying Yuan shook his head. Your Majesty, Lu Buwei will never be able to verify this in his entire life. In other words, does the blending of blood truly make you father and son? Or if the blood does not blend, does it mean you share no familial bond? This matter can never be proven, nor can it ever be refuted. Ying Zheng lowered his head and looked at himself. Then what am I exactly? Ying Yuan looked at Ying Zheng solemnly. Your Majesty, both you and I flow with the bloodline of the Ying clan. No matter the time, you must remember this firmly. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. Even if you did not possess the Ying bloodline, would you be unable to unify the 6 states? Originally, the Ying clan was nothing more than horse-breeding servants to the Son of Heaven of the Zhou dynasty. Today we dominate this land. Did we rely on bloodline to achieve this? If that were the case, the Zhou dynasty should never have fallen. Our kings, lords, generals, and ministers born to their high stations. Only then did Ying Zheng take a deep breath, a surge of heroic pride rising within his heart. You are right. Only those who hold absolute power are worthy of being called kings. Ying Yuan, once we overthrow Lu Buwei in the future, you shall have the greatest credit. After unifying the 6 states, we 2 brothers shall rule this realm together. Heaven has shown me mercy by leaving me such a wonderful younger brother. A wonderful younger brother who can help me share my burdens. Without Ying Yuan's help, he would not have been able to see Lu Buwei back down today. Although this scheme was incredibly insidious, it was indeed the best way to deal with Lu Buwei at the lowest cost. After the court adjourned, Lu Buwei sat upright in his carriage, Ying Zheng's decisions from today constantly replaying in his mind. Today the way he looked at me carried a hint of worry. This is all because I suppressed him too ruthlessly in the past. It made him fear me and suffer so much over all these years. I even personally sent Lao Ai into the palace. In the end, Lao Ai even attempted to launch a rebellion. Fortunately, Ying Yuan was by his side to help him defuse this crisis. Without him, I truly dare not imagine what that scene would have been. I am truly unworthy of being called a father. Sigh. Zheng, your father has let you down. Lu Buwei's eyes turned slightly red as he sighed repeatedly. The reason Zheng is in this situation is ultimately because the power in his hands is too small. He cannot control the court. No, I must do something to help him. Currently, he has the support of the military, as well as the backing of Ying Yuan and other members of the royal clan. If I can help him quickly clear up the chaos in the court, Zheng will be able to march east through Hanggu Pass sooner and sweep across the 6 states. This monumental achievement will be accomplished by my son. At the thought of his son soon becoming the ruler of the world, Lu Buwei grew increasingly excited. This was his own bloodline. Although there was no way to tell the world, it was enough that he knew it himself. Lu Buwei calmed his emotions and forced himself to cool down. Currently, there were many officials in the court who belonged to his own faction. These people had followed him in the beginning solely to reap benefits. This was something he could not do himself, but Ying Yuan could. Ying Yuan carried the blood of the late king, was the younger brother of the king, possessed a noble status, and was highly shrewd. Handing the position of vice commander of Luowang to Ying Yuan carried exactly this intention. Later in the evening, when Ying Yuan came to see him, he would hand over the evidence against those officials to him. For the Lu family, even if he had to slit his own throat and return to heaven, he would do so willingly. Deep into the night within the mansion of Lu Buwei, Ying Yuan, escorted by several assassins from the Luo Wang, entered a secret chamber alone. Chancellor, why the secrecy today? Lu Buwei sat in the principal seat, his complexion ruddy, regarding Ying Yuan with a warm smile. Hehehe, Lord Chang'an, I have summoned you here for a matter of great importance. Ying Yuan casually took a seat. Let me guess. Have you found clues regarding the missing grain supplies on the front lines? Lu Buwei smiled faintly. Lord Chang'an, truly astute. Indeed, I have uncovered some leads. The official responsible for transporting the grain is named Liang Hu. Along the way, he deliberately concealed provisions and planned to report them as losses incurred in transit. He would then sell the grain and pocket a substantial profit. However, the officer in charge of verifying the grain belonged to Wang Jian's command, a meticulous man. He discovered the reported losses were triple the usual amount. Since this shipment was so severely short, Wang Jian ordered an official report stating the accounts could not be reconciled. Ying Yuan stroked his chin as he spoke. Liang Hu sounds somewhat familiar. This man has connections in the court. His father once served under me. I shall handle this for you. In 2 days he will commit suicide in his residence, and members of the Luo Wang will escort witnesses to you. By then the credit will be yours. Ying Yuan immediately bowed and replied, I dare not accept reward for merit not my own. You are now vice commander of the Luo Wang. When I say the credit is yours, it is yours. Ying Yuan no longer demurred. Thank you, Chancellor. Had it not been for your assistance, I doubt my own investigations could have uncovered anything in less than a month. Lu Buwei waved his hand. No need to thank me. We act for the sake of Great Qin. If we fail to apprehend the culprits, the front lines will suffer severe consequences. Should morale on the front be affected, this is no trivial matter. Hundreds of thousands of lives hang in the balance. Ying Yuan knew this all too well. Lu Buwei's meaning was clear. Liang, who was one of his men. Without his intervention, Ying Yuan would have found nothing. All traces would have been erased. Yet now Liang, who was simply discarded. He likely never dreamed his own sworn brother would orchestrate his demise. This was precisely Ying Yuan's desired outcome. This maneuver, using another's blade to kill, striking at the heart, was flawless. But Liang, who was merely a minor figure, Ying Yuan hoped to use him to draw out more fish. By unearthing them all at once, Zheng could promptly arrange replacements. Then Ying Yuan turned to Lu Buwei. Chancellor, there is something I do not understand. I seek your guidance. Speak. The front lines harbor hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the grain transported is an astronomical figure. With only Liang, who, how could he hide such massive quantities and then transport and sell them? Hearing this, Lu Buwei paused briefly. This lad's ambition is truly vast. Chancellor, as you know, factional corruption among officials is commonplace in the court. Minor grafts are usually overlooked, but this goes too far. They dare to conceal grain destined for the front lines. In the grandest terms, this is treason. If this matter is not dealt with severely, we cannot curb such corruption. If we allow them to drain our vitality, how can Great Qin ever push eastward? At the word eastward, Lu Buwei's eyes brightened instantly. He gritted his teeth. Sigh. You greedy boy, taking everything for yourself. This affair indeed involves many people, but high-ranking officials operate from the shadows and will be difficult to reach directly. To bring them down, you will need other matters. Hearing this, Ying Yuan's spirits lifted. Haha, Chancellor, for the sake of Great Qin and your majesty, I implore your assistance. I possess records on all officials, 3 chambers worth of bamboo slips. Some have accepted bribes and perverted justice, others have forcibly seized women and stolen land. There are many such cases. During this period, I shall secretly send them to you. There are quite a lot. Find a secure place and ensure nothing leaks. Thank you, Chancellor, for your aid. Ying Yuan was deeply shocked inside. No wonder this old fox controlled the court. He held the secrets of nearly every official in his grasp. With such damning evidence in Lu Buwei's hands, how could they refuse his commands? If any dared resist, their scandals would immediately land on Zheng's desk. Light offenses would mean dismissal, heavy ones death. Lu Buwei, this master of intelligence, had truly pushed the Luo Wang to its limits. Yet from another angle, one could also see his resolve. Handing over the records of officials to Ying Yuan made future purges remarkably simple. On one hand, Zheng could swiftly reclaim power. On the other, Ying Yuan could build his own prestige through these matters. Lu Buwei in this moment was like someone strolling along the road who suddenly discovers a peerless martial arts manual, the Supreme Sun Manual. With the first page declaring to practice this art one must first castrate oneself. Without hesitation, Lu Buwei seized a blade and prepared to cut. But when he reached the second page it read, 300 Tang poems. Who knows what expression Lu Buwei would wear upon learning the truth. The next morning the witness arrived as promised along with account books and other evidentiary materials. Upon receiving these pieces of evidence, Ying Yuan hurried to find Zheng. The two had just concluded their plans when Zhang Han appeared to report. Your Majesty, the Shadow Secret Guard reports that Liang Hu poisoned himself last night and was only discovered at dawn this morning. Zheng narrowed his eyes. Assassinating court officials at will. I have not issued any order, yet Lu Buwei acts on his own authority. Ying Yuan quickly intervened. Your Majesty, once Lu Buwei is brought down, control of the Luo Wang will inevitably return to your hands. There is no need to be angered. Deal with them first. Lu Buwei will be settled later. Quickly summon all officials. I have important matters to discuss. The news of Liang Hu's suicide by poisoning spread like wildfire throughout Xianyang. All the officials had already heard of it on their way to the palace. They were now in a state of widespread panic. Some officials who had collaborated with Liang Hu in the illicit sale of military grain were terrified beyond measure. How could a perfectly healthy man suddenly take his own life? Even if Ying Yuan had truly uncovered evidence with Lu Buwei shielding him from above, the worst outcome would be dismissal and retirement home. His life would still be spared. Was Ying Yuan, despite being the king's younger brother, so above the law that he could arbitrarily execute court officials? Inside the Great Hall, all officials turned their gaze toward Ying Yuan. The king had recently tasked him with investigating the shortage of grain at the front lines, and Liang Hu, the official responsible for escorting military supplies, had taken his own life. Was he planning to use this opportunity to eliminate his rivals? Liang Hu was a subordinate of Lu Buwei while Ying Yuan served under Ying Zheng. The two factions were diametrically opposed. But was it necessary? Without even providing a reason, he went straight for lethal force. Lu Buwei valued his face immensely. Such actions were a direct slap in his face. Ying Yuan's path was becoming increasingly narrowed. Ying Zheng sat upon the throne, gazing down upon the assembled officials. Esteemed lords, I have summoned you today to convey urgent matters. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Yuan stepped forward from the ranks. Liang Hu. Recently taking advantage of his position as grain escort official, he colluded secretly with his subordinates to conceal 100,000 share of military rations. Furthermore, we have discovered that the Liang family has unlawfully appropriated over 3,000 mu of fertile land in the Guangxi region. The evidence is irrefutable. Ying Yuan publicly read out Liang Hu's charges, these details having been provided by Lu Buwei himself. He had not anticipated that this Liang family, an obscure and unremarkable clan, could amass such vast tracts of seized land. This also demonstrated the remarkable penetrative capabilities of Lu Buwei's network, the Luo Wang. Moreover, corrupt officials in the court undoubtedly extended beyond Liang Hu alone. There must be even greater culprits. It must be admitted old Lu possessed genuine ability, but despite the multitude of corrupt officials, he still managed to keep Qin on the right path of development. With such a competent instrument, if he were eliminated now, who would work for Qin? Perhaps later he should discuss with brother Zheng, and let this Lu Buwei serve until death. He was simply too useful. No sooner had Ying Yuan finished speaking than several guards advanced carrying 2 chests of bamboo slips. Within these are the account books recording Liang Hu's embezzlement of military grain, including the locations where they were concealed. We have already dispatched men to recover all the hidden provisions. Upon hearing Ying Yuan's report, some officials' faces turned instantly pale. Concealing military grain and selling it for profit formed an entire chain. They had all been involved to varying degrees. If Ying Yuan had thoroughly investigated Liang, who could they possibly escape? Just then an official immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is all Ying Yuan's one-sided account. Liang Hu was a kind man devoted diligently to Qin, possessing a heart of gold. How could he possibly conceal military grain? He must have privately sought out Lord Liang to extort him. When Liang Hu refused to the death, he was forced to take poison. Yes, Lord Liang was wronged. At this, several more officials stepped forward. Without exception, they were all those who had participated in concealing and selling grain. They were all grasshoppers on the same string, who once implicated none could escape. If they stood together and defamed Ying Yuan in unison, perhaps even the king of Qin might be swayed. Even if they failed to deceive him, with so many people involved, could the law not punish the multitude? Matters might be minimized, trivial issues settled. Upon hearing these words, Ying Zheng's right hand tightly grasped the king of Qin's sword at his waist, his expression terrifyingly grim. The evidence regarding Liang Hu was conclusive. He had seen it with his own eyes. These people were telling blatant lies. Ying Yuan had investigated this matter under his direct orders, yet these individuals continually cast mud, slandering him directly. How dare they slander the king's brother? Seeking death. Just then Li Zhong, the Tingwei of Great Qin, stepped forward. Your Majesty, if Liang Hu truly violated Qin laws, he should have been handed over to us for processing. Prince Chang'an's unauthorized execution similarly violated Qin law. Haha, speak of Qin law. Speak of Qin law. Then I would like to ask Lord Li, what evidence do you have that I killed Liang Hu? Evidence? You were in charge of investigating the concealed grain, Liang Hu was directly connected to this case. Aside from you, who else could it be? Exactly. The remaining officials seized upon this point and launched immediate counterattacks, giving him no respite. Ying Yuan, confess honestly, whether or not you are responsible for Liang Hu's death. Ha, if you can produce evidence that I killed Liang Hu, I shall submit to your judgment. Li Zheng gazed at Ying Yuan with an air of arrogance. You are Prince Chang'an. How could you possibly personally commit murder? You must have accomplices, correct? Speak. Who are your accomplices? Who did you order to kill Liang Hu? Ying Yuan looked at Li Zheng unhurriedly, as if viewing a corpse. I currently serve as deputy commander of the Luo Wang. Indeed, I previously deployed Luo Wang agents to investigate Liang Hu. You claim I have accomplices since Luo Wang also assisted my investigation, then take them all away as well. By the way, concerning this matter, Lord Chancellor is also aware. Might I suggest you inquire with him? Li Zheng glanced at Lu Buwei and instantly grew flustered. He had racked his brains, but never imagined Ying Yuan could drag Lu Buwei into this. Even if truly connected to Lu Buwei, he dared not seek him out, unless he had grown weary of living, for all his damning secrets were held in that man's hands. I did not mean that. Li Zheng hastily tried to extricate himself. Ying Yuan gave him no opportunity, constantly pressing forward. Aren't you looking for my accomplices? Take action. What? Too afraid? Why, you are spreading heretical teachings. How could Lord Chancellor associate with you in such corruption? You only seek to drag him down. I will not fall for your trap. Just then Lu Buwei, with an expressionless face, suddenly spoke. Prince Chang'an indeed previously did not seek me out to entrust the investigation of Liang Hu. I also indeed dispatched Luo Wang's secret agents to investigate this individual. Upon these words, all officials present were stunned. Wait. Seeing as they were about to push to the enemy's high ground, how did their own base suddenly appear in enemy territory? Those officials under Lu Buwei's command were utterly bewildered. Had Lu Buwei always tacitly permitted such occurrences? I have already reviewed the evidence presented by Prince Chang'an, which can be described as ironclad. Liang Hu and his family are veritable parasites of our great Qin. The officials involved in concealing and selling grain this time should be investigated to the very end. Otherwise, similar incidents will occur again next time. All the officials present experienced a mental freeze. Wait, brother, what are you doing? Are you trying to delete your account and quit the game? Investigate to the end. In the end, wouldn't they all be officials from your faction? You Lu Buwei. Amazing. You're so noble. You look down upon this small money. You won't earn it, we want to earn it, and now you're smashing their pots directly. This is like you seeing I look like an earthworm and wanting to take me fishing, playing with me. Li Zheng was no fool. Those officials just now were all from Lu Buwei's faction. Now doing this, does he have other schemes? Ying Zheng looked at the court officials, his voice growing increasingly cold. What else do you have to say? Seeing that no one spoke, he immediately declared, Fan Wuqi, assist Lord Chang'an in arresting all the remaining officials involved. Yes. Ying Yuan then took a bundle of bamboo slips in one hand and a brush in the other, pacing back and forth among the civil and military officials in the court. He occasionally paused to make notes with his brush. When he arrived before Li Zheng, a playful smile crossed his face. He, the distinguished Minister of Justice of Great Qin, a man so well versed in Qin law, yet unable to properly raise his own son. What a pity. Li Zheng's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? How could my son possibly be connected to this? Ying Yuan offered a faint smile. Li Xiao, the son of Li Zheng, colluded with Liang Hu to secretly sell the grain destined for disaster relief across Great Qin. 2 years ago, a devastating drought struck the western regions. In the areas under Liang Hu's jurisdiction, over a dozen villages erupted in large-scale riots after failing to receive their grain rations. Li Xiao and his accomplices falsely claimed the villagers were greedy. That's what triggered the unrest. Those villages were then brutally crushed by the Qin army. Li Zheng, you had your son in your old age and cherished him like a treasure, yet he exploited his position for personal gain. He trampled upon human life. At these words, cold sweat beaded across Li Zheng's forehead. Throughout his life, he had walked carefully, leaving no major stains on his record, except for his own son. Your Majesty, this matter must have hidden circumstances. Your Majesty, if you take away my son, our Li family line will be extinguished forever. Your Majesty. But Ying Yuan paid no heed to Li Zheng, instead continuing to make marks on his bamboo slips before the surrounding officials. In that moment, Ying Yuan resembled the very king of hell overseeing the 100 officials. The brush in his hand was the judge's pen. Mere swipe of it, and a life could be forfeited. Those officials who had been hunting Ying Yuan down just moments before now cowered in submission. Finally, Ying Yuan handed the register to Fan Wuqi. That's all of them. Proceed with the arrests. Fan Wuqi took the register and began calling out the officials' names. Wang Lai, Fei Tian. As each minister's name was called, soldiers immediately moved in to seize them. On his throne, Ying Zheng observed everything with a cold, calculating gaze. Your Majesty, spare our lives. Your Majesty. We were deceived by Liang Hu. Your Majesty, I shed blood for Great Qin. You cannot do this to me. We swear absolute loyalty to you. Your Majesty, hear our pleas. The officials pinned to the ground begged desperately one after another. Ying Zheng casually scanned approximately 10 men. The remaining officials around them kept their heads lowered, terrified of catching Ying Yuan's grim attention. And as for speaking in their defense, forget it. Their own leader Lu Buwei had not yet given his word. Moreover, judging by Ying Zheng's current demeanor, he resembled a furious lion. Whoever showed their face at this moment would meet only one fate: death. Were you not so eloquent just now, eh? You threw filth at my brother. Do you have any respect for me left? Take them all to the dungeons and sentence them according to Qin law. At that moment, Lu Buwei suddenly stepped forward. Everyone assumed Lu Buwei was preparing to counterattack, especially his own followers who had already cleared their throats ready to strike back. Your Majesty, since the crimes of Li Zhong's son Li Xiao have been thoroughly investigated and confirmed, Li Zhong can no longer serve as Minister of Justice. I recommend Li Si to fill the position and preside over this case. He comes from a legalist background, making him perfectly suited to adjudicate these matters. Hearing this, Ying Zheng nodded. Summon Li Si. Not long after, Li Si, who had been waiting outside the hall, entered. Li Si greets your Majesty. Li Si, haven't you long desired this? Today I grant you that opportunity. Act as acting Minister of Justice and assist Lord Chang'an in prosecuting all officials involved in Liang Hu's embezzlement of military grain. Show no leniency. Excitement flickered in Li Si's eyes. Finally, the moment had come for him to showcase his talents. Yes. After the court session concluded, Ying Zheng summoned Ying Yuan to drink and celebrate together. This was their first step in reclaiming court authority, a complete and crushing victory. Your Majesty, the officials implicated today range from minor to major positions, and the vast majority belong to Lu Buwei's faction. Ying Zheng held his wine cup and smiled faintly. Doesn't Lu Buwei still possess the register of officials? Why didn't you arrest them all at once today? Ying Yuan replied with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, many officials, though greedy and prone to abusing their power, remain highly capable in handling administrative affairs. If we truly eliminated them all, the Great Qin government would collapse instantly. The frontline campaigns are still unfinished, and such chaos in the rear would be disastrous. Ying Zheng nodded and rubbed his hands together. I truly cannot wait to execute Lu Buwei and his entire faction. Your Majesty, have you considered one thing? Many of the ministers involved were actually forced into it. Take Li Si, for instance. Had he not paid respects to Lu Buwei, he would have had no prospect of advancement in his lifetime. Lu Buwei had monopolized court power for so many years, some officials truly had no choice in the matter. Ying Zheng leaned back in his seat, savoring the wine and food. How I indeed overlooked this point. To be honest, this Lu Buwei truly possesses remarkable ability. When the late king was merely a hostage in Zhao, it was through Lu Buwei's machinations that he returned to Qin and ascended to the position of crown prince against all odds, and ultimately assisted him in becoming the true ruler of Qin. His judgment is equally sharp. He truly understands what type of person should handle what kind of task. On this point alone, I cannot match him. But you just mentioned some were forced into it, choosing Lu Buwei. Then we cannot simply kill indiscriminately, can we? Otherwise, who would dare serve Great Qin? Ying Yuan smiled faintly. Those who remained relatively clean under Lu Buwei's command. We should leave them untouched for now. But those officials utterly corrupted to their very core, we must uproot them all and replace them with new appointees. Ying Zheng replied with a wry smile. Ying Yuan, you make this sound so simple. Lu Buwei's retainers permeate the entire court. If they are driven to desperation and rebel outright, what then? Right now, all of Qin's military forces are stationed at the front lines. Ying Yuan set down his chopsticks and said, Your Majesty, I have a strategy that will compel them to voluntarily surrender their power. Ying Zheng was instantly elated. Truly worthy of being my brother. Having you by my side is like rain after a prolonged drought. Tell me quickly, what is this plan? At the banquet table, Ying Yuan gazed at the wine cup before him and spoke slowly. I wonder, Your Majesty, are you familiar with the strategy of relinquishing power over a cup of wine? What do you mean? Can a mere drink make these men surrender their authority? Yes and no. Explain in detail. Ying Yuan cast a mischievous grin at Ying Zheng. It's simple. Don't we hold leverage over the officials? Gather the faction of Lu Buwei first. First, we have evidence of their violations against Qin's laws. Yet we acknowledge their contributions to Qin over the years, so we offer them a chance to live. Ying Zheng squinted and pressed on. What if these men clinging to hope refuse to admit their faults and rely on their seniority? Kill them. Why keep them? It would serve as a perfect deterrent. Not everyone can readily abandon life. If they still wish to hold office, they must pay the fine we set. If they can pay without extorting the people, they may remain in their posts, but we will assign officials to accompany them. These assigned officials will monitor them, but more importantly, learn from them. Once they have mastered the craft, we will find an excuse to let the old officials retire in peace, and our men will officially take over. If they cannot pay the fine, we replace them with our officials. On their journey home, we stage a bandit ambush to eliminate them. Embezzling Qin's wealth and thinking they can walk away unscathed. Impossible. For the current Qin state, a combination of soft and hard tactics was the best approach. If they were too lenient, Qin's situation would hardly improve, and Ying Zheng would never reclaim his power. If they were too harsh, the entire court would instantly be bathed in blood, and the officials, in a desperate bid for survival, might even rise in rebellion. Thus they adopted the method of boiling the frog slowly, allowing power to gradually transition into Ying Zheng's hands. By then life and death would be decided with a single word. Ying Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Relinquishing power over a cup of wine. However, what about Lu Buwei? Ying Yuan stroked his chin. Your Majesty, do you truly insist on killing Lu Buwei? Ying Zheng's expression grew complicated. Before I came of age, he had an illicit affair with my mother, and later he brought in Lao Ai, nearly toppling the Qin dynasty. For that alone he deserves 1,000 cuts. But without him my father would never have become the king of Qin, and I would never have been the crown prince. Over the years he has continuously supplied talented individuals to Qin, driving this great steed forward. I admit that with him Qin's power has indeed grown. Ying Yuan chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, there is no need for such turmoil. I believe Lu Buwei is no longer a concern. He is now utterly loyal to you, wholeheartedly clearing the path ahead. With a single word from you, Lu Buwei would even cut off his own head for you. Having a man like that serve you, isn't he the perfect expendable tool? So you think it matters not whether Lu Buwei lives or dies? Ying Zheng's expression grew even more conflicted. No, it's not a matter of life or death. He is no longer our primary target. Your Majesty, our most urgent task is to reclaim power and cultivate our own officials so they can swiftly replace Lu Buwei's subordinates. Once we hold the reins of power, if you wish him dead, he will have no choice but to die. Ying Zheng nodded. I understand. Return and rest. Tomorrow evening, I will send someone to notify you of the banquet, as you command. The next day at dusk, outside Lu Buwei's residence, a crowd of officials gathered at the gate, their voices hoarse. We demand to see the Chancellor. Yes, we want to see him. The steward looked at the crowd with a worried expression. Honored sirs, my master suddenly fell ill last night and cannot receive guests. Please return. Sirs, even if you block the gate until now, he cannot see you. Inside the mansion, Lu Buwei sipped tea in silence, fully aware of why the officials had come. Wasn't it about Liang Hu's affair? A man so protective of his reputation, yet today he had not uttered a single word in defense of Liang Hu and his men, allowing Ying Yuan to arrest them without protest. Lu Buwei knew that these officials would seek him out after the court session, so he chose to avoid them. But the officials seemed determined to camp at his doorstep. We don't care. If we can't see the Chancellor today, we won't leave. Exactly. We will eat and sleep here. Indeed. Now that he's abandoned us, what is this all about? The crowd persisted in their clamor, until a few eunuchs and an official approached from a distance. One of the officials immediately recognized the newcomer. It was the gentleman of the palace, Wang Wan. Wang Wan, why are you here? Wang Wan bowed to the crowd. Greetings to all. His Majesty has prepared a banquet in the side hall of the palace and invites you all. A royal banquet. The officials exchanged uneasy glances. Why the sudden invitation? Something felt off. Could it be that the king intended to lure them all into the palace and have them killed? But then they reconsidered. If the king of Qin truly wanted them dead, he wouldn't need to summon them. He could simply dispatch the army. Wang Wan squinted at the crowd. Gentlemen, are you defying the king's command? This? Every official wiped the sweat from their brows. If they refused, it would be an act of insubordination. Instead, they would give the king a pretext. Now they had no choice but to follow Wang Wan to the banquet. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan also received an invitation. For this feast, he specially brought the flame concubine. When he arrived at the side hall with the flame concubine, the hall was already packed. Ying Yuan scanned the room. All were officials from Lu Buwei's faction. These officials sat restlessly. When they saw Ying Yuan, they shrank away, as if avoiding a demon. Wang Wan respectfully approached Ying Yuan. Wang Wan greets the Lord of Chang'an. Ying Yuan looked at this steady, stalwart, middle-aged man, the future first prime minister of Qin, capable and talented. My lord, His Majesty has reserved seats for you and the Dongjun. Please follow me, the banquet is about to begin. Ying Yuan glanced at the officials, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The show was about to start. Inside the side hall, Ying Zheng slowly made his way in. The officials hurriedly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Ying Zheng gazed warmly at the assembled officials. Please take your seats without delay. This banquet has been personally arranged by me for you all, said I beg you. Ying Zheng took his place at the head seat and surveyed the court officials. Over this period, Lord Chang'an's investigation into the Liang Hu case has set the entire court abuzz. The reason I have summoned you to this banquet is to discuss it with you. What are your thoughts on the Liang Hu case? At this, a minister stepped forward slowly. Your Majesty, I believe that Lord Chang'an's handling of this case, striking down Liang Hu without informing the officials, has been highly inappropriate. Even if Liang Hu were truly guilty, it does not fall to him to judge. That authority belongs to the laws of Qin and your Majesty. Watching from nearby, Ying Yuan's brows furrowed sharply. Zhang Dian, as a guest minister of Great Qin, can you not speak with any regard for truth? You claim I killed Liang Hu. Do you have evidence? You cannot even produce proof, yet you stand here spreading such baseless accusations. Zhang Dian immediately fired back, Your Majesty. Lord Chang'an has only taken charge of this case for a few days. How could he possibly uproot everyone? I suspect he is fabricating charges at will. This matter runs far and wide, involving numerous officials. How could he possibly uncover everything in mere days? Your Majesty, I fear there is grave injustice at play. Under Zhang Dian's lead, the officials began their counterattack, all echoing in agreement. Indeed, this is an open and shut frame-up. Your Majesty, you cannot shield him merely because he is your younger brother. A flash of murderous intent suddenly surged in Ying Zheng's eyes. What? Do you question my judgment in appointing officials, or do you believe I myself am flawed? Your Majesty, I would never harbor such thoughts. You are the king of Qin. How could we ever doubt you? All the officials immediately dropped to their knees. In their rush to implicate Ying Yuan, they had overlooked one crucial fact. Standing behind this matter was never merely Lord Chang'an. It was Ying Zheng, the king of Qin. Yan Fei gazed at Ying Yuan, who faced near universal condemnation, yet his eyes showed not an ounce of fear. Ha. Even now, Zhang Dian, you still cling to your stubbornness. Let me ask you, has any one of you carefully examined the evidence presented? Your Majesty has already investigated every detail, and everything matches perfectly. That is why I brought it forth. Yet now you seek to exonerate Liang Hu and his associates without even looking at the evidence. What? Are you afraid? Afraid that connections to Liang Hu will be exposed, and you will be implicated? Upon hearing these words, all the officials fell silent. Seeing this, Ying Zheng stepped in to ease the tension. Lord Chang and many here are close friends with Liang Hu, and their impulsiveness is understandable. They acted rashly out of concern. Do not press them too harshly. Zhang Dian's expression grew flustered. Since your Majesty has already investigated privately Liang Hu's crimes are undeniable. I merely fear that your Majesty, burdened with the affairs of state, might sometimes be deceived by villains. Ying Yuan sneered at Zhang Dian. Haha, we shall soon see who the true villain is. Bring forth a grand gift for Lord Zhang Dian. As he spoke, a eunuch dragged a bamboo slip before them. Lord Zhang Dian, this is a special appetizer I prepared for you. Do examine it carefully. Ying Yuan swirled the wine cup in his hand, the killing intent radiating from his gaze growing ever more intense. This old fool at his age still dares to challenge me head-on. I will deal with him first. This. What in the world is this thing? I don't understand. After reading it, Zhang Dian's face went pale, his voice trembling. Hehehe, you don't understand. You haven't reached the age of failing eyesight, have you? Since you cannot read it, I shall explain. 2 years ago, you toured a village near Xianying, set your sights on a young woman, and forcibly violated her. Afterward, to keep the matter secret, you had your men murder her entire family. What? Do you also believe I fabricated this tale? Zhang Dian, you appear as a refined and respectable man, yet you committed such beastly deeds. Ying Yuan's voice grew increasingly chilling. Zhang Dian immediately collapsed to his knees, wailing loudly, Your Majesty, this is slander. This is absolutely blatant slander. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. You know yourself whether you committed such filthy deeds. The evidence is laid right before you. If you have any honor as a man, confess openly. Zhang Dian shook his head incessantly. No. This is merely one-sided accusation. I did not do it. I absolutely did not do it. Ying Yuan regarded Zhang Dian with an amused expression. Confess now, and you will be stripped of your rank and exiled. But your life will be spared. If you refuse to admit it, how about we make a wager? A wager on what? A wager on something belonging to your person. Ying Yuan gazed at Zhang Dian with overwhelming confidence, certain of victory. If I can prove this deed was yours, I may take anything I wish from your body. If I cannot prove it was you, I will leave Xianying and never return. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Dian's forehead as his mind raced frantically. That matter had been conducted with extreme discretion back then. All evidence had been thoroughly destroyed. Ying Yuan had only held power for a few days. Investigating Liang Hu alone had already pushed him to his limit. He simply had no time to investigate him. So this young upstart must have heard rumors and was bluffing him. Did he really think this would make him back down? What a ridiculous dream. I must not fall for this. At this thought, a spark of resolve hardened in Zhang Dian's eyes. Very well, let us wager. I trust Lord Chang'an will honor his word. Yan Fei watched Ying Yuan and gently tugged his sleeve, her concern evident. She had heard whispers of these court officials' affairs from the Yinyang school, but Ying Yuan had only recently become involved in court politics. Even with his new position as deputy commander of Luo Wang, investigating an official's past would require considerable time. Ying Yuan certainly possessed talent, but he remained young at heart. Compared to these veteran bureaucrats who had navigated the treacherous currents of officialdom for decades, one misstep could see him trapped in their schemes. Ying Yuan gently patted Yan Fei's hand. Rest assured, nothing will come of this. I came fully prepared today. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Dian. Lord Zhang, as the saying goes, a gentleman's word is as good as iron. Once spoken, even a team of horses cannot overtake it. You cannot go back on your word later. Inside the side hall, Zhang Dian snorted coldly. Lord Chang'an, I will certainly not go back on my word. If you have any evidence, bring it out. Ying Yuan clapped his hands. Soon Lu Jianxing, Shun Lian, and Jin Yichuan entered escorting a middle-aged man in tattered clothes. Lord Zhang, you should recognize him, shouldn't you? This man is named Niu Meng. Isn't he the retainer you sent to slaughter an entire household back then? He was captured by the local authorities for stealing a bit of money because he was starving during his vagrancy. Nonsense. I have never employed any assassins and I do not know him at all. Niu Meng immediately glared at him with sheer malice. Zhang Dian, curse you. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. My wretched state today is entirely thanks to you. All these years I cleaned up your filthy messes, yet you secretly defiled my wife. In the end, to destroy the evidence, you even sent men to assassinate me, leaving me to wander to this day with a home I dare not return to. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Dian's forehead. You are full of lies. I do not know you at all. Ying Yuan leaned close to Niu Meng and said in a frigid tone, if you expose Zhang Dian today and produce the evidence, I can guarantee that you will live. Niu Meng glared venomously at Zhang Dian. I have evidence. During the years I served as his retainer, he personally wrote letters to me on several occasions, ordering me to threaten others or silence them forever. I kept every single one of those letters. They bear not only his own handwriting, but also his personal seal. With that, Niu Meng pulled a bamboo scroll from his pocket. This is one of them. The rest have all been hidden away by me. At those words, Lu Jianxing and the others each pulled a bamboo scroll from their own pockets. Our lord already knew where you hid them. We have dug them all up. Once all these bamboo scrolls were spread open, Zhang Dian collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent and soul-shattered. Upon seeing the seals, the other officials fell silent and lowered their heads. Ying Yuan said with a mocking sneer, Lord Zhang, are you still going to claim that this handwriting and these seals are all forgeries? Zhang Dian immediately scrambled on all fours to Ying Zheng, kowtowing repeatedly. Your Majesty, I was momentarily possessed by greed and folly. Spare my life. Your Majesty. Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Dian with disgust, remaining silent. Lord Zhang, you have lost this wager. I must now take something from you. With a playful grin, Ying Yuan gestured to a nearby guard, signaling him to draw his sword. According to our wager, isn't Lord Zhang supposed to lend me something? Lord Chang'an, there is no past enmity between us. I beg of you, I have an 80-year-old mother above and a wife and children below. Ying Yuan smiled. I know. How could I not? Today I only need to borrow one thing from you. What do you want to borrow? Ying Yuan took the sword from the guard with a beaming smile. To borrow your head. With those words, Ying Yuan swung the blade with lightning speed. A flash of cold light gleamed, and a head flew high into the air, spinning 2.5 times before landing heavily on the ground. Blood spraying from Zhang Dian's severed neck instantly drenched Ying Yuan's robes. The gathered officials shrieked in terror. Murder! 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 Ying Yuan, how dare you? How dare you commit murder right in front of His Majesty? Ying Yuan wiped the blood from his face, a sinister grin curling on his lips. Bring them all in. Subsequently, a troop of eunuchs carried in chest after chest of bamboo scrolls. Ying Yuan pointed at the crowd and said, take a good look. Your deeds are all recorded on these. The officials exchanged nervous glances and could only brace themselves to step forward. Since Ying Yuan was determined to fight them to the bitter end, what choice did they have? If they did not comply, Zhang Dian's fate would be their warning. Once they read the records on the bamboo scrolls, everyone was struck as if by lightning, their knees buckling as they fell to the ground. Your Majesty, spare our lives. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, we would never dare do it again. Your Majesty, even if we have no merit, we have labored hard for Great Qin all these years. Ying Zheng sighed with a trace of sorrow. Gentlemen, my heart aches deeply upon seeing these records. I never expected that you would commit so many transgressions behind my back. Were it not for your years of service to Great Qin, I would have ordered your household seized and ransacked immediately. Every official's heart clenched instantly. They knew only too well what they had done, and the crimes documented on those bamboo scrolls were more than enough to cost them their lives. Furthermore, Zhang Dian's fate proved that Ying Yuan held concrete evidence in his hands. There was absolutely no possibility of false accusation. Even Yan Fei, who sat quietly to the side, stared at Ying Yuan in sheer astonishment. As the Dongjun of the Yinyang school, she could naturally see that Ying Zheng and Ying Yuan were playing good cop and bad cop in perfect harmony. What shocked her most was where Ying Yuan had managed to obtain the criminal records of so many ministers. To possess such incriminating evidence, he must command a formidable intelligence organization. Currently, the only intelligence agencies in the imperial court were the Shadow Guards and the Luo Net. However, the Shadow Guards had been established too recently to have gathered such extensive criminal records on so many ministers. If it were the Luo Net, it might indeed be possible, as Lu Buwei had controlled the court for so long and surely possessed a wealth of information on the officials. Yet not long ago, the Luo Net had launched an assassination attempt against him, making their relationship completely irreconcilable. Could it be that Ying Yuan secretly commanded another hidden force? If so, that would be terrifying. This man was shrouded in endless secrets. Ying Yuan, you truly grow more and more intriguing. Unconsciously, a trace of admiration crept into Yan Fei's gaze as she looked at Ying Yuan. Wiping his sword, Ying Yuan murmured, "Do you truly believe I have spent all these years merely idling in indulgence? Every single one of you here has had your secrets laid completely bare. Before us you have no privacy to speak of. It is only because His Majesty remembers past ties that he has not rushed to let me take action." Ying Zheng looked at the crowd. Knowing the time was ripe, he prepared to bring the matter to a close. "Cough. Arise all of you. Do not be so agitated. The reason I summoned you here today is that in memory of our bond as sovereign and subject, I wish to grant you all an opportunity. After all, I do not wish for things to become so unsightly." Inside the side hall, Ying Zheng, the chest filled with bamboo slips, and the eunuchs beside him immediately offered torches with understanding courtesy. The ruler merely asked you, "Do you acknowledge all that on these bamboo slips?" All the ministers bowed their heads silent. "If you say nothing at your consent." Then he hurled the torch onto the wooden box, and the bamboo slips instantly caught fire. "I may pretend I saw nothing of today's matter. Whatever you have done, I will not pursue it. If you wish to keep your offices, make restitution for the fines, and I shall appoint an official to follow you at all times. If the fines are not fully paid, surrender all your property, fields, and powers. Return to your homelands. Within 1 week, I grant you only 7 days. Choose. If you do not choose either of these options, the corpses on the ground will be the fate of you all. Do you understand?" Ying Zheng wore a domineering expression, his tone brimming with lethal intent, and the room's temperature seemed to drop to sub-zero. All the officials remained speechless. They could not possibly admit to what was on the bamboo slips. "Eat your fill," Ying Zheng declared, glancing at Ying Yuan and Dong Jun. "You two go wash up, you've got blood on you." "Understood." Then the three of them left the side hall together. All who watched Ying Zheng's departing figure felt their hearts turn to ash. They watched Ying Zheng's imposed fines and sank to the ground in despair. If they paid the fines, they would have to sell their ancestral wealth to barely meet the sums. Even remaining in Xianyang to hold office the days ahead would be hard. If they don't pay, they would utterly become commoners, losing any chance to turn the tables. In the end, the choice rests entirely with them. Having just left the side hall, Ying Zheng's lips curled into a smile. "Come, Wang Wan, take a stroll in the rear garden." "Yes." Along the way, Ying Zheng enjoyed the scenery and suddenly asked, "Wang Wan, what do you think of my younger brother's stratagem today?" Wang Wan, following behind, cupped his hands. "My lord, from what I can see, there are few talents in Qin who can rival him at present. The Chang'an Lord's plan to dissolve power with a cup of wine is sheer brilliance. This stratagem blends firmness and softness. It neither drives these men into a dead end, nor makes the ministers think the sovereign has always been indulgent, yet it leaves a sliver of life to prevent rebellion. Thus, the greatest benefit is that the court can undergo a rapid turnover without triggering upheaval." Ying Zheng listened with pride as Wang Wan praised him. "Huh. Then tell me, who is stronger, my younger brother or Li Si?" Wang Wan paused, then quickly played the role of a genial flatterer. "Chang'an Lord and Li Si are both great talents of the age. I am not as good as you, Wang Wan." Ying Zheng turned his head to study Wang Wan. "My younger brother speaks highly of you in private, believes you are also a great talent of the era, and that you are a humble man. Today, it seems his words were not wrong. From tomorrow onward you shall serve as usher." Wang Wan's joy blossomed. "Your servant, thanks your majesty." Late at night, all that happened in the side hall reached Lu Buwei's ears. Coincidentally, Li Si was off duty today, and was at Lu Buwei's residence accompanying him in a game of chess. This time Zheng and Ying Yuan's cooperation is really superb. What a cup of wine to release power indeed. If it were me, I might not have thought of such a stratagem. Perhaps I would keep using their affairs to control them to do my bidding, but in the end it would be hard to maintain forever. Ying Yuan's plan is brilliant. It helps Zheng consolidate power with the minimal cost and fastest speed. Li Si, sitting opposite Lu Buwei, wore a puzzled look. "Grand Chancellor, I truly do not understand. Isn't this cutting off your own wings? These people are all under your command now. They're all taken in one stroke. What kind of tactic is this?" Lu Buwei lowered his head, staring into his teacup, somewhat absent-minded. "Alas, it's all my fault. After all these years I have treated my son so poorly that he has come to this state." Li Si frowned. "What is going on? Weren't we talking about tonight's dinner? How did this suddenly lead to his son? Lu Buwei wasn't like this before, that ruthless, decisive man. Where did he go?" Moreover, Li Si knows Lu Buwei has 3 children. The eldest son goes into business, the second becomes an official, the youngest is still a child. But merely because they are Lu Buwei's sons, not only Qin but the 6 states' high officials would show him face. For their father is the Marquis of Wenxin in Great Qin. But merely because they are Lu Buwei's sons, not only Qin but the 6 states' high officials would show him face. For their father is the Marquis of Wenxin in Great Qin. As long as Li Si remains in Xianyang, he will spare no effort to help Gongzi. Lu Buwei looked at Li Si, his eyes suddenly firm. Yes. There is still a chance to make amends. Yes. Li Si scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Grand Chancellor. Li Si, I must entrust you with something. Proceed, Grand Chancellor. I want you henceforth to devote yourself wholeheartedly to assisting the great king. If one day I am no more with you, and Ying Yuan by his side, he will surely sweep the 6 states. Li Si frowned, itching to say, Grand Chancellor, you move too fast, don't you? One moment it's my son, next you want me to assist the King of Qin. Oh, what is this? You currently have no roots in the center, hold the post of Minister of Justice, and do well, especially learn more from Ying Yuan. This boy has great talent. He knows when to advance and retreat. Follow him, you can learn a lot. I'll tell him later, and have you follow him take good care of you. Li Si was stunned. What is this for? Let me be a lackey for Ying Yuan. Actually, Li Si harbored some jealousy of Ying Yuan. Because of him, the great king's attention was all on his brother, leaving Li Si unseen and unrecognized. The limelight all fell to Ying Yuan. Li Si had no opportunity to shine at all. Grand Chancellor, isn't Ying Yuan your nemesis? Is it appropriate for me to follow him? Lu Buwei looked at Li Si with some displeasure. On this court, there are no permanent enemies, only lasting interests. Now my aim has shifted. I shall cooperate with Ying Yuan for mutual benefit. Look at him, brilliant despite his youth. Sometimes I wish this boy were my son or son-in-law. Li Si watched Lu Buwei praising Ying Yuan, his inner feelings churning with jealousy. Ying Yuan, Ying Yuan, Ying Yuan. It's always Ying Yuan. In what way am I inferior to Ying Yuan? Ying Yuan, just you wait. My future position will surely surpass yours. Next morning woke early, and went to find Li Si. He still had to handle the matter with Li Si regarding Liang Hu and his retinue. Yan Fei meanwhile quietly slipped out royal palace, heading alone toward the Yin Yang Jia headquarters. In Luoxing Hall, Dong Wangtai stood there, clearly having waited for Yan Fei for a long time. As the chief of the Yin Yang Jia, he believed nothing could escape his grasp, whether in the Jianghu strife or in the 6 kingdoms' choices and investments he fancied, he wielded absolute control. But ever since arriving in Xianyang, he realized his grave misjudgment. During this time, Yan Fei was betrothed. Yushun was about to leave the Yin Yang Jia, and with the recent upheavals at court, he could no longer stay still. So he took a great risk to summon Yan Fei to come. Dong Wangtai, seeing Yan Fei, could not help but ask, what is your purpose in wanting Yushun to marry Ying Yuan by your side? Or have you uncovered some secret? According to his understanding of Yan Fei, if Ying Yuan were not special, she would not have been so subservient to him and would not have delayed meeting him. Yet unexpectedly, Yan Fei shook her head. Ying Yuan is merely an ordinary scion of a noble family, only that he differs from others in some respects. Thinking of this, Yan Fei's cheeks grew slightly warm. In these past nights, Ying Yuan had restrained himself a great deal, lifting her to the heights more than once. Before she had met Ying Yuan, Yan Fei had believed the betrothal was merely Qin's ploy to use the Yin Yang Jia. To outsiders, such a marriage alliance might be the least prudent, after all too conspicuous, too overt in its intent. But this young Qin king, from the moment she met him, found his heart as deep as the sea, drawing many talents, even the sword Saint Guy, and yet to pledge their allegiance. Such a person never reveals his aims easily. Once his purpose is seen, you have a weakness. And Ying Zheng's greatest weakness now is Ying Yuan. But now his greatest weakness lies in the very power that helps him contend with Lu Buwei. Thinking of Ying Yuan at the banquet, his tongue lashing of ministers, and his decisive ruthless might, Yan Fei found her heart slowly won that night. And she could feel that Ying Yuan truly wished to trust and accept her without ostracizing her for being the East Lord of the Yin Yang Jia. An ordinary person. Can an ordinary person meddle in the affairs of the Qin court to such a degree? At yesterday's banquet, do you truly think I can't see through anything? You are the East Lord of the Yin Yang Jia, and you even had Yushun become Ying Yuan's concubine. Do you not feel ashamed? Ha, shame. Was I not already shamed when I was forced to marry a Qin prince I scarcely knew? Dong Wangtai fell silent at a loss for words. To please Qin, the Yin Yang Jia did not hesitate to treat sect masters as commodities to be shipped out. Such things are hard to bear for anyone. Moreover, that person is the Yin Yang Jia's East Lord, a peerless master. Dong Wangtai indeed could not say much. The Yin Yang Jia, for the sake of the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges' secrets, had to compromise. Moreover, he could not say anything. If he truly tried to absolve himself, Yan Fei would erupt in an instant. She had already sacrificed herself for the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges' secrets. Now with Yushun, the moon god keeps declining, but if Dong Wangtai speaks a word for Yushun, that will be seen as biased toward Yushun. Yan Fei and Yushun were not on good terms to begin with. Now, as the leader, Dong Wangtai must not tilt toward either side. Yan Fei murmured, since I can give up my own happiness for the Yin Yang Jia and the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges, why can't Yushun? Dong Wangtai fell silent again. Now Ying Zheng has taken the throne. Lu Buwei seems to have lost his nerve, acting erratically and failing to mount a counterattack, letting Ying Zheng dismantle his power. Now if Lu Buwei does not counterattack, Ying Zheng is certain to win. Timely support would be worth far more than any gold. Time is of the essence to secure a good relationship with Ying Zheng, or else the Yin Yang Jia will truly miss this opportunity. The Azure Dragon's 7 lodges secret must be obtained. One might say that if Ying Zheng holds this card, the Yin Yang Jia's leverage would fall into his hands. Dong Wangtai looked at Yan Fei. Once a wife is sent away, she is like water spilled from a vessel. My lord, I quite dislike hearing that it wasn't that your choice. Dongwang Tai fell silent again, for he knew Yan Fei would not reveal what he sought. Seeing his silence, she knew Yu Shen would not slip away this time. Yan Fei's lips curled into a triumphant smile as she bowed to Dongwang Tai and departed from Luoxing Hall. When she returned to the palace, she happened to encounter Ying Yuan sparring with Gainia. On the square, he was sweating heavily as he practiced swordsmanship. Ying Yuan, with his back to Yan Fei and not turning, said, "You're back. Earlier Xiao Zhu brewed tea and fruit. Since you weren't here, I had them bring it out for you." Yan Fei offered a gentle smile. "Husband, how did you know I had arrived? Don't you remember? The sachet you wear was personally chosen by me. Ooh, I remember its scent well." Gainia looked at the two with a calm gaze and added, "Master, you truly dote on your wife. Wife is for pampering, isn't she?" Ying Yuan laid down the Horlin's sword and casually took the towel from Xiaolan's hand, drying the sweat from his face. "East Lord, in the future, if you wish to go meet Dongwang Tai, you need not sneak about. Just tell Shen Lian and Xiao Zhu." Yan Fei looked at Ying Yuan with a hint of surprise. She had merely stepped out for a short while, and he had found her. As the Yinyang Jia's top master, her whereabouts were usually hard for ordinary people to detect, yet he seemed to know her every move. I. Yan Fei lowered her head at a loss for a moment. Ying Yuan saw Yan Fei like a child who had erred and could not help but smile. "Haha, it's all right. Since you have married me, I will certainly trust you. During this period, the Yinyang Jia have been secretly contacting you. You've delayed long enough. It's time to go." Yan Fei suddenly lifted her head. Even Gai Nye paled at the news and began to turn away, but Ying Yuan pulled him back, signaling that all was well. "Aren't you afraid I might do something bad and reveal your affairs?" Ying Yuan shrugged indifferently. "Not afraid. Why not?" Ying Yuan looked at Yan Fei with a commanding gaze. "Do you want me to watch you at every turn? You will surely notice something amiss by my side. Why not reveal it openly? And I am confident I can handle any trouble." Yan Fei gazed at Ying Yuan, tears glinting in her eyes. "Do you really trust me that much?" Ying Yuan nodded solemnly. To Yan Fei, a battle-hardened veteran who has weathered many storms, all schemes in her eyes are mere child's play. Our sincerity is the real weapon. Gai Nye was moved as well by Ying Yuan's domineering declaration. Ying Yuan's fearless, forward-spirited resolve is truly worthy of admiration. Yan Fei immediately threw herself into Ying Yuan's arms, burying her head deeply in his chest. "From childhood to adulthood, I have always lived in a world of deceit, and the strong prey on the weak. Until I met you, my husband. The feeling of being trusted is so wonderful." Ying Yuan patted Yan Fei's head. "This is only the beginning. There is a long road ahead." At that moment, Shen Lian strode forward, breaking the warm moment. Although he did not wish to interrupt Ying Yuan, this matter could not be delayed. "Young master, several ministers are at the door. These people are all officials of the Chancellor's faction." Ying Yuan gave a wry smile. "Enough, this has become a big trouble. Master Gai Nye, today's sword practice ends here. Shen Lian, go fetch Li Si. Madam, you should go back and rest while we will talk again tonight." Soon many officials arrived at Ying Yuan's residence, one after another, most of whom belonged to the Lu Bui faction. Ying Yuan sat at the main seat, leisurely sipping tea, while all the ministers stood below, each wearing a pitiful look. Li Si stood to the side, silent. After a long while, Ying Yuan felt the gathering had grown enough and surveyed the crowd. "I know why you are here today. You are not here to glean information, are you? You came to me not out of stubbornness, but to make one last attempt. My stance is this: confess, and you shall be pardoned; resist, and you shall be punished strictly." He then looked at Li Si. Li Si instantly understood a proud look on his face as he stared at the others. "Gentlemen, the king in his mercy has left you a chance to live. You should treasure it. If you pay the fines, you can still serve the country. Of course, you can also take a gamble. Bet that the king holds no clear evidence of your crimes. The records on the burnt bamboo slips are there to frighten you. But if what happened before with Lord Zhang Dian truly occurs, don't blame us for not showing mercy." The officials did not dare to speak. They had come today to bargain with Ying Yuan, if not perhaps bribe for mercy. But Li Si directly shut down all their words. Now it seems they have not gleaned a single lead, so they must choose for themselves. Will they surrender or resist to the end? This is a life or death choice. Ying Yuan looked at the crowd, knowing their hesitation lingered because of one person. They still hope that at the last moment that person will come forward to shield them. "If you think you should seek the Chancellor's help, you may leave now. There, I have spoken. Who is for, who is against?" Ying Yuan looked at the crowd, still no response. Li Si, see these gentlemen out. It seems they still haven't understood. Li Si, though inwardly reluctant, could only comply with Ying Yuan's order. "Gentlemen, please." The ministers were all driven out. At this moment, all the ministers looked at one another. What should we do? Should we pay the fines and stay in office? Or pretend this never happened and gamble that the king has no solid evidence against you? But how many officials present would risk their lives? If they win the gamble, at most they keep their posts. If they lose, their families' lives will be ruined. How could they gamble? They cannot. At that moment, an official fixed his gaze on the gates of Ying Yuan's residence. "Hey, why didn't they kill this kid in the previous assassination? If he dies, where would all this come from?" All the officials fell silent. If they could kill Ying Yuan, they would have acted long ago, but he is Ying Zheng's brother. At this crucial moment, if he dies, all the officials would be wiped out. In the present court, who does not know that Ying Zheng dotes on this boy? Sai, why has the chancellor not appeared? If he could speak for us, the situation would turn in an instant. We are all those he raised. Lu Buwei spent so much effort, and now he says no. What is he thinking? Otherwise, why not go and find the chancellor? After all, the king has given us a few days. During these days, we will keep looking for him. Then some cowardly officials could not endure any longer. I can't endure this anymore. It's too torturous. I'm going back to prepare to see if I can pay the fines. If you give up like this, your ancestors' wealth and most of your life will be gone. You'll have nothing left. Hold on a few more days. When we find Lu Buwei, let him help us. He hides now and won't lift a finger for us. We also have Lu Buwei's crimes that have riven the court. If we die, then drag Lu Buwei down with us. He won't be able to save himself either. Yes, just so. Lu Buwei is unkind, then don't blame us for being unjust. Thus 6 days passed in this way. The officials kept going to the chancellor's residence to find Lu Buwei. In the end, several officials even burst into the chancellor's residence to search for Lu Buwei. But what no one expected was that Lu Buwei was not in the residence. The officials exploded in anger, frantically roaming Xiangyang City in search of Lu Buwei. Some officials even posted rewards. Whoever found Lu Buwei would receive a large sum of gold. They plumbed Xiangyang City to the bone, yet still could not locate him. And where Lu Buwei was located, no one could have imagined. He was inside Ying Yuan's residence. At that moment, Lu Buwei and Ying Yuan sat opposite each other playing a game of chess. "Hello, Lord Chang'an, I have hidden here so long, freeloading. Thank you for your hospitality." "Chancellor, there is no need for such words. We are all serving the Great Qin. You should stay here as well. And if any of those officials speak ill of you, do not pay them any mind. I will report to the king." On the morning of the 8th day, as Ying Yuan had anticipated, more than half of the people chose to hand over their rights, as the fine amounts were so exorbitant that they could not possibly raise the money in time. That day, Zhang Han led a large contingent of shadow guards straight into the residences of these officials to conduct their raids. Only a handful of officials managed to escape unscathed. The reason Ying Yuan chose to spare these officials was that without exception, they were all members of powerful clans. In the early stages, when Ying Zheng's foundation was still relatively weak, he had shown appropriate leniency toward these individuals, avoiding outright confrontation. The house searches continued for an entire day. Fortunately, Ying Zheng had mobilized all city guards that day and prohibited all civilians and officials from leaving, which prevented any larger disturbances. By evening, Ying Zheng gazed at the tallied wealth, nearly laughing with delight. Excellent, excellent, excellent. With these funds, I can ensure livelihood infrastructure while simultaneously expanding our military. You may not know, I originally planned to have Zhonghua, a Korean engineer, construct an irrigation canal. Once construction begins, it will be a massive undertaking. Without financial support, this would certainly be impossible. Ying Yuan cupped his hands and smiled. "I have heard of Zhonghua. He is a renowned hydraulic engineer from a distinguished family. Your Majesty need not worry about employing him. Once the Grand Canal is truly built, it will add fertile land to the state of Qin." At this point, Ying Zheng suddenly changed the subject. "There is something I do not quite understand. I feel uneasy without asking you about it. Your Majesty, please speak freely. Am I truly LV Buwei's son? Or how did you convince LV Buwei that I am his son?" Ying Yuan immediately wore a sly smile. "Your Majesty wishes to know the answer? Of course, LV Buwei is no fool. If he discovers you are deceiving him, it will cause trouble. I must know whether your method can actually fool him. In truth, the principle is quite simple. Let me demonstrate it for you, and you will understand. I would trouble you to obtain some human blood, some animal blood, and a bowl of water." Though puzzled, Ying Zheng followed Ying Yuan's instructions. Soon Zhang Han personally brought a small flask of deer blood, a small flask of human blood, and a bowl of water. Ying Yuan took alum and poured it into the water bowl. Then before the eyes of Ying Zheng and Zhang Han, he dropped a single drop of deer blood and a single drop of human blood into the bowl. A few seconds later, a miraculous scene unfolded. The deer blood and human blood actually merged together. How is this possible? The deer blood has actually merged with the human blood? Whether the human was unfaithful or the deer changed its heart, Zhang Han stared at everything happening in the bowl with an expression of utter disbelief. Ying Yuan observed the two stunned individuals and began to explain. "This substance is called alum. As long as it is sprinkled into water, the blood can merge." Hearing this explanation, Ying Zheng finally understood. "So that is how it works." Ying Yuan smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, rest assured. LV Buwei would never be able to discover this issue, no matter how hard he thinks. This was also accidentally discovered by me when I was refining pills." "Refining pills? Do you also have mastery in the art of alchemy?" Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan with great curiosity. "I understand it somewhat. Regardless, this time, Lord Buwei's faction has been severely weakened. Ying Yuan, you deserve the primary merit. Speak. What do you desire? I shall bestow all rewards upon you." At this moment, a figure of Dong Wang Tai suddenly appeared in Ying Yuan's mind. If he could also bring over the Grand Master of Fate and the Junior Master of Fate, he would almost become a commander without any subordinates. But who knew whether Dong Wang Tai would go mad if he were to bring over the Grand Master of Fate and the Junior Master of Fate as well? Your Majesty, do you truly intend to reward me? I fear this may cause you some difficulty. Ying Zheng patted his chest, looking at Ying Yuan with confidence. My dear brother, unless you ask for the moon and stars in the sky, which I cannot give you, you may choose whatever you desire within my state of Qin. Upon hearing this, Ying Yuan immediately spoke, Your Majesty. This subject also wishes to marry the Grand Master of Fate of the Yin Yang school. Ying Zheng's expression immediately grew displeased upon hearing these words. The Yin Yang school again. Why do you hold a grudge against Dongwang Tai? Are you going to keep targeting the same Yin Yang school forever? Their leadership consists of only a few people, and you have taken them all for Dongwang Tai. It is inevitable that he would harbor resentment. Within this Xianyang city, there are so many noble young ladies. Can you not find anyone suitable at all? Ying Yuan had no choice. In Qin's moon, there were only those few goddesses, and currently the only ones he could target in Xianyang were the Yin Yang school. To obtain rewards, one must exploit the Yin Yang school. Ying Zheng waved his hand. Never mind. If you truly desire them, I will send someone to discuss it with Dongwang Tai later. He scrutinized Ying Yuan from head to toe. In just 1 month, he was already looking to marry 3. This young man was racing against time itself. Youth is sinless and long life hormones. Ying Yuan, I say this for your own good. With these continuous activities, can your body endure it? Do not end up with your body collapsing at such a young age. Zhang Han also could not bear to watch, so he offered his advice. My lord, you have only recently come of age. There is still ample time. It would be wiser to take things gradually. For the sake of the nation. For the sake of Great Qin. Ying Yuan is willing to give his life until death. Zhang Han stared at Ying Yuan in complete confusion. What was going on? When advised to take care of his health, his response seemed to suggest he was hindering the prosperity of Qin. Ying Zheng rubbed his temples with a hint of distress. I understand you act for Qin's benefit, but you must exercise restraint. I have only you as my brother. Please do not die young. Hearing this, Zhang Han was completely bewildered. What was this nonsense? Were these two insane? Yet as the leader of the Shadow Guards and a trusted attendant of the King of Qin, he had to maintain composure and could not let his feelings show. Enough. Go back for now. After you wed the Moon Goddess, I shall help you marry the Grand Master of Fate. This subject takes his leave. Shortly after Ying Yuan departed, Ying Zheng's previously gentle gaze suddenly turned piercing. Have all the officials whose homes were raided already left Xianyang? Zhang Han immediately reported, Your Majesty, they have all left Xianyang City. The Shadow Guards are currently following behind the caravan. Master Gai Nye has also personally taken part in this operation. I am confident that this time those individuals will certainly not escape. Ying Zheng's expression was utterly cold. These people, since I inherited the throne, have repeatedly disobeyed me in both overt and covert ways. To oppose me, I would have endured it for the sake of Great Qin, but I never expected. These people have accepted bribes and perverted justice. Worse still, some have colluded with foreign ministers to traffic intelligence. Such matters cannot be tolerated. Zhang Han, you personally oversee this matter. Among these several hundred people, absolutely no living soul is to be allowed to escape. Yes. The following day, news of the brutal massacre of the officials who had surrendered their power finally spread. Although investigations by the Luowang and the Shadow Guard suggested that the deed was committed by nearby mountain bandits. Yet the ministers of the imperial court were no fools. How could there be so many bandits in the vicinity of Xianyang, let alone ones capable of slaughtering every single official in a single night? Instantly a wave of panic swept through the Great Qin court, as every official feared they might be the next to fall under the executioner's blade. Although those officials had voluntarily retired, the pool of talent at Ying Zheng's disposal was desperately shallow despite having peerless minds like Wang Wan and Li Si. With such a massive purge, nearly half of the Great Qin court was instantly left vacant. To cope with this crisis, Ying Yuan suggested to Ying Zheng that they seek the aid of a certain individual at the Huayang Palace. This person was none other than Lady Huayang of Great Qin. In the dark undercurrents of Qin's rise to power, though Lady Huayang bore no children, she was a master manipulator of the highest order. As the leader of the Chu consort clan, she had utilized her first strategic investment to elevate Ying Yuan, Ying Zheng's father, who was then a mere hostage prince, to the throne. However, Ying Zheng's relationship with his Grand Dowager was far from amicable. Because Lady Huayang had desired to install Ying Yuan as the next king of Qin, the two sides had engaged in a fierce struggle during Ying Zheng's youth. Ultimately, Lu Buwei's faction proved more cunning, securing the throne for Ying Zheng. Consequently, the Mi clan was suppressed, and Mi Qin, the lord of Yanshuan, was exiled. Strictly speaking, Ying Zheng and Grand Dowager Huayang were harboring deep-seated enmity. Yet for the sake of Qin's development, Ying Zheng had to set aside their grievances. Together they arrived at the Huayang Palace. At this moment, an imposing and majestic elderly woman sat upright upon the main seat. So Yuaner and Zhenger have come. What brings you to my quarters today? Ying Yuan immediately stepped closer, wearing a warm and gentle smile. Grand Dowager, I missed you dearly, of course, so I came to visit you. You have no idea. If not for the king, I would have likely lost my life on the spot a few days ago. Lady Huayang could not help but furrow her brows. Who would dare to be so bold as to assassinate you? You are the younger brother of the reigning king of Qin. Ying Zheng looked at Lady Huayang with a self-deprecating expression. Grand Dowager, this king of Qin is nothing but a mere figurehead possessing a title, but no real power. Don't you find it laughable? Someone sought to murder the brother of the reigning king of Qin, and they even carried out the assassination within the palace itself. Grand Dowager. Because we lack sufficient military forces, we were entirely unaware of the attempt on my brother's life until after the fact. Had he not been diligently practicing his swordsmanship lately, and built a solid foundation to hold them off until my men arrived, he would have surely perished. Lady Huayang cast a meaningful glance at Ying Zheng. What does your majesty mean by this? The imperial court is currently depleted of officials. The mess left behind by Lu Buwei's faction requires someone to take charge. Lady Huayang glanced at Ying Yuan, her voice tinged with a hint of worry as she said, with the court in such chaos, I fear the Mi clan alone is not enough to assist your majesty. Sensing that Lady Huayang still harbored some distrust toward Ying Zheng, Ying Yuan immediately stepped forward and said, Grand Dowager, you are mistaken. With your immense prestige in the court, what would those officials dare to say? Furthermore, the king has already ordered the exiled lord of Yanchuan to return to Xianyang, and he will arrive tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lady Huayang finally believed in Ying Zheng's sincerity. Your majesty, this is a matter of grave importance. How about we wait for Mi Chen's return tomorrow? I will convene a council to discuss this thoroughly before giving you an answer. Ying Zheng nodded, and the two of them bid farewell to Lady Huayang and departed. They walked slowly in front of the Huayang palace, during which Ying Zheng turned his head to look at Ying Yuan. Do you think the Grand Dowager will help us? We used to be bitter rivals after all. Ying Yuan smiled. Your majesty, what of being rivals? In this world there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. As the supreme leader of the Mi clan of Great Qin, even if the Grand Dowager does not think of herself, she must consider the future of the other members of her clan, right? The Mi clan has been suppressed by Lu Buwei's faction for so long. Once they enter the political arena, they will first fill the vacancies, and secondly, the remnants of Lu Buwei's faction will be targeted. When that time comes, those people will gradually fade away. Your majesty, rest assured. Hearing this, Ying Zheng expressed a slight concern, saying, But I still worry that the Mi clan will remain guarded against me once they take office. The rift between us is indeed deep. Ying Yuan waved his hand. Is that not simple? I have heard that Mi Hua, the daughter of Lord Chongping, Mi Qi, possesses peerless beauty. It is also high time your majesty took a wife. Ying Zheng burst into laughter. You rascal, shouldn't you be the one to marry her then? After all, both you and I belong to the Ying clan. Ying Yuan immediately waved his hands in excitement. That absolutely won't do. She is Fusu's birth mother. This is not something to be messed with. Your majesty, how could that be the same? You are the king of Qin, possessing the most noble status. Furthermore, the Mi clan carries far more weight than the Yingyang clan. Your marriage to her would also serve as a grand demonstration of our sincerity, would it not? Ying Zheng nodded. That is true. However, as for this Mi Hua, we must see her first. This is not a marriage to be entered into lightly. The next day, within the Huayang Palace, the high-ranking members of the Mi clan had all gathered. Mi Chen sat below, his face etched with the weariness of time. Sister, do you think we made a mistake in establishing Yiren as the heir back then? If we hadn't, how could Lu Buwei have wrought such havoc upon the Great Qin court? And how could our Mi clan have fallen into such decline? Lady Huayang shook her head calmly. No. Establishing Yiren as the heir was not a mistake. In fact, it was the greatest contribution the Mi clan ever made to the state of Qin. If Yiren had not been the heir back, then how would we have our current sovereign today? The lightning flashes in terrifying splendor. There is neither peace nor order. I fear this chaotic world is about to usher in a brand new era. Sitting below Mi Qi and Mi Dian were somewhat bewildered by her words. Lu Buwei was still in power, though his faction had been purged. Matters of all sizes still originated from the chancellor's office. Since the king had not yet assumed personal rule, how could anyone speak of reshaping the world? Grand Dowager Huayang's eyes shone like torches. No. The current king is by no means an ordinary man. Moreover, with Yuan assisting him, as brothers standing together to fight the tiger, just watch, supreme power will be reclaimed sooner or later. His initiative to recall Mi Chun and win over our Mi clan signifies that he has completely sounded the clarion call for a counteroffensive. Mi Chi Mi Dian Mi Chun. Remember this. No matter the time or place, only by remaining loyal to the king can our Mi clan stand tall and unshakable in Great Qin. As long as we assist him faithfully, Qin, this celestial steed, will forge an empire of eternal glory. Mi Qi also instantly understood the Grand Dowager's ultimate goal. She was wagering everything on Ying Zheng's future. Evening fell. Ying Yuan and Yin Fei were still fishing outside. Today she wore a pale blue long dress, and with her jade-clear beauty, she seemed like a who dwelt apart from mortals. They sat by the river, and Ying Yuan's bamboo basket already held a good haul of fish, while Yin Fei's basket contained only a few. Her expression carried a trace of anger. She had thought fishing would be simple, but after a single cast, she realized it was not. Moreover, Ying Yuan was there fishing by himself, and paying her no mind. At that moment, Ying Yuan glanced at the sky. The sky is getting late, my lady. Shall we eat here? Here. Yin Fei looked at him in surprise. Yes, right here. We'll have a rustic meal today. I'll personally cook you a fish. Little Lan and Little Zhu have prepared the setup. Come with me. Soon as the smoke curled upward, the air filled with a faint roasted scent mingled with spices. Ying Yuan, having traversed into this cuisine-starved era, would not deprive himself. So he privately had people gather a variety of spices. Yin Fei sniffed the air, watching Ying Yuan, who was intently roasting the fish. She hadn't expected the king of Qin's younger brother to be a cook, and from the aroma, she knew the fish would be delicious. Dinner time had arrived. She was hungry too. Soon a large steaming fish was brought to the table. At the table, Ying Yuan, with a mysterious smile, drew a delicate box from his bosom. This is our first outing. Consider it a keepsake. Yin Fei's eyes brightened a hint of anticipation. I picked this after a long time, and put some thought into it. Yin Fei, moved by his words, extended a jade hand, and took the box. She opened it, and spoke softly, "My lord, thank you for the gift." Ying Yuan smiled. "Open it, and see if it fits." Yin Fei looked toward him, a glow of anticipation in her eyes. She lowered her head, opened the box, and the contents were revealed, a dark blue crystal necklace. "How did you know I like blue?" Yin Fei paused, her lips parted, looking at Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan laughed softly. "When I was a child, my mother had someone read my fortune. She said my future wife would like blue. So you and I are destined to be together." Yin Fei's face flushed, and she lightly tapped Ying Yuan's chest. "Annoying, shifty, and young. You're not behaving properly. What does age matter? If you're grown, you're grown." Yin Fei understood his meaning at once, and with a playful twist leaned toward his thigh. "Out here you are the king of Qin's younger brother. How could you be so coarse?" Ying Yuan seized Yin Fei and pulled her into his embrace. "It's fine, no one's around, no one will see." The sun had already set. Night fell softly. "Madam, please inject a little spiritual qi into the necklace." Yin Fei complied instinctively, and the necklace slowly radiated with light. In an instant, a halo of starlight surrounded them, wrapping them in a celestial sea. Stars drifted by, utterly beautiful. At the center, Yin Fei and Ying Yuan moved like a pair of celestial lovers through the cosmic sea. So beautiful a scene, Yin Fei was instantly entranced. She instinctively stroked the necklace, only to discover words carved on the crystal. Yin Fei's jade lips moved as she read aloud, "May I be the star while you are the moon, shining together every night." The simple line left Yin Fei stunned in place. Her lips parted slightly, at a loss. Her heart now held nothing but stars, and the words Ying Yuan had carved. In that moment, the ice in Yin Fei's heart began to thaw. Unknowingly, she realized she had fallen completely for this youth. This moment stretched on for a time, until the insects' chorus around them faded. Yin Fei's face turned earnest as she said, "My lord, I truly thank you for the gift." Ying Yuan smiled and asked softly, "How is it? Do you like it?" Yin Fei's eyes studied his handsome face. "I like it very much, very much. It's the gift I like the most. This necklace is rarely seen on the market, my lord. Where did you obtain it?" Ying Yuan gave a mischievous smile. "Of course, it was taken from the officials' homes during a confiscation. The king told me to pick a few pieces, and I fixed my choice on this necklace. I felt at the time that this necklace would suit you perfectly, so I had the craftsman carve words on its back." Ying Yuan's care for Yin Fei stemmed from knowing in the original tale that she is not merely poised and virtuous. Most importantly, she treats love with rare purity. Once she loves someone, she remains loyal, and will give everything for the one she loves. Her loyalty to the Ying family and the Ji family's revival would all be set aside. In modern terms, she could be described as a bit love-struck. But a good-hearted girl who cherishes love is rare. If I do not treat her well, I would truly be wasting her. My lord, is this gift perhaps a little too precious? Don't worry, a heart's desire is priceless. As long as you love it, any price is worth it. Yin Fei's heart fluttered at his words. She opened her mouth, but did not know what to say, gazing at Ying Yuan's handsome face with a touch of daze. Somehow their lips met, and their feelings for each other instantly flared like a blaze of fire. 1 hour later, at the dining table, a breeze brushed past, mingling with the scent of fish. Yin Fei's clothes were disheveled, her face flushed, yet she drank in the grilled fish with joyous delight in her eyes. Perhaps it was weariness, or perhaps Ying Yuan's cooking truly surpassed all else. This grilled fish was the best she had ever tasted. After the feast, Yin Fei suddenly remembered something, and drew out a blue-green jade pendant. The pendant bore a carving of a great phoenix perched on a branch facing a towering mountain. This pendant is one I have worn since childhood. They say whoever wears it will always have good fortune. I hope my husband will continue to have good fortune in the days ahead. Ying Yuan took the pendant, warm and gently fragrant. He understood that Yin Fei had always guarded this pendant carefully. Now that she willingly offered it to him, it signified that their relationship had entered a remarkable new realm. Several days later, Ying Zheng had thoroughly purged most of the officials aligned with Lu Bui's faction. It was during one of his hunting trips that he encountered Mi Qi's daughter, and it was love at first sight. The two had already set a date for their wedding, and the marriage would take place shortly. Mi Qi was now the most distinguished talent among the Mi clan, and through his daughter's connection, he had successfully secured the position of Right Chancellor. Meanwhile, to appease the veteran ministers of the Qin court, Ying Zheng appointed Wei Zhuang, as left chancellor. In this way, both factions' powers would check and balance each other, ensuring neither could dominate alone. Just as everyone thought the matter had come to a close, Queen Dowager Huayang Mi-Chi and others gathered in secret. Queen Dowager Huayang sat in the seat of honor, gazing approvingly at the memorial in her hands. Excellent. Excellent. Now you three, Mi-Chi, Mi-Dian, Mi-Chun, each hold key positions of power. Mi-Chun smiled boastfully and replied, Sister, the other talented members of the Mi family have all been settled as well. This time we have firmly entrenched ourselves in the court, haven't we? Upon hearing this, Queen Dowager Huayang faintly shook her head. Who told you that we have firmly entrenched ourselves in the court? As long as Lu Buwei remains in office, he has the opportunity to make a comeback. You do not understand. This man Lu Buwei is terrifying. If we fail to crush him completely this time, we shall have wasted this opportunity for nothing. Mi-Chi couldn't help but furrow his brows. But your majesty has not sought to hold Lu Buwei accountable these past days. He has deliberately been showing restraint. Queen Dowager Huayang regarded the assembled with an air of calm detachment. Perhaps Lu Buwei has fully abandoned resistance, which has softened the king's heart somewhat. After all, this man rendered him considerable assistance during his youth. Without Lu Buwei's support, the king might not have been able to claim the throne to this day. But the king's reluctance to act does not mean we must refrain. A ruler's greatest taboo is sentimentality toward enemies, even those dearest to him. That is why ruling is lonely, the most painful endeavor of all. This time we shall aid the king in driving Lu Buwei out of the court once and for all. Upon hearing these words, Mi-Chen's lips curled into a wicked grin. It seems, sister, you have a new plan. Queen Dowager Huayang nodded and gestured toward the doorway. Li Si, come in. With a soft creak, the great door was gently pushed open, and Li Si slowly stepped into Yanshuan Palace. Your servant Li Si pays his respects to the Queen Dowager. Enough with the formalities. Tell them of your recent discoveries. Queen Dowager Huayang urged somewhat impatiently. Yes. Esteemed lords, I have formally assumed the position of Minister of Justice of Great Qin. A few days ago, while interrogating certain prisoners, I uncovered an extraordinary secret. This matter concerns Lao Ai. Mi-Chen could not help but sneer. Oh, our esteemed Minister of Justice, the case against Lao Ai is already closed. His attempt at rebellion is an established fact, and he is dead. Do you intend to resurrect him to accuse Lu Buwei? Li Si remained unfazed, speaking with utmost composure. Lao Ai is indeed dead, yet there is one matter I wonder if Lord Yanshuan has ever considered. And what might that be? How did this Lao Ai get selected from the common folk and admitted into the inner palace? And how did he evade the punishment of castration to become a fake eunuch? Lord Yanshuan was momentarily speechless. This? Queen Dowager Huayang raised an eyebrow. Li Si, are you suggesting that Lao Ai's admission to the palace was orchestrated by Lu Buwei? Indeed. I have ascertained that Lao Ai was personally chosen by Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei also bribed the palace eunuchs to spare Lao Ai from castration. However, he never anticipated that Lao Ai would one day be infected as Marquis of Chongqing and nearly overturned the very rule of Great Qin. Mi-Chi grasped Li Si's meaning and was suddenly enlightened. So that is how it was. Lu Buwei likely only intended to provide some amusement for Queen Dowager Zhao at the time. He probably never imagined things would escalate to this extent. Li Si nodded. Precisely. And I now possess clear evidence that Lu Buwei privately bribed the palace eunuchs to exempt Lao Ai from castration. At this, Mi-Dian, seated nearby, scrutinized Li Si from head to toe. I have heard that you were once a retainer under Lu Buwei's household. To turn against your former lord in such a manner. Li Si quickly defended himself. Your servant has long held divergent political views from Marquis Wenqin. Moreover, at that time, all foreign guests seeking refuge in Qin could only seek shelter at the Marquis' estate. Seeing Li Si still attempting to justify himself, Queen Dowager Huayang immediately cut him off. Enough. No more. As the supreme authority of the Mi clan of Great Qin, she could instantly perceive the fierce flame of ambition burning within Li Si. Such a person, though undoubtedly talented, would stop at nothing to climb the ranks and secure his own position. She wished to cooperate with him only to borrow his hand in delivering the final blow to Lu Buwei. Mi-Chun, over the next few days, spread the word among the residents of Xianyang that Lao Ai was personally chosen by Lu Buwei to enter the palace, and that he is the principal culprit behind the chaos that plagued the court. Once public opinion in the countryside reaches a crescendo, the court will have no choice but to confront it. At that moment, you shall jointly petition for a thorough investigation into this matter and Lu Buwei's involvement. Then, when the evidence Li Si has uncovered is revealed, no one will be able to protect Lu Buwei. When that time comes, only then can we safely assume control of the court. Sister's plan is most ingenious. I shall prepare at once. 2 days later. At this time, Ying Zheng and Ying Yuan were playing chess in the study. However, Ying Zheng appeared somewhat pale, occasionally lost in thought. Ying Yuan immediately noticed his lord's unusual demeanor. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Sigh. Have you not heard the rumors circulating throughout Xianyang these past days? Does your Majesty refer to the connection between Lu Buwei and Lao Ai? I have caught whispers of this matter as well. Ying Zheng sighed deeply. Alas. I had hoped that by refraining from moving against Lu Bue others would understand my intentions. I never expected them to take action anyway. It is truly a pity. Such a fine piece on the board yet, because another piece has entered the game, I am now forced to remove Lu Bue. Ying Yuan held a chess piece in his hand, and said slowly, the greatest beneficiary of this matter is the Mi clan and the other officials in court. Once Lu Bue is thoroughly crushed, he will never have the chance to rise again. Ying Yuan, is there any way to keep the Mi clan loyal to me, while still allowing Lu Bue to serve my purposes? Ying Zheng asked, tentatively, fully aware that one could not have both fish and bear's paw. Ying Yuan set down his chess piece and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, your servant has a strategy that can keep Lu Bue continuing to serve you. The next day, within the Lu residence, everyone lived in fear, especially the three sons of Lu Bue, who were terrified each passing day. Ever since their father's faction had been completely purged, whispers spread throughout Xianyang that Lao Ai had been sent into the palace by Lu Bue himself. This weighed heavily on the three brothers. Lao Ai was already branded a traitor, his name forever disgraced upon the pillar of shame. Now the streets were abuzz with rumors that Lu Bue had deliberately sent Lao Ai into the palace in an attempt to undermine the rule of Great Qin. Even if the king did not pursue this matter, how would they ever survive in Xianyang? The ministers who had once shown them deep respect now ignored them entirely. Worse still, their father had fallen gravely ill at this very moment, trapped in a continuous coma. Just then a physician hurried over. My lords, the chancellor has awakened and requests your presence. The three brothers swiftly followed the physician into the inner chamber. The air hung thick with the bitter scent of medicinal herbs, and Lu Bue lay pale upon his sickbed. Cough. I have already heard what transpired in Xianyang these past days. Do not labor under false assumptions. This is surely Grand Queen Dowager Huayang's doing. I know her well. When she finds an opening, she will tear us apart without mercy. There is only one person who can aid us now. Your eldest brother trades abroad, and the youngest is still too young. Lu Zhong, you must be the one to carry out this mission. Among the three Lu brothers, the second son Lu Zhong had served in official posts for years, and was indeed the most suitable to act on this mission. Father, whom do you wish me to seek out? I want you to find the Lord of Chang'an of the Great Qin. Lu Zhong stared at his father on the bed, disbelief etched across his face. Who? Father, you want me to seek out? Ying Yuan. Father, he is our bitter enemy. You want me to go to him? Could it be that you? Lu Zhong realized he had nearly spoken irreverently, and clamped his mouth shut at once. Lu Bue coughed weakly. I know you all believe I am at odds with Ying Yuan, but in truth I have already designated him as my successor to lead the Luo network. As for court affairs, I have lost the will to fight. I am old and my strength wanes. Should anything happen to me, should you find yourselves unable to decide, turn to him. Even if you trust no one else, you can trust him. The three brothers were utterly astonished to hear their father speak of Ying Yuan with such high regard. Father, I shall go find the Lord of Chang'an at once. As Lu Zhong prepared to leave with anxious urgency, the steward hurried in. My lord, the Lord of Chang'an requests an audience. No one in the Lu household had expected Ying Yuan to come seeking them out at such a moment. Let us go. Let us see him. Lu Zhong gestured for the others to follow. Soon he caught sight of a handsome youth sipping tea in the side hall. The group promptly bowed. We greet you, Lord of Chang'an. There is no need for such formality. I heard the chancellor was unwell, and knowing my deep respect for him, I came to pay my respects. Lu Zhong offered a particularly respectful bow to Ying Yuan. Since my father fell ill, you were the first to visit us. We are most grateful for your concern. Ying Yuan surveyed the vast estate with a sorrowful expression. Chancellor, there was a time when this entrance bustled with activity, with scholars from across the land queuing to seek refuge within these walls, all the way to the gates of Xianyang. I come today also because of the rumors spreading through Xianyang. Lu Zhong stepped forward eagerly. My lord, my father never intended for this to happen. You know how much he sacrificed for the founding of Qin. How could he destroy the very foundation he built? Ying Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such anxious explanations. Rest assured, I am not here to arrest you. The king remembers your family's past contributions to strengthening the Qin state. Yet there are matters the king himself cannot directly address. You understand, don't you? A flicker of hope appeared in Lu Zhong's eyes. Lord of Chang'an, are you here representing the king? Indeed. I must speak with the chancellor. Would now be convenient. Most certainly. Convenient. Lu Zhong immediately led the way with deep respect. Soon Ying Yuan beheld Lu Bue lying frail upon his sickbed. Ah, cough. The Lord of Chang'an has come. As Lu Bue attempted to rise, Ying Yuan gently pressed him back down. Chancellor, remain where you are. The Qin state still requires you. Upon hearing these words, clarity returned to Lu Bue's countenance. You mean the king? Ying Yuan nodded. Since purging your faction, the king has reflected on how you nurtured him in his youth. Deep within, he never intended to move against you. The king has only recently come of age and still needs your counsel, though others may seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. Lu Bue strained to sit up, gripping Ying Yuan's hands with icy fingers. Lord of Chang'an, do you have any solution for this dire situation? Ying Yuan regarded him solemnly. Indeed, there are two paths available. The first you and all your family must withdraw from Xianyang and return to your fief. With me in the court, Grandmother Dowager and her faction cannot touch you. Thereafter you may live as free men with never a want. Lu Zhong leaned forward urgently. And the second? Ying Yuan narrowed his eyes. The second is to give them what they desire. What they desire? And what do they want? Lu Zhong pressed on. Ying Yuan replied calmly. The Mi faction seeks permanent resolution. They want the Chancellor dead. What? You would have my father killed? The three brothers surged with anger and nearly drew their swords at once. Now stay calm. Let me finish. I said the Chancellor should die. I never said he should truly perish. A heavy silence fell upon them. The three Lu brothers turned to Lu Buwei, who sat with his head bowed in thought. Towards evening the three brothers finally saw Ying Yuan out together. In the dead of night Lu Buwei's chambers erupted in flames. The fire spread with terrifying speed across the entire estate, engulfing everything in an inferno. The Lu family fought desperately to contain the blaze until dawn, barely managing to extinguish it. When the fire died down, Lu Buwei's room had vanished entirely. The family found only charred remains among the rubble. Identification confirmed the body as Lu Buwei. The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire Qin court. All officials were utterly stunned. Most conjectured that the young king had moved against Lu Buwei, disguising it as nothing more than a fire. On the second day after Lu Buwei's residence was swallowed by flames, Lu Zhong appeared at court with reddened eyes. In his hands, he bore a sealed bamboo slip, approaching sobbing voice. Great king, this is what my father entrusted. Deliver to your majesty personally. Ying Zheng at that moment wore a melancholy look as he gazed at Lu Zhong below. Present it here. Ying Zheng opened the bamboo slip and read it carefully. As he read further, his mood grew heavier. Chomping Jun, you all should take a look. The inner attendant handed the bamboo slip to the others. They looked over all with complex expressions. Ying Yuan looked at the crowd and spoke slowly. Honored sirs, at first Xiangbong sent Lao Ai into the palace because he thought this man could perform some folk entertainments, but to our surprise, he proved so bold as to attempt to overthrow Qin. He knew that the king was grateful to Xiangbong for aiding him in his youth, and thus had said nothing, but he did not wish the king to bear such a stain. He resolved to lay down his life to put an end to this matter once and for all. After these words, all the ministers fell silent. Ying Zheng looked at the crowd below. Lu Zhong, do you have anything else to say? I wish to resign my post and take my brothers back to our homeland to mourn my father for 3 years. I beg your majesty's approval. Lu Zhong knelt and sobbed. I grant it. The three of you shall return tomorrow to your elder father's former fief. Oh, should you wish to return to the court in the future, write to me anytime. Take good care of your father's funeral. Your majesty, many thanks. After the meeting ended, Ying Zheng in high spirits walked back to his study with Ying Yuan and Zhang Han. Ha, Ying Yuan, you sly fellow, to think of such a swap the beams ploy. Now you can silence those mouths and keep Lu Buwei at your service. This is truly a twofold triumph. Ying Yuan smiled. Mainly because your majesty can act decisively. Without your decision, I would not have been able to seek Lu Buwei. Ying Zheng delighted in Ying Yuan's flattery. Ha. It seems today the Lu family will begin Lu Buwei's funeral arrangements. We should prepare to purge Lu Buwei's faction further. Many are not governing in Xianyang, but are stationed elsewhere in the provinces. Now that Lu Buwei is dead, these people will dare even less to show their faces. I worry that with time they might retaliate in the provinces, or in the worst case raise troops to revolt. Zhang Han, nodding in agreement, said, Indeed, as the saying goes, the heart is hard to read. These people may seem obedient outwardly, but behind the scenes they may scheme. Ying Zheng turned to Ying Yuan. Do you have a way to help me uncover these people, eh? Ying Yuan thought for a moment. There is a plan. Your majesty, this plan may help you. Ying Zheng immediately asked with delight, Speak quickly and tell me. When Lu Buwei's funeral is held, we shall lavishly honor him. Over the years, Lu Buwei has indeed contributed much to Qin. If we do not show it, outsiders will think us petty and narrow-minded. Ying Zheng remained silent for a moment. Although Lu Buwei refused to relinquish power, the truth was that with him Qin could continue along the right path. Without Lu Buwei, who could have restrained the Chu and balanced factions, he might have been completely shut out from the throne. Lu Buwei, from merchant to Qin's Xiangbong, inspired many. They came to Qin hoping to break the barriers of class. Thus his influence among the common people was immense. Lavishly bury Lu Buwei, and he could also fashion a favorable image for himself. Why not? What about after Lu Buwei's funeral is made glorious? Ying Yuan smiled faintly. Your majesty, have you ever fished before? Of course. Then when you fish, do you use bait? Of course I use bait. Without bait, how would the fish bite? I'm not Zhang Taigong, who would willingly take the bait. That's right. We shall imitate fishing. Lu Buwei is our bait. Ying Zheng suddenly saw the light. Your majesty, let Zhang Han shadow guards guard nearby, who as soon as someone comes to pay respects will record their name. By the way, this funeral can be conducted according to royal standards, making the ceremony longer so that Lu Buwei's faction, not in Xianyang, will be drawn back. Cast a long line. Fish for the big fish. This time we shall seize the opportunity to wipe them all out completely. Zhang Han looked at Ying Yuan, a chill rising in his heart. Fortunately, he was no match for Ying Yuan. Like a chili pepper dropped into a latrine, sharp and biting. On the surface, he was graceful and dashing, yet behind the scenes, he devours people without mercy. Zhang Han suddenly fell to doubt and asked, what if Lu Buwei's loyalists still refused to attend the funeral? What then? If they wish to endure, let them endure in silence. They won't even attend the funeral, and you still dare to claim to be Lu Buwei's loyalists. They will be instantly isolated by their own faction. In simple terms, if you stretch your neck out, it's one stroke. If you shrink it, it's another. Ying Zheng nodded in satisfaction. I will issue the order immediately to make his funeral grand and splendid. Zhang Han immediately organized the shadow guards to keep Lu Buwei's residence and the surrounding city gates under tight watch. Ying Yuan, you shall attend the funeral on my behalf. I will not go. Ying Yuan looked at Ying Zheng, understanding that his brother still harbors some resentment toward Lu Buwei. Achievements are achievements, but faults remain. Lu Buwei did indeed contribute to Qin, but he also restrained the Qin king's power. Not long after, a funeral epitaph spread from the palace. The state's great minister Marquis, when Qin has passed away, I express my deep sorrow. This is proclaimed to the world as a sign of mourning. In days past, Lu Buwei, a merchant by trade, aided the former king to ascend the throne, and in war he led Qin to siege and conquest. He could govern and secure to Qin. He compiled Lushir Chuanxiu, gathering the strengths of 100 schools, teaching the people, his life of merits and faults shall be judged by future generations. I shall honor his service with the rights of a feudal lord to exalt his deeds. I will mourn for 7 days to show my respect. From now on I shall uphold the late king's will and strive to govern with zeal. I also urge the people of Qin to take Lu Buwei's striving as a model, making Qin richer and stronger. With the publication of this epitaph, Lu Buwei's merits would be highlighted, and one could also praise oneself. Many commoners of Qin would sigh in admiration as well. If only they could enjoy such treatment after death, how wonderful that would be. If they could truly attain it, their ancestral graves would smoke with incense. From the humblest merchant to becoming a chancellor above 10,000 in the world, this feat alone is enough to stir the common people's blood. Within the residence of Lu Buwei, a solemn atmosphere prevailed, with white mourning cloths draped throughout the courtyard. The entire Lu household was enveloped in grief, and the spirit tablet of Lu Buwei was placed in a makeshift mourning hall. Offerings were arranged around the tablet, while incense smoke curled upward and candle flames flickered gently. Before the spirit tablet, Lu Buwei's 3 sons, clad in mourning robes, knelt on the ground with expressions of profound sorrow. They had to maintain this act to the very end in order to preserve their lives. As the mournful elegy sounded, the 3 brothers racked their minds for the most sorrowful memories of their lives. Their weeping was so heart-wrenching that one might truly believe their father had passed away. Yet despite their intense lamentation, no mourners were present at the scene. For Lu Buwei, once a powerful chancellor who dominated the court and cultivated countless talents, not a single person came to pay respects after his death. Sometime earlier, Ying Zheng had purged a large number of officials under Lu Buwei's command, though in his eulogy, he acknowledged Lu Buwei's achievements. Yet the king of Qin had not shown himself, and the remnants of Lu Buwei's faction dared not reveal themselves either. They lacked the courage despite their intentions. Moreover, this was only the first day of mourning. They could wait and see how things unfolded. This left the 3 brothers in an awkward position. Without an audience, who were they performing for? Could they simply entertain themselves? At that moment, Lu Buwei's 3rd son Lu Yuan rubbed his numb legs. Second brother, there's no one here. Who are we kneeling for? My legs hurt so much. Lu Zhong comforted him. Third brother, be patient. If you kneel for another half hour, your legs won't hurt anymore. All right then. Second brother, our father always promoted those people, yet today not a single one has come to pay respects. Those people once said they would take care of father in his old age, but now they only speak sweet words. They vanished. Just then the steward's sonorous voice rang out at the gate. Lord of Chang'an has come to pay respects. Soon Ying Yuan's figure appeared before them. Lu Zhong felt an indescribable complexity upon seeing Ying Yuan. He never expected that the first visitor would be Ying Yuan, who had once been locked in fierce rivalry with their father. Their relationship had only improved recently. Yet compared to the other ministers, this period of familiarity was exceedingly brief. Still, he was the only one who came, truly reflecting the fickleness of the world. When their father held high office, everyone scrambled to gain entry into the Lu residence. Truly, times had changed. Perhaps leaving the court now was the best choice for them, allowing them to retreat with dignity intact. Lord of Chang'an, I thank you for coming to pay respects to my father. Those officials who once fawned over him with sycophantic zeal have not a single one come to mourn. No wonder the king holds you in such high regard. You are truly virtuous and capable. Lu Zhong continued to heap praise upon Ying Yuan, his flattery transparent. The implication was clear: their lives were completely in Ying Yuan's hands. They were now lambs to the slaughter, having lost most of their power. If Ying Yuan chose to act, they could not even resist. So Lu Zhong had to cling to Ying Yuan's protection as tightly as possible. Meanwhile, outside Xianying, officials from many regions had arrived. Those unable to come sent their sons or deputies in their stead. But they did not rush to pay respects. Instead, they gathered in an inn to deliberate. One official broke the silence. "Gentlemen, the Prime Minister was our benefactor. Without him we would not be where we are today. Minister Wang, haven't you inquired? The king still hasn't gone to pay respects. If we go, what would that mean? Should we just stand by and watch the Prime Minister lie unmourned? Let's wait a little longer, there's still time. Perhaps others will pay respects in the coming days." As the officials exchanged worried glances among themselves. They had been elevated from commoners by Lu Buwei and served in local posts, yet they remained utterly loyal to him. Now that he had passed, they dared not even mourn. How humiliating. Suddenly, an official burst in. Someone has gone to pay respects to the Prime Minister." Who has gone to pay respects?" "It's the Lord of Chang'an, Ying Yuan." "What? Him?" The officials were stunned. Though they did not hold office in Xianying, they knew of Ying Yuan, the Lord of Chang'an. He was the king's younger brother, a member of the royal faction. Everyone in Xianying knew that Lu Buwei and Ying Zheng were irreconcilable foes. King Ying Zheng wanted to reclaim power, while Lu Buwei sought to retain it. Now even his archrival had come to mourn, while they who called themselves Lu Buwei's loyal followers hid in fear. "Ying Yuan, this visit is nothing but a victorious display. He's kicking a man when he's down. Let's wait and see how the king reacts to this." The officials exchanged glances. It was only the first day of mourning, there were still 6 days left. No hurry. Soon news of Ying Yuan's visit reached the palace. Ying Zheng showed no reaction, neither displeasure nor approval. Silence often implies tacit consent. All members of Lu Buwei's faction assumed the king had implicitly permitted them to mourn. Yet still no one went to the Lu residence. After all, many officials harbored grievances against Lu Buwei's past actions. When Ying Yuan used incriminating evidence to threaten them, Lu Buwei had closed his doors. When those officials met their demise, Lu Buwei still kept his gates shut. Following Lu Buwei, they could not even preserve their lives. But what puzzled them was this: if Lu Buwei had no time to care for them, he must have foreseen his own downfall. Yet a question arose. Even a clay idol has a temper, and Lu Buwei was an extremely ambitious man. Knowing he was at the end of his rope, why didn't he fight against the king of Qin? If they had clashed openly, Lu Buwei might have had an even chance against Ying Zheng, and the outcome would have been uncertain. What if he had won? If he had triumphed, he would not only have saved his life, but also amassed power to a terrifying degree. This complete lack of resistance was utterly out of character for Lu Buwei. Thus many suspected that Lu Buwei might have had some unspoken difficulty. 3 days later, officials began arriving in Xianying City, one after another, all coming specifically to mourn Lu Buwei. Some, fearful of being discovered, chose to sneak into Lu Buwei's mansion late at night to pay their respects. However, every one of their movements was secretly recorded by Zhang Han and the Shadow Guards. By the 7th day, Lu Buwei's memorial had officially concluded, with numerous regional officials having come to offer their condolences. Ying Yuan carried the list into the royal palace. "Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards have compiled the roster." Ying Zheng, immediately unable to contain his impatience, opened the bamboo scroll. There are several people on this list. Don't I recall them being under your command?" Ying Yuan explained with a calm expression. "Oh, leave these few untouched. They are actors I hired." "What? Actors? What are those?" "Well, Your Majesty, you might understand them as guides for others, like bellwethers. Sometimes others need someone to lead the way." Ying Zheng suddenly understood. "That's you. You're truly cunning, you little rascal." Since Lu Buwei had far too many regional officials under his command, Ying Zheng dared not eliminate them all at once. If he purged them entirely, the machinery of the Qin state would grind to an immediate halt. So Ying Zheng chose to proceed gradually, for they already had the list in hand. And just as the Qin court was gradually replacing its officials, several figures arrived at the royal palace. Among them was Ying Zheng's own uncle, who served as Sima Shuzhong. The primary responsibility of the Sima Shuzhong was to manage clan affairs representing the interests of the Ying lineage. For this elder statesman, Ying Zheng indeed felt it necessary to receive him. The moment Ying Shi set eyes on Ying Zheng, he immediately bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, when the Great Qin was founded, it was essential to carefully select our ministers to prevent turmoil within the court." Ying Zheng looked slightly bewildered at the group. Lu Buwei and Lao Ai held unchecked power and plotted to overthrow the Great Qin. "It was because the royal clan failed to assist your Majesty. Now that Lu Buwei is dead, his faction remains. Those who are not of the Ying royal clan are all outsiders. Your humble servant begs your Majesty to expel all foreign guests and give precedence to members of the royal clan." Ying Zheng waved his hand. Now let us not be so extreme." At that moment, another relative stepped forward with heartfelt urgency. "Your Majesty, when the threat of Lao Ai and the peril posed by Lu Buwei loomed, who helped you overcome those trials? Was it not your own brother, Lord Chang'an, Ying Yuan? He bears the Ying surname. Naturally, he would assist you. This is the Qin of the Ying clan. Do you truly believe the royal clan would harm the state of Qin?" Hearing these words, Ying Zheng's heart trembled. Indeed, both Lu Buwei and Lao Ai had been outsiders. Those who are not of our kin will never share our heart. Had not Lao Ai coveted the throne of the king of Qin, And had not Lu Buwei constantly suppressed him with terrifying pressure, possessing a power that neither the royal clan nor the Mi clan combined could ever rival? This matter truly could not be ignored. Should we not discuss this with Ying Yuan first? Ying Shi immediately reminded him. Your Majesty, Ying Yuan's wedding is upon us. Have you forgotten that he is about to wed the moon goddess of the Yinyang school? True. I had completely forgotten about this matter. Ying Zheng paced back and forth in his study, weighing whether to heed the royal clan's advice and expel officials from the 6 states. A large portion of the officials in court hailed from the other 6 states. When Lu Buwei's power reached its zenith, nearly all of them served as his sycophants. This time the purge targeted roughly 8% of officials who were not from Qin. This land belongs to the Ying clan, not to foreign officials from the 6 states. Moreover, with Ying Yuan by his side to assist him, he was far better off than dealing with those useless good-for-nothings. Besides, could not the vast state of Qin itself fill the vacant positions in court? With these thoughts in mind, Ying Zheng's expression grew solemn. Indeed, you speak wisely. Since that is the case, expel all foreign guests. When court convened the following morning, Ying Yuan had barely entered the hall when Ying Zheng eagerly announced this decree. Expel all foreign guests. This royal decree left Ying Yuan utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Brother, you weren't even by my side, and you're already making reckless moves. Wouldn't this amount to disarming ourselves? Even with your incredible abilities, you shouldn't be playing like this. It was not only Ying Yuan who was shocked, Li Si and Zheng Guo were equally stunned. They clamored to object. But the royal clan refused to let the matter drop, insisting that the majority of officials from the 6 states had served under Lu Buwei. Li Si bore the harshest criticism of all, for Lu Buwei had greatly admired him and invested heavily in his cultivation. Yet Li Si had no way to explain himself. What choice did he have? He truly had no choice. Having arrived in Qin as a newcomer, the only path to advancement lay within Lu Buwei's estate. He had no alternative but to submit to Lu Buwei. If Ying Yuan had held the power, Li Si would have submitted to him just the same. Throughout the proceedings, Ying Yuan repeatedly attempted to defend the foreign officials, but each time Ying Zheng's piercing glare pushed him back. This left the foreign guests in an extremely vulnerable position. Li Si, enduring the royal clan's scathing insults, felt his heart grow completely cold. He had already been disregarded in Chu and had no choice but to come to Qin. He had planned to remove Lu Buwei and then gradually build his own rise to the highest ranks. And now he found himself in such a dire predicament as well. His former protector had now become his poison. Who could he complain to? Just as he was leaving the palace hall in despair, Ying Yuan intercepted him alongside Wei Liao. Lord Cheng and Marshal Wei, why are you here? Ying Yuan sighed. Sigh. Naturally, I wish to do everything possible to stop you. I have already sent my men to intercept Zheng Guo and the others. My resources are insufficient. You must help me stop the foreigners from leaving. Li Si let out a bitter sigh. Lord Cheng, and to be honest, I truly do not know where I would go after leaving Qin. I can no longer return to Chu. Then do not go back. Help me stop other foreigners from leaving Qin. Wei Liao looked at Li Si with a grave expression. I am originally from Wei. I was neglected in Wei, but in Qin I was promoted to national marshal. I was just beginning to display my talents when this crisis arose. Li Si offered Wei Liao a bitter smile. Marshal, you are far better off than I. With the 6 states in turmoil, there are opportunities everywhere. Your Majesty has already issued the decree. Do you think Lord Chang'an can possibly reverse it? The entire royal clan stands united. If you oppose them now, you are defying the whole clan. Those are all your elders. Ying Yuan sneered. With their current strength, the royal clan is utterly incapable of managing Qin's massive apparatus. Take Zheng Guo, for instance. Can the entire clan produce even one person skilled in hydraulic engineering? The Great Canal has already been under construction. Replacing him now would be akin to changing generals in the middle of a battle. Rest assured, I will urge your Majesty to withdraw this decree. Just then Li Si suddenly asked, Lord Chang'an, why did the Chancellor's attitude change dramatically after meeting with you that night? I must know what you spoke of. Ying Yuan stroked the Huolin sword at his waist. Li Si, you should know that curiosity killed the cat. As expected. This matter is indeed connected to you. Li Si looked at Ying Yuan with a hint of triumph. Warfare allows for all manner of stratagems, Lord Chang'an. A trace of killing intent flashed in Ying Yuan's eyes. Li Si, I admit I did this. But so what? Do you dare investigate? For some reason, upon seeing Ying Yuan's gaze, a thought suddenly surfaced in Li Si's mind, though he dared not speak it to anyone. There had long been rumors in the streets that Zhao Ji had once been Lu Buwei's concubine, and that she was already pregnant when she was presented to Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan had merely played along with the deception. Li Si surmised that the only possibility that could make Lu Buwei abandon everything and willingly pave the way for Ying Zheng was. But he dared not say it. For the sake of his future and his life, he had to crush this thought deep within his stomach and never speak it until the day he died. If those words were spoken, they would shake the very foundation of the Qin court and the legitimacy of the king's rule. But what puzzled him most was how Ying Yuan had proven such a thing. Could he possibly have crouched by the window and recorded the scene on film? Just then Wei Liao's voice suddenly broke Li Si's train of thought. Li Si, pondering this now is useless. The Chancellor is deceased. We should think more of our own futures. Wei Liao naturally perceived the tension between the two and forcefully interrupted the conversation. Li Si immediately declared, "We shall place ourselves entirely at Lord Chang'an's disposal. Marshal Wei and I will personally head to Hanga Pass to intercept those officials preparing to leave Qin." Ying Yuan did not rush to the palace to advise against the decree. Instead, he returned home first. On his way back, one particular thought consumed his mind. In his memories, Ying Zheng's expulsion of foreign officials should not have occurred until at least several years later. Yet upon reflection, since Lu Buwei was now dead in name, it was only natural for the wheels of history to veer off course. What worried Ying Yuan most was that if events continued to unfold this way, the memories of the 6 states in his mind would be of very limited help to him. Since Ying Zheng had already issued the expulsion order, would it not be better to follow the example of Li Si? Given Li Si's current low status and rank, he was in no position to dissuade Ying Zheng. This arduous task had to fall upon his own shoulders. Ying Yuan pondered for a moment, then began to rewrite the text based on his own understanding, using the memorial against the expulsion of guest officers as his blueprint. In truth, he had forgotten some of the original content, but as long as he could convey the core message, it would suffice. Ying Yuan brandished his brush. "Your servant has heard of your majesty's decree to expel foreign guests. I, Yuan, believe that the great enterprise of an emperor is by no means the private property of a single clan, but a public instrument of the entire realm. If your majesty wishes to unify the 6 states, you must emulate the late kings by valuing talents and welcoming diverse counsel. Only then can the grand hegemony be achieved. The Qin of today cannot function solely on the strength of the royal clan, let alone achieve such hegemony. Shang Yang's reforms fortified Qin's institutions, and Zhang Yi's strategies of horizontal alliance secured diplomatic victories. Yet none of these men were native to Qin. Without the strength of foreign guests, how could Qin ever hope to dominate the 6 states? In days of old, Duke Huan of Qi employed Guanzhong to achieve hegemony for Qi, and King Zhuang of Chu relied on Gongsun Ao to make Chu prosper. Your majesty should reflect upon the achievements of those before you and not lose the hearts of the realm over a temporary disturbance in the court. Your servant has heard that the governance of a sage is like the ocean welcoming all rivers, or a mountain accumulating earth and stone. If your majesty heeds my counsel and recruits the great talents of the world, why worry that the 6 states cannot be pacified? I, Ying Yuan, earnestly implore your majesty to rescind this decree and recall the foreign ministers." By the time he finished writing, it was already late into the night. Ying Yuan stretched his stiff neck, watching the ink gradually dry on the bamboo slips. At that moment, Yan Fei walked in carrying a bowl of meat porridge. "Husband, you haven't rested for a long time. Please have something to eat. You have worked so hard, my lady." Upon seeing the memorial Ying Yuan had written, Yan Fei was deeply captivated. "This is the memorial I will present to his majesty tomorrow to stop him and make him rescind the decree." Yan Fei murmured with a solemn expression, "Husband, if this memorial can change the king's mind, it will likely go down in history as one of the most influential documents of our time." Seeing Yan Fei offer such high praise, Ying Yuan could not help but smile. If utilized correctly, this memorial will act like a sharp blade slicing open the chest of Great Qin to excise the xenophobic tumor, thereby restoring the lifeblood needed to conquer the 6 states to the east. Yan Fei looked at Ying Yuan, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "I believe in you, husband. You will surely assist his majesty in achieving unparalleled feats." Looking at this document that held the fate of Qin, Ying Yuan understood his brother's ambitions all too well, and he knew exactly why he had reacted this way. First, he was deeply traumatized by the betrayals of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, constantly fearing that someone was plotting against him. Second, he was swayed by the instigations of the royal clan. After all, the Ying clan was his true family. Back when Lu Buwei wielded absolute power, the royal clan and the Chu faction were severely suppressed. Positions that should have belonged to them were entirely usurped by Lu Buwei. Now that Lu Buwei was gone, they were desperately trying to pack the court of Great Qin with their own supporters. While their intentions might have been understandable, they could not simply stuff the court with just anyone. Though the royal clan did possess some talent, the vast majority were mediocre. Relying on such a group, it would be difficult even to keep the state functioning, let alone conquer the 6 states. Therefore, this memorial must be shown to Brother Zheng. The next day, Ying Yuan summoned Shun Lian, Lu Jianxing, and the others to accompany him into the palace. This time, he would personally engage in a fierce confrontation with the royal clan before Ying Zheng. On his way to court, he heard that most of the foreign officials had already stopped attending. Ying Yuan roughly estimated that at least half of the ministers were gone. Inside the grand hall, the members of the royal clan were all smiles, holding rolls of bamboo slips containing the names of the replacement officials they had prearranged. Looking at the sparse crowd of ministers below, Ying Zheng felt a pang of doubt. Had he acted too hastily, banishing half of his officials in one fell swoop? Just as Ying Yuan had feared, such a massive purge risked causing the court to collapse. After some deliberation, they decided to retain the neutral officials and those from prominent clans who had paid their fines, while filling the remaining vacancies with their own trained personnel and candidates selected from the Chu faction. Before the power transition among the officials could even be finalized, half of the personnel had vanished. No matter how brilliant Ying Yuan's strategy was, he could not perform the work of 10 men alone. Just then Yingshi the Sish Shuzhang stepped forward. Your Majesty, now that a vast number of foreign guests have been expelled, many positions in court are vacant. Your servant recommends Ying Zheng, Fu, and Ying Zheng, all of whom are trustworthy native Qin men. Their loyalty to Great Qin and to Your Majesty is absolute. They are more than capable of assuming these vital roles. Your Majesty, your old servant also has a list for your consideration. I have one as well, Your Majesty. Your old servant wishes to recommend my nephew Ying Kai to serve as the Minister of Finance and Agriculture. Many members of the royal clan continuously stepped forward to recommend their own retainers, relatives, and disciples. Without exception, none of their recommendations overlapped, proving they had prearranged everything in private. Looking at the mountain of bamboo slips presented before him, Ying Zheng grew increasingly incensed. These people had clearly colluded in secret. Recommending candidates was acceptable, but bypassing Ying Zheng entirely. What was the meaning of this? Were they conspiring to render him a mere figurehead? Ying Zheng's face darkened as he stared down at the royal clan. What do you think you are doing? Now that Lu Buwei is gone, do you all wish to take his place? Yingshi bowed his head with feigned respect. Your Majesty, everything we do is for the sake of Great Qin. We have deliberated in private only to ensure that the most suitable candidates are placed in these positions. Lest you forget, Your Majesty, when we helped you ascend the throne, the royal clan united as one. We all have the best interests of Great Qin at heart. How then can Your Majesty speak of being rendered a figurehead? Ying Zheng looked at the court, which had instantly succumbed to a one-sided situation as the royal clan banded together, for they knew that Ying Zheng now had no one else to turn to but them. Meanwhile, the Mi faction remained entirely silent, keeping themselves completely aloof from the matter. Ying Zheng was once again backed into a corner. How he regretted it. How he deeply regretted preventing Ying Yuan from defending the officials of the 6 states in court. Just as Ying Zheng fell into deep self-reproach and despair, a young man in the prime of his youth stepped into the hall, his righteous and unyielding voice echoing throughout the chamber. Uncle, aren't you speaking a bit too confidently? Seeing Ying Yuan's imposing aura, Ying Zheng knew instantly that his ultimate savior had arrived. Victory was now absolutely assured. Inside the great hall, Yingshi turned his head to look at Ying Yuan. What? Are you my worthy nephew, doubting my unwavering loyalty to the Qin state? Uncle, how could I dare? Ying Yuan smiled at Yingshi. I only said that you spoke too absolutely, but I never doubted your loyalty to Great Qin, nor the loyalty of all the clan members to the Qin state. Then you just said that my words were too absolute. Please go ahead and point them out for me. Very well then, uncle. Forgive my impertinence. With that, Ying Yuan cleared his throat, walked to the center of the hall, and swept his gaze over the assembled clan members. His presence alone rivaled that of the entire clan. Let me start with Ying Kai. You wish to recommend him as Minister of Grain. The Minister of Grain controls the economic lifeline of Great Qin. He is responsible for food logistics, financial accounting, and resource allocation. To hold such a crucial post, one must be cautious and immensely talented. Ying Kai spends his days indulging in wine and women, barely studied when young, and can't even recognize a basketful of characters. Just this morning on my way to court, I saw him carousing with his worthless friends in a tavern. Do you expect such a man to ensure the army's supply lines when our troops march out to battle? Once supplies run short, the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front lines. Who will take responsibility? Even if the entire clan were to die to atone for it, it would not be enough. At these words, every clan member stared at Ying Yuan in shock. Ying Yuan, you are also a member of the Great Qin royal clan. How can you side with an outsider? And that man is your elder. Seeing that they were losing the argument, a clan member tried to use seniority to overpower him. Other clan members followed suit, rallying to support him. Exactly. Have you grown so old that you've forgotten your manners? Where is your filial piety? What business is this of yours? Ying Yuan saw them throwing their weight around with age and had no intention of indulging these old fogies. He launched a direct attack. What do you mean by siding with an outsider? Do you want me to stand by and watch the Great Qin court descend into chaos, turning the accumulated achievements of 6 generations into nothing? Where were you when Lu Buwei wielded power and suppressed the king? Every one of you hid like a turtle in its shell. Now that Lu Buwei has fallen, you're ready to carve up the court. Yingshi immediately retorted, Ying Yuan, stop your nonsense. When have we ever tried to carve up the court? We are all acting for the good of Great Qin. Seeing this, Ying Yuan dropped all pretense and went straight for the kill. He pulled out a document from his robe. Fine, for the good of Great Qin. If you truly care for Great Qin, then you must start from facts. This is the memorial on expelling foreign guests I wrote last night. Let the king read it first. After he finishes, the clan may read it as well. If after reading it any of you can refute my writing, from this day forward I will never enter the court again, and no foreign guests from the 6 states will ever set foot in the court. How about that? Quick, present it. Let me see it. Ying Zheng hurriedly urged the eunuch to present the document. He took it and read carefully every word a gem. With each sentence, Ying Zheng's face grew more pleased. Finally, Ying Zheng took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. He was almost ready to cheer for Ying Yuan. He truly felt blessed to have such a good younger brother to assist him in his darkest moment. If one day I truly have the chance to pacify the 6 states, I will surely let this brother of mine rule the realm alongside me. This document is excellent. It directly points out my fault. I admit it. This matter was indeed handled without due consideration. Come, you all take a look. As Ying Yuan said, if you can truly refute his magnificent essay, I will never employ foreign guests for as long as I live. But if you cannot refute Ying Yuan, I will immediately abolish the expulsion order. As Ying Zheng spoke, he handed the document directly to the eunuch. Uncle, you are the chief of the 4 horse chariots. Let you read it. Ying Shi stared at the document for a few seconds, then lowered his head and fell silent. What? You don't want to read it? Then I'll find someone else. Ying Jia, aren't you known for your vast learning and great talent? Don't let me down. Seeing that Ying Shi was unwilling to read, Ying Zheng did not press him and simply chose another. Ying Jia looked at the document and hesitated, for he too could not refute Ying Yuan. Your Majesty, your servant is illiterate. Haha, illiterate. Come, second uncle, let you read. Perk up. Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, my eyes are blurry. I can't make out the words. Ying Zheng watched as all the clan members made excuses, and finally the document returned to Ying Shi's hands. Seeing no escape, Ying Shi threw the document to the ground. Your Majesty, the clan members are absolutely loyal to you. I beg you, expel the foreign guests. All the clan members echoed in agreement. They were determined to be utterly shameless this day. Ying Zheng's face turned ashen. Pick up the document. I order you to pick up the document. Fan Wuqi. At his order, a flood of fully armed soldiers rushed in and surrounded all the clan members. I have been lenient because you are all members of the Great Qin royal clan, and some are my elders. Since you refuse this leniency, then don't blame me. Ying Zheng's fury had reached its peak. He could not tolerate the birth of a second Lu Buwei to vie for power with him. He could delegate authority to his subordinates, but he absolutely would not allow anyone to seize it by force, even if that man was his own uncle. So what? He had already lost too much. The entire clan had no idea that Ying Zheng now had such courage, truly daring to strike against the Ying clan. Your Majesty, are you really going to listen to the words of a junior like Ying Yuan? I order you to pick up the document. At this moment, Ying Zheng was like a furious lion roaring without cease. Ying Shi hurriedly picked up the document from the ground as docile as a kitten. He knew that the king was no longer the young Ying Zheng, who could be manipulated by others. Now he was a true king. The wrath of a king sheds blood for 1,000 li. He had also underestimated Ying Yuan's place in Ying Zheng's heart. Now, uncle, please. Read every single word in the document to me without missing a single one. Read until all the clan members understand. Ying Shi had no choice but to steel himself and begin reading aloud. I have heard that your Majesty expels foreign guests. I believe that the enterprise of a king is not a private family affair, but a public instrument of the realm. If your Majesty wishes to unify the 6 states, you should emulate the former king's value talents and broaden the channels of advice. Only then can you achieve hegemony. Ying Ji's words continued to echo throughout the court. Although somewhat reluctant, he could not help but be thoroughly convinced by the content of the memorial. Every word written in this memorial against expelling guests was grounded in truth. History itself lay before them, and it could not lie. The logic was airtight, the reasoning impeccable. He had now deeply recognized that the clan members had indeed handled this matter improperly. They exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that they were in the wrong. They felt both relieved and apprehensive toward Ying Yuan. Their relief stemmed from the fact that he was still one of their own, a member of the Ying clan. No matter how you looked at it, they were family. Their fear arose because this young man wielded sharp words, challenging not only the officials, but also the clan members themselves, siding with righteousness rather than kinship. At that moment, a tall, slender, middle-aged man a few years older than Ying Yuan stepped forward from among the clan ranks. My king, the memorial from Lord Chang'an is well-reasoned. I, Ying Jie, believe we must abolish the edict expelling guests. The clan members around him were utterly stunned. Ying Jie, you are one of the clan yourself. How can you defend Ying Yuan? How am I defending Ying Yuan? Distinguished uncles, after hearing this memorial, did you not feel struck by its clarity and truth? Though Ying Yuan is junior in seniority, can what he said truly be without merit? If in the future Qin truly declines under our watch, what face would we have to show our ancestral forefathers? Seated upon the throne, Ying Zheng noticed someone voluntarily stepping forward to defend Ying Yuan, and he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed there were still some capable minds among the clan who understood statecraft. The original purpose behind issuing the expulsion decree had been to consolidate royal authority. He would absolutely not tolerate a second Lu Buwei usurping power and destabilizing the state. He had been swayed by momentary prejudice and the pressuring words of the clan members, resulting in a foolish decision. Uncle Ying Jie believes this memorial is well-reasoned. What is your own assessment? Ying Zheng rose from his seat, looking down upon Ying Ji from above. My king, Ying Shi acknowledges his error. It was our momentary lapse in judgment. If you wish to punish someone, punish me instead. I hereby resign from my position as Marquis of 4 Chariots. No, uncle, there is no need for such drastic measures. I will not punish all of you. All the clan members were taken aback upon hearing Ying Zheng's words. By all rights, what they had done today warranted severe punishment. You are all kin of our great Qin, the very foundation of our Ying lineage. I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me when you supported me back then. Uncle, I have watched you tirelessly shuttle back and forth on behalf of the Ying clan all these years. I see it all. Everyone makes mistakes. You were also terrified by Lu Buwei's schemes. I understand you. In the end, I bear responsibility for this matter as well. It was my momentary confusion that led to this grave error. Ying Zheng did not make things difficult for the royal clan. Instead, he took full responsibility upon himself. To eliminate Lu Buwei, he had already offended many powerful factions. The clan members were his political foundation. If he alienated them entirely, he would have nothing left in his hand. Moreover, through today's events, he had gained leverage over the clan's vulnerabilities. If they recognized their mistakes and corrected their course, so much the better. But if they continued to prioritize private interests and undermine the greater good in the future, then they should not blame him for showing no mercy. Today's incident was remedied by the reminder of my younger brother. Thankfully, he offered that reminder. He is also one of the clan, yet he approaches matters from their essential core. I hope you all learn from him. I hope you will all refrain from focusing solely on petty gains, and instead consider the greater picture. Below, the assembled clan members clasped their hands and bowed in unison. We acknowledge our errors. Ying Zheng spoke with a calm and resolute voice. I have decided to abolish the expulsion edict. Not only will former officials be restored to their positions, but we will also open the doors wide to talent from the 6 states, welcoming capable individuals from all lands to share in our grand enterprise. The entire hall erupted in murmurs. Ying Ji watched Ying Zheng with growing unease. My king, you only just issued the expulsion edict. Could rescinding it now affect your royal authority? Hearing these words, Ying Zheng hesitated for a moment. Ying Yuan, seeing his sovereign falter, immediately shouted out, My king, have you forgotten the great ambition passed down through generations of Qin's ancestral rulers? I have never dared forget it for a single moment. Ying Zheng's words carried the weight of imperious authority, and his gaze grew even more resolute. I will acknowledge my mistakes. You shall say no more. From now on, any talent from the 6 states, regardless of status or origin, shall be employed by me so long as they possess ability. Ying Zheng knew his uncle was right. Revoking the expulsion edict would indeed cost him some face. Wasn't this essentially an implicit admission that he had been wrong before? Yet viewed from another angle, in the face of Qin's grand unification cause, what did his so-called face matter? Should he abandon the legacy left by 6 generations of predecessors merely to preserve his pride? Only those unafraid of death can truly live. Only those willing to sacrifice face can earn it back. Ying Zheng looked out at the assembly. My decision is final. Who agrees? Who opposes? The clan members below exchanged uncertain glances, looking from one to another. After a brief silence, the clan members noticed the soldiers surrounding them with lethal intent, and Ying Zheng's commanding, imposing presence. Anyone who dared to oppose him now would likely face immediate consequences. We will abide by your majesty's decree. The clan members quickly voiced their support. After all, their lives mattered most. Any further resistance would amount to pure recklessness, giving the king of Qin legitimate grounds to depose them. After the court session adjourned, Ying Zheng asked Ying Yuan to meet him in the study. On his way there, Ying Ji approached Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan, the Qin royal clan is fortunate to have a talent like you among us. We are proud of you. Regarding this matter, I did indeed act improperly. Fortunately, you were swift to advise the king. With your guidance supporting the clan going forward, we can rest easier. Rest assured, uncle. Ying Yuan will devote himself fully to assisting the king. Then Ying Ji lowered his voice and said, In the days ahead, you must be cautious. Many within the clan are already maneuvering to place their own allies in court positions today, seeking to expand their influence. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Although I, as Marquis of 4 Chariots, oversee the Ying clan, my ability to control them is limited. Thank you for the warning, uncle. Do well. Ying Ji patted Ying Yuan on the shoulder and walked away. When Ying Yuan arrived at the study, Ying Zheng was discussing with Zhang Han how to intercept the envoys from the 6 states departing Xianying. My king, there is no need to send people to block them. Why? Because I have already dispatched Li Siwei Liao and others to positions such as Hanggu Pass to intercept the envoys from the 6 states. Now I only need your majesty to immediately issue an order abolishing the expulsion edict. Only then will Li Si and the others have legitimate grounds to lead the 6 states envoys back to Xianying. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was overcome with joy. Brother Yuan, having you by my side is worth more than 100,000 seasoned soldiers. Inside the study, after the imperial court session, Ying Zheng finally came to realize one thing. That was the only people he could currently trust were the Meng brothers Wang Jian and Ying Yuan. However, with warfare now erupting on the frontier, Wang Jian had to hold down the border, while Meng Tian and Meng had also been dispatched by him to the front lines to be tempered. Aside from Zhang Han, the only one remaining by his side was Ying Yuan. Had it not been for Ying Yuan single-handedly taking on and overpowering all those royal clansmen, this time the state of Qin would likely have plunged into true chaos. That very night, the decree rescinding the expulsion order was swiftly dispatched. By the following day, all the foreign ministers who had already departed Xianyang received messages from either the Shadow Guards or Luoyang. Having just arrived at Hanggu Pass, Li Siwei Liao and the others had already spoken until their throats were parched. The two of them had spared no effort to persuade the departing guest officials, exhausting every means at their disposal. In the end, they managed to stall until His Majesty's decree to rescind the expulsion order arrived, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Si patted his chest in relief. Serving as an official in the state of Qin was truly exhilarating. First came the confrontation against Lu Buwei, where blood flowed like rivers in the court, and then came the king of Qin's expulsion of guest officials. Upon hearing of the rescission of the expulsion order, those foreign ministers were also overjoyed. They had established their roots in the Qin court with great difficulty. If they were to depart for other states, putting aside whether there would even be a place for them. Even if they did find a position, they would have to start entirely from scratch, reacquainting themselves with new people and affairs. Thus in their hearts they truly did not wish to leave the state of Qin. Upon hearing the details of what had transpired, many ministers felt a complex mixture of emotions. For the one who had dissuaded Ying Zheng was astonishingly Ying Yuan. In truth, many disliked, or even detested him. It was precisely because of him that Great Qin's imperial court had undergone earth-shattering changes, resulting in the dismissal of a vast number of officials. Everyone had been left in a state of constant anxiety, terrified that they would be the next to be purged by him. Yet now this very man had preserved their official positions. By both reason and sentiment, they ought to show their gratitude. As it happened, Ying Yuan's grand wedding was only a few days away, so they would have to prepare a generous gift. A few days later, Ying Yuan, accompanied by Yan Fei, arrived at the side palace hall. This subject pays respects to your majesty. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan with a face full of smiles. Enough, there are no outsiders here, so feel free to be at ease. During this period, it is all thanks to you. Nearly 70% of the guest officials who departed have returned, and the situation in the court has completely stabilized. As for the remaining 30%, we can slowly win them back. For now, your grand wedding is fast approaching, so attend to your own affairs first. During this time, you have been practicing swordsmanship under Master Gunya. How is your progress? Ying Yuan smiled gently and said, Master Gunya's swordsmanship is superb. Practicing by his side, I feel I have benefited immensely. Ying Zheng nodded. Indeed, the Gigu swordsmanship is profound and unfathomable. When I first practiced under Master Gunya, I also found it obscure and difficult to comprehend. However, the key lies in perseverance. I shall keep your majesty's teachings close to my heart. Ying Zheng then turned his gaze toward Yan Fei, who was standing to the side. The reason I had Ying Yuan bring you along today is because there are also some matters I wish to convey to you. I have also heard of the grievances between you and Yu Shun. Today, Ying Yuan is to marry Yu Shun as his concubine. You must remember to prioritize peace in all things, and do not allow Ying Yuan to be distracted. We are currently at a critical juncture. You must keep the greater picture in mind. Do you understand? Sensing the majestic authority of the monarch, Yan Fei felt an immense weight of pressure. She paid her respects to Ying Zheng with utmost deference. Your servant understands. In the future, I will surely care for the young master well alongside Sister Yu Shun. Soon Ying Yuan welcomed his second grand wedding. Although only a month had passed, the scale of the ceremony was not much smaller than that of Yan Fei's. Nearly all the civil and military officials were in attendance, and the scale of the banquet was only slightly inferior to Yan Fei's. Ying Zheng was highly satisfied with such a grand spectacle, for each time Ying Yuan with the national destiny of Great Qin would be bolstered. Thus, for the sake of Great Qin's legacy and national destiny, Ying Zheng was determined to have him marry more women no matter what. In the future, Ying Yuan's weddings would only grow more frequent. Hosting them with such grandeur would make the citizens of Xianyang accustomed to it. This way, no matter how many women Ying Yuan married in the future, the common people would merely view it as a festive spectacle. Furthermore, this would silence any officials with ulterior motives, preventing them from using so-called public opinion for moral kidnapping. The preparations for the grand wedding ceremony were complete. Once Ying Zheng personally escorted Ying Yuan to the venue, the wedding officially commenced. When the bridal carriage arrived, the only bridesmaid accompanying Yu Shun was Desiming. The last time Desiming served as a bridesmaid, she had done so alongside Yu Shun for Yan Fei. Only a month had passed, yet Yu Shun, who was previously a bridesmaid, had now become the bride, and she was marrying the very same husband as Yan Fei. Looking at the elegant and dashing Ying Yuan standing upon the high platform, Desiming's gaze grew somewhat peculiar. Being a bridesmaid had now become a high-risk occupation. If things went awry, one might end up marrying Ying Yuan. Even Desiming herself did not know if Ying Yuan had his sights set on her. As the carriage arrived, Yu Shun stubbornly refused to step down. In truth, the reason was simple. She had clearly been set up by Yan Fei this time, so she naturally harbored resentment in her heart. Thus, when her temper flared, she simply refused to exit the carriage, showing no regard whatsoever for the dignity of the Great Qin royal family. Seeing that the carriage remained completely motionless, Li Si's expression turned exceedingly grim. This Yushin truly lacked a sense of the greater propriety, making the Ying clan lose face at such a moment brought absolutely no benefit to her or the Ying school. Seated above, Ying Zheng also stared with a livid face at Dong Wang Tai, who was not far away. His gaze seemed to convey, if you have an objection, come directly to me. Do not resort to such underhanded tricks. Dong Wang Tai had also not expected Yushin to have such nerve daring to deny Ying Zheng face on such an occasion. The atmosphere at the venue instantly turned awkward. Several officials present who had past grievances with Ying Yuan were waiting to watch him make a fool of himself. At this moment, Yan Fei, who was standing beside Ying Yuan, actively stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "My lord, it seems Sister Yushin is merely shy. Why don't you personally go and receive her?" Yan Fei's voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard her clearly. Knowing that Yan Fei was deliberately offering a way out, Li Si quickly laughed aloud. It is only natural to be shy. After all, it is a woman's first marriage, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would be unnatural if she weren't shy." Indeed. Chancellor Li Si speaks with great reason. To think that Yushin, who rivals the Dongjun in the Yingyang school, would also act like a young maiden. Wei Liao also hurriedly chimed in to smooth things over, and several guest officials quickly echoed his sentiments, which finally eased the tense atmosphere. Ying Zheng's expression softened considerably. "Since that is the case, Ying Yuan, why have you not hastened to receive your beautiful bride?" Watching Ying Yuan slowly walk over, Yan Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. If anything were to truly go wrong with Yushin today, she too would be implicated. After all, she was the one who had told the king of Qin that Yushin admired Ying Yuan. If this were to end in embarrassment, it would likewise tarnish Ying Yuan's reputation. Since she and Ying Yuan were now of one heart, she naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. In front of the palace hall, Ying Yuan slowly walked toward the carriage with Yan Fei following closely behind. "Sister Yueshin, Lord Chang'an has personally come to receive you. What an immense honor this is. Pray step down. If we miss the auspicious hour, the Yingyang clan will not be able to bear the blame." Yan Fei deliberately emphasized the words, Yingyang clan, to remind Yueshin that while no one cared about her petty tantrums, she would bring trouble upon their entire clan. Upon hearing this, Yueshin's eyes flared with intense fury as she gritted her teeth. She quickly calmed herself, knowing that Yan Fei was not making idle threats. The matter was already settled. If she were to back out now, neither Great Qin nor the Yingyang clan would ever forgive her. Forced by circumstances, no matter how reluctant she was, she had no choice but to extend her hand. Ying Yuan immediately grasped Yueshin's fair and delicate hand. Her fingers were slender and elegant, possessing an exquisite beauty. Clasping her hand, Ying Yuan guided her down from the carriage. In that moment, she caught his gaze, a look filled with piercing coldness. It was as if he were warning her, "If you dare to cause trouble today, I will make you pay instantly." Behind Ying Yuan, Yan Fei was also staring at her with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Having rivaled Yan Fei for so many years, Yueshin knew all too well that her opponent was dead serious. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ying Yuan and Yueshin ascended the high platform together. The ceremony proceeded as usual, without much difference from before. If there was any notable change, it was merely that Yan Fei's name had been replaced by Yueshin's. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying Yueshin of the Yingyang clan. Obtain marriage rewards: Chilan arm, cloud dispersing palm, Great Qin's national fortune 100. Ying Yuan's mood brightened immensely upon hearing the rewards bestowed by the system. Both rewards from the system were absolute treasures. In the lore of Feng Yun, the cloud-dispersing palm was the signature martial art of Bu Jingyun, its essence being a meteorological combat art that uses water as a blade and turns clouds into lethal strikes. It comprised 12 stances, each progressively more devastating than the last. Then there was the cheat-like Chilan arm. Once fused, it would grant him invulnerability to weapons, Herculean strength, and the effortless power to shatter dark steel with a single punch. Once he fully integrated these two rewards, not even an army of tens of thousands would be able to stand in his way when he ventured out. The last time Great Qin's national fortune increased by 100 points, a heavenly phenomenon occurred. He wondered what would happen this time. Ying Yuan actually wanted to ask the system what benefits this increase in national fortune would bring to Great Qin. However, despite his repeated inquiries, there was still no response. Ying Yuan was somewhat disappointed, but he let it go. After all, his personal rewards were already in hand. Since the national fortune was bound to increase, the benefits would surely manifest in due time. To the side, Ying Zheng gazed at the sky with anticipation, hoping to witness another celestial phenomenon like before. Yet this time there was neither an extraordinary vision in the heavens, nor any immediate good news. Could something have gone wrong with Ying Yuan this time? Should he ask him? But on second thought, Ying Zheng reasoned that if the boy hadn't received his reward, he would likely be throwing a tantrum by now. Little did they know a major event had transpired in Lin County, near Xianyang. Inside the Lin County government office, as autumn approached and the weather turned chilly, the county magistrate was huddling by a brazier to keep warm. Just moments ago, for reasons unknown, Shishan had suddenly collapsed. It was currently the harvest season. If anyone had been hurt, or if the harvest was disrupted, they would all be held accountable for dereliction of duty. Lord Magistrate! Lord Magistrate! A bailiff shouted as he strode hurriedly into the office. The magistrate's nerves instantly grew tense. He prayed fervently in his heart, hoping that no disaster had occurred. How is the situation on site? Are there any casualties? The other officials of Lin County also turned their eyes toward the approaching bailiff. My lords, it is good news. Wonderful news. The bailiff gasped for breath, his face flushed with excitement. There were no casualties at all. Furthermore, the landslide has exposed a massive open-pit coal mine on Shishan. With that, the bailiff pulled a handful of black stones from his pocket. Had Ying Yuan been there, he would have instantly recognized them as coal. In this era, people had already discovered the uses of coal. Coal was already widely used in smelting. Weapons forged using coal generally possessed a higher hardness than those crafted with charcoal. However, constrained by the environment and technology of the ancient era, coal could not be mined on a large scale. Since most coal deposits lay deep underground, the primitive ventilation techniques made subterranean mining highly hazardous and prone to accidents. Therefore, upon hearing that this was an open-pit mine, the magistrate's face lit up with absolute ecstasy. Did you see how vast this open-pit coal field is? Replying to Lord Magistrate, we truly cannot estimate it, for as far as the eye can see, the entire mountain is made of coal. Quick. Mobilize everyone. Secure the coal field immediately. No one is permitted to enter. All of you follow me. We are going to Shishan. At the magistrate's command, all the bailiffs deployed and sealed off the site completely. By the time the magistrate arrived at the scene, a crowd of commoners had already gathered, all watching with curiosity. In this era, most commoners had rarely used coal, as the vast majority of it was reserved for smelting. Consequently, coal was strictly regulated by the state, and its use in crafting implements required precise weighing and recording. Anyone caught stealing state-owned coal would be branded and sentenced to hard labor, while exceeding the allocated consumption limit would result in a fine of a suit of armor. Looking at the entire mountain of coal before him, the magistrate could not suppress his broad grin. What a stroke of luck. What an absolute stroke of luck. A promotion and a raise were right within his grasp. To his knowledge, open-pit coal was exceedingly rare throughout the entire state of Qin. This was no mere coal field before him, it was a stepping stone to his rapid promotion. Quick, convey my orders. Absolutely no one is allowed to mine this privately. This is the coal of Great Qin. Have men survey the scale of this coal field immediately, so I can report it to the throne. As the orders were dispatched, all the officials sprang into action. Just surveying this massive coal mine took them an entire day. Furthermore, sending the report would take time. Consequently, far away in Xianyang, Ying Zheng had still not received any word by the time Ying Yuan's banquet concluded. Ying Yuan also waited until late into the night after the banquet ended, repeatedly asking Lu Jianxing if there was any news from the palace. Yet there was still no news. Ying Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Why was there no movement for so long this time? Surely the system wouldn't cheat him. It shouldn't be. The Qilin arm and the cloud-dispersing palm had already been delivered, waiting only to be used. Well, let's let the dust settle for a bit. Right now I have a far more important matter at hand, and that is the bridal chamber. Inside Ying Yuan's residence, the moon goddess sat waiting by the bed, her eyes brimming with shame and fury. Seeing the entire palace adorned in festive decorations only deepened the bitter irony she felt. She had merely wished to rub salt in the wound, yet in the end, she had ensnared herself. Despite her unwillingness, she was now bound in marriage to Ying Yuan. The mere thought that Yan Fei would one day rule this house made her want to duel her 100 rounds to determine who truly held power. That wretched woman. To ruin herself and drag me along. She has not a thought for the Yinyang school. What utter disgrace. In merely a month I have been reduced to a concubine under Ying Yuan. What will others think of the Yinyang school? As the moon goddess continued her bitter grievances, her chest rose and fell with mounting anger. At that moment, Ying Yuan, who had been awaiting news outside, entered the room. Oh, are you waiting for me? Did you miss me? Can't a person stay awake at night? The moon goddess retorted sharply. Forgive me, Ying Yuan said with an apology. I was so focused on awaiting news from outside the palace that I lost track of time. He assumed the moon goddess was angry from spending the night alone. Upon seeing Ying Yuan's striking and dignified appearance, the moon goddess silently sighed in her heart. Such bitter fortune. Yet he knew nothing of it all. This was entirely Yan Fei, the wretched woman's scheme. Judging by his delicate frame, he could surely endure for a while. If Yan Fei were to learn of the moon goddess's thoughts right now, she would likely burst out laughing. Tonight she would let him experience what true overwhelm meant. The moon goddess glanced past Ying Yuan. May I ask, where will Sister Yan Fei sleep tonight? Oh, she is sleeping in another room tonight. You and I shall share this one. Ying Yuan spread his arms, and a waiting maid promptly stepped forward to undress him. It is getting late. Rest early, for tomorrow morning you must serve tea to Yan Fei. What? Serve tea? The moon goddess's face turned ashen in an instant. Indeed, serve tea. Is that not perfectly normal? She is your co-wife, and you are the concubine. It is only fitting that you pay her your respects. The moon goddess's expression darkened further. Back at the Yinyang school, they had been evenly matched. She could not overpower Yan Fei, and Yan Fei could not overpower her. Now, having come to Ying Yuan's side, she was expected to serve tea to Yan Fei. That would be tantamount to admitting she must obey Yan Fei henceforth. No, she would not serve tea. Thinking this, she turned to Ying Yuan and asked, might we skip the tea ceremony? Dear moon goddess, your face is so pale. Are you coming down with a fever? Yin Fei had appeared at the doorway without a sound. Hearing her teasingly sour tone, the moon goddess's fury nearly boiled over, and she was on the verge of cursing outright. It's all your fault. Yin Fei looked at the moon goddess with a cold sneer. What? Want to lay hands on me? In front of your lord husband you intend to strike me? Lord husband. It is my fault. I never expected her disposition to be so vicious. Why not confine her? Only release her when she realizes her error. The moon goddess panicked instantly. I did not mean that. I truly did not mean that. I have never targeted you. Ying Yuan narrowed his eyes, studying the moon goddess. Then what exactly do you mean? I. Before the words could form, Yin Fei had already closed the distance and sealed the moon goddess's acupoints in a single motion. The moon goddess immediately found herself unable to move or channel her energy. Yin Fei regarded her with an amused expression. My lord husband, how about this? Tonight you thoroughly punish the moon goddess. Let her learn who truly holds authority in this household. With that, Yin Fei carefully placed the moon goddess upon the bed and even removed her shoes and socks for her. After completing all of this, Ying Yuan watched Yin Fei with satisfaction. He had to admit Yin Fei was playing the role of the principal wife exceedingly well, such awareness and understanding. During the day, she had also considered his interests at every turn. She was truly the right choice for principal wife. Although he was well aware that Yin Fei harbored her own secret designs, over time, she would gradually come around. After all, he had the system, and he was certain he would bring every goddess from the world of Qin Shi into his harem. There was no helping it. The more wives he had, the stronger he would become. He was not some lecher, he merely sought to grow stronger. Very well, lord husband, I shall not disturb you further. The hot water is already prepared in the next room. I take my leave, dear moon goddess. Do make the most of tonight. I shall be waiting for tomorrow's tea ceremony, of course. With that, Yin Fei immediately exited the chamber. Ying Yuan gently closed the door behind her. He then helped himself to a cup of tea at the table. Having waited outside for so long for news, he had not even had a sip of water and was parched from thirst. After drinking, he would find a way to unseal the moon goddess's acupoints. Ying Yuan's intentions were quite simple. He wished to gradually tame the moon goddess. Like breaking a wild horse, the more stubborn the steed, the greater the satisfaction once tamed. Just as Ying Yuan was pouring water, the moon goddess suddenly spoke up. Wait, can you help me untie them? Can I do it myself? Ying Yuan approached the moon goddess, teacup in hand, and smiled gently. I have never cared for forcing others against their will. I shall unseal your acupoints now. There is no need to worry. I would never dare lay a hand upon you. Tonight, I shall rest here. On the wedding day, it is proper for bride and groom to share a room. If I were to leave secretly, word would spread, and it would benefit neither of us. You must be exhausted from today's wedding ceremonies. Go wash and rest well. Saying this, Ying Yuan walked to the small bed near the room and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing that Ying Yuan truly had no intention of taking advantage of her, the moon goddess bit her lip. The thought of having to serve tea to Yin Fei tomorrow seemed to seal some resolution within her. After glancing at Ying Yuan once more, she promptly instructed her maids to prepare for washing. Once the moon goddess's footsteps had faded, Ying Yuan glanced around, confirmed that no one was watching, and immediately claimed the Qilin arm and paired Cloud Palm from his system. Almost instantly, scorching heat surged through his right arm as though his limb itself were aflame. Then the searing sensation spread throughout his entire body. Ying Yuan felt his throat go dry and rushed to the table, draining the entire teapot in one go. Yet his body felt light for only a few minutes before the burning sensation returned with renewed ferocity. Is this thing really that intense? Ying Yuan scanned the room, desperately searching for water. Xiaozhu, water. Bring me water quickly. I need a great deal of water. What he did not know was that Yin Fei, wishing not to disturb Ying Yuan, had already dismissed all the maids. Ying Yuan's eyes had turned crimson from the heat, and cracks appeared across his skin. Gazing at the steam rising from the neighboring room, his mind could muster nothing else. Charge ahead. That was all that mattered. In the side chamber, Yushun soaked naked in the bath, petals floating on the water surface, releasing a faint fragrance. She closed her eyes, pondering how to avoid the tea ceremony tomorrow. Forcing Yushun to serve tea to her mortal enemy was worse than killing her. Just then, the door of the side chamber burst open. A dark shadow rushed in. Upon seeing Ying Yuan, Yushun instinctively covered herself with her arms. Didn't you just say you wouldn't do anything to me? You broke your word. You big liar. As Yushun cursed angrily, Ying Yuan sprinted forward, shedding his remaining clothes. I can't hold back anymore. Oh! Ying Yuan roared and charged toward the pool at full speed. After a burst of startled cries from Yushun, Ying Yuan vaulted directly over her head like a hurdler. Yushun had a perfect view. Is this even human? She had never seen anything like it in her life. Splash! Ying Yuan plunged into the pool. Yushun quickly sensed something was wrong. The water temperature began rising rapidly after he entered. Yushun hurriedly climbed out and wrapped herself in a pale purple robe. Gulu gulu gulu. Just as Yushun covered herself and approached the pool, she was astonished to find that the water had actually boiled. This. Ying Yuan. Are you alright? Yushin immediately called out in panic. Ying Yuan, don't scare me. What's happening to you? No matter how Yushin called out, Ying Yuan never surfaced. The only response was the violent boiling of the water, and the room filled with steam. Yushin was on the verge of tears. Her husband on their wedding night was basically boiling water like a furnace. Just then a fierce red light erupted from the water surface. The roaring of a Qilin echoed in Yushin's ears from time to time. This, how is this possible? Yushin gazed at the pool in utter shock. The water level in the pool was dropping at a visibly rapid rate. Yushin had no choice but to open all the doors and windows for ventilation. In less than 15 minutes the water in the pool completely evaporated. Through the mist Yushin discovered that the red glow had emanated from Ying Yuan's right arm. On his muscular right arm was a ferocious flame Qilin tattoo, and his skin was covered with a layer of dark red scales. However, the scales vanished in the next instant. The heat radiating from Ying Yuan distorted the surrounding air. Yushin continuously examined Ying Yuan from head to toe. With his robust physique and chiseled face, he was truly impeccable. Yet everyone said this Ying Yuan was as weak as a kitten, which clearly contradicted the rumors. Yushin could sense the terrifying power surging within Ying Yuan's body. She had no idea whether she could defeat him. Under the circumstances, she did not dare approach to check on him. Disturbing someone's cultivation recklessly could result in chi deviation or even death. Yushin certainly did not want to become a widow on their wedding night. After about half an hour, the temperature around Ying Yuan gradually returned to normal. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Ying Yuan looked around and rubbed his head. He had just refined the Qilin arm, and the moisture in his body had evaporated like steam, leaving him parched. His rationality had completely lost control. Afterward, he had acted almost entirely on instinct, seeking out a water source. As he struggled to recall what had just happened, a cool voice came from somewhere. You're finally awake. Ying Yuan followed the voice and saw Yushin sitting in a chair, legs crossed, draped in a purple robe that revealed glimpses of her flawless figure. As Su Sanqing said, purple indeed suits her beautifully. Indeed, purple looks wonderful on you. After Ying Yuan spoke, Yushin slowly walked over her robe, still draped over her shoulders. When she reached him, the robe slipped gracefully from her waist. A faint floral fragrance drifted into Ying Yuan's nostrils. Yushin playfully stroked Ying Yuan's chin. Husband, since it is our wedding night, shall I take the lead? Ying Yuan was utterly bewildered. What was going on? In the first half, she almost despised him to death, and in the second half, she became so seductive. He had already told her he would not touch her tonight, yet here, she was throwing herself at him. Does she have some peculiar preference? Wait, something is wrong. Realizing this, Ying Yuan instinctively stepped back. Hey, you talk properly, don't get physical. Your attitude changed too drastically. What's going on? Yushin smiled gently. Husband, if I serve you well tonight, can you spare me the tea ceremony tomorrow? Ying Yuan suddenly understood. So that was what Yushin was thinking about. No wonder her attitude had changed so dramatically. Yushin and Yin Fei were mortal enemies. Forcing Yushin to serve tea would essentially acknowledge Yin Fei's status as the principal wife. How could she endure being under the command of her rival? Ying Yuan looked at Yushin with amusement. So, you don't wish to be beneath Yin Fei, do you? Yes. Ying Yuan gently gathered Yushin's long hair. In daily life, appropriate competition between you is acceptable, and I will not interfere. But there is one thing you must understand: at all times the interests of Daqin must come first. Those who betray their own will suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, family matters are family matters, they do not drag external forces into them. Do not expect Dong Wangtai to help you either, unless he wishes for the entire Yinyang school to be destroyed. Understood? Yushin immediately nodded, obediently, as docile as a little puppy. As for status, Yin Fei entered first, and that is beyond reproach. But concerning favor, that depends entirely on your own abilities. Do you understand? Ying Yuan's words had already been implicit enough. Yin Fei's position was already established and would not change. However, favor was something each woman had to compete for. If she was confident in her abilities, she could stand alongside Yin Fei. If not, she would simply have to endure it. Yushin immediately grasped the meaning. Then, husband, wait and see tonight, shall you? With that, Yushin knelt before Ying Yuan. Soon the side chamber filled with warmth and passion. Guided by the experienced Ying Yuan, Yushin quickly fell into rhythm with him. The two of them went back and forth endlessly. They hardly slept at all throughout the night. Thus passed a night of passion. Ying Yuan and Yushin slept until the afternoon. By the time they woke, the morning tea ceremony had long passed. Yushin emerged from her room, eyes still heavy with sleep after changing into her clothes. Her legs felt weak. At the mere thought of the previous night, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. The sensation of reaching ecstasy repeatedly that night had left her somewhat intoxicated. But in the latter part, she had truly reached her limit, pleading several times to no avail. If this were to happen every day, she truly wouldn't be able to endure it. Just then Yin Fei approached. Sister, you look quite pale today. You must take better care of your health. Yushin forced a smile. You need not worry about me, sister. It's just a pity that the exertion last night was too much and I missed the morning tea ceremony. Yin Fei sneered. Sister Yushin, it's only a tea ceremony. Whether you pay your respects or not within this household, you cannot overturn the heavens. Yushun immediately retorted with a mocking smile. In terms of beauty and my usefulness to my husband, in what way am I inferior to you? I fear it remains to be seen who will truly hold the reins in the days ahead. Yan Fei turned around without looking back and said, then let us wait and see. Ying Yuan could feel the intense hostility even standing behind the two. From now on, their open and covert struggles would undoubtedly be relentless. Just as Yan Fei and Yu Shun began scheming against each other, a Qin scout, dust-covered from his journey, rushed into Xianyang. Inside Ying Zheng's study, he was listening to Min Qi Marquis of Chomping report. Your Majesty, since autumn began, the temperature has dropped sharply. The autumn harvest is being accelerated across all regions. There will surely be no delay in the harvest. Additionally, our Qin soldiers face a shortage of over 30,000 sets of armor and weapons for the expanded army. Hearing this, Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. By past customs, with autumn temperatures dropping, our people will likely struggle through this winter. Issue an order to strictly control charcoal prices. Any price increase is absolutely prohibited. Why is this weapons shortage so severe? What's happening? I recall all materials and personnel were already allocated. Min Shi hastily replied. Your Majesty, you may not be aware that while we don't lack materials currently, the stone graphite mine this year is far too insufficient. Several mines are either fully exhausted, filled with toxic gas, making them unworkable, or have collapsed. Ying Zheng rubbed his chin in concern. What if we use only charcoal? Wei Liao immediately clasped his fists and replied. Your Majesty, this approach is viable, but weapons forged with charcoal lack the hardness of those smelted with stone graphite. Moreover, this winter is likely to be harsher than usual, and charcoal consumption could double. Our reserves may not suffice for both needs. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Before Ying Zheng stood only two paths: sustaining the people or continuing military expansion. Very well. Very well. The welfare of the people is the foundation of the state. We will pause weapon smelting for now and revisit this come spring. Ying Zheng was deeply reluctant inside. If the troop expansion plan was affected, it would mean his timeline for unifying the 6 states would be delayed. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, a startled cry echoed from outside the hall. Report. Your Majesty, a massive open-pit stone graphite mine has been discovered in Lin County. Preliminary estimates place the graphite reserves at nearly 1 million dan. These words sent the entire study into an uproar. Upon hearing this wonderful news, everyone was overcome with jubilation. Though the Qin lands possessed graphite deposits, most lay buried deep underground, making extraction extremely difficult. Numerous regions had been forced to abandon mining operations due to cave-ins and toxic gases. Open-pit graphite deposits had existed before, but on a much smaller scale. Lin County was merely 100 li from Xianyang, yet its graphite reserves were remarkably substantial. With such substantial reserves and straightforward extraction methods, Ying Zheng need not worry about heating for the populace this winter. Meanwhile, Great Qin would elevate its military capabilities through this massive open-pit graphite mine. At these thoughts, Ying Zheng's expression grew increasingly excited. How was this open-pit graphite deposit discovered in Lin County? The scout promptly reported. The county magistrate stated that yesterday, for some unknown reason, the west mountain of Lin County suddenly fractured. The mountain shattered, exposing the graphite beneath and creating an open pit. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng knew it must be connected to Ying Yuan's wedding. After waiting so long, the good news had finally arrived. Ying Zheng rubbed his hands in excitement. His first wedding brought much-needed rainfall to the long-dried Bashu region. His second wedding had been rewarded with a massive open-pit graphite mine bestowed upon Great Qin by heaven itself. Ying Zheng understood all too well the immense value of this graphite mine. This was a treasure trove. Beyond military smelting, the graphite could be sold, generating substantial revenue. In recent times, army expansion and canal construction had consumed astronomical sums. Now there was a new avenue to significantly increase wealth. After all, who would disdain abundance of funds? With superior arms in hand, one could stand tall and proud. Ying Yuan had only married Yu Shun and Yan Fei so far. If he continued to marry, wouldn't the rewards grow increasingly generous? And if several open-pit iron deposits were discovered in the future, enabling mass iron weapon production for the army, just the thought alone was beyond imagination. As this snowball grew ever larger, Great Qin would eventually crush the 6 states with absolute dominance. Even if the 6 states formed an alliance, what difference would it make? Wouldn't they be crushed by Great Qin regardless? Oh right, hadn't that bratting Yuan once requested the Grandmaster of Yinyang realm? That must be claimed. At this moment, for the rise of Great Qin, Ying Zheng cared not whether his actions would completely deplete Dong Wangtai's resources. Seeing this, Min Shi immediately began flattery. Your Majesty is truly blessed with profound fortune. Since your coming-of-age ceremony, Great Qin has grown ever stronger. Wei Liao also nodded solemnly. Precisely. Whenever Qin faced grave crisis, Your Majesty always found a way to resolve it. I believe this is heaven's blessing upon Great Qin. The heavens wish for Your Majesty to pacify the 6 states soon and establish eternal merit. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Blessings upon Your Majesty. hearing his officials continuously offer congratulations. Ying Zheng was suddenly filled with boundless confidence. With you all by my side and the favor of heaven above, what reason is there not to pacify the 6 states? Hearing Ying Zheng's words, all officials cried out in unison, "Long live Great Qin! Long live your majesty!" In the study, after all the ministers had left, Ying Zheng first looked at Zhang Han. "How are the matters you arranged progressing? Your majesty, rest assured, I have added over 100 men in secret protection around Lord Ying Yuan, and there will be no recurrence of the previous incident." Ying Zheng nodded. Although there were also assassins from Luoyang protecting Ying Yuan nearby, he was still somewhat uneasy about Lu Buwei. Ever since that old fellow faked his death, he had not seen him again. It was said that he was also waiting for Ying Yuan to have time to hand over the affairs of Luoyang. Now Ying Yuan was completely bound to the foundation of the Great Qin. Even if something happened to him, Ying Yuan must not be harmed. With this thought, Ying Zheng turned to Guy Nye beside him. "Master, has my younger brother been slacking in his sword practice lately? I report to your majesty, Lord Ying Yuan has an extremely high comprehension of swordsmanship and practices very diligently." Ying Zheng nodded. "I still request your efforts, master. Please pay more attention recently to ensure that Ying Yuan's swordsmanship reaches its peak soon." Guy Nye couldn't help but frown. "Your majesty, Lord Ying Yuan's achievements in 1 month already rival several years of ordinary cultivation. If we rush too much, he will only bite off more than he can chew." How could Ying Zheng not know this truth? But he was truly worried about Ying Yuan. Previously, when Ying Yuan married, a timely rain fell over all the regions near Bashu. Later, when Ying Yuan married again, a coal deposit was unearthed on the wedding day. Things wouldn't always be so coincidental. If someone connected these events, there would be trouble. Then the other 6 kingdoms would compete to seize the wealth. In Xianying, those people might not dare to act, but Ying Yuan could not stay in Xianying forever. So the top priority was to give Ying Yuan the ability to protect himself. Sure enough, while Ying Zheng was secretly mobilizing the Ying Yuan to protect Ying Yuan, someone had already noticed Ying Yuan. This person was Dongwang Tai, who had been nearly fleeced by Ying Yuan. Upon hearing that a huge coal mine had appeared in Lin County, he turned his attention to Ying Yuan. This was too coincidental. After Ying Yuan married Yanfei, the drought-stricken region received sweet rain. After Ying Yuan married Yushan, just when weapon smelting lacked coal, a surface mine appeared. To outsiders, these 2 events seemed far-fetched, let alone connected. But Dongwang Tai did not think so, because from the very beginning the sudden betrothal was extremely abrupt. At first, Dongwang Tai thought it was a whim of Ying Zheng to ally with the school of Yinyang. Dongwang Tai was also willing to ally with Qin, as this would give him a chance to probe the secrets of the so-called 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon. Now Ying Zheng, relying on Ying Yuan, had first nipped the rebellion of Lao Ai in the bud. Later, by some unknown means, he even made Lu Buwei willingly give up resistance. Dongwang Tai felt that this matter was definitely closely related to Ying Yuan. Perhaps it was Ying Yuan himself who dealt with Lu Buwei. Later, when the expulsion of foreign guests occurred, Ying Yuan once again pulled Qin back from the brink of life and death, with his memorial on driving away foreigners. After these events, Ying Zheng's control over the Qin court had been greatly strengthened. He could now master the situation. Dongwang Tai observed the celestial phenomena last night, and discovered that Qin's national fortune had suddenly increased. It should be noted that Ying Zheng had been on the throne for some time. How could the national fortune suddenly increase yesterday? And yesterday happened to be the day of Ying Yuan's wedding. Coupled with the celestial anomalies, when Ying Yuan married Yanfei, Dongwang Tai was almost certain. Lord of Chang'an, Ying Yuan. This kid must have some unspeakable secret. Moreover, after Yanfei married, her connection with him gradually weakened. Such a clever person as she would not cut off her own retreat without finding a greater backing. No, I must probe him. With this thought, Dongwang Tai spoke in a low voice. Someone summoned De Siming to see me. The school of Yinyang disciple beside him immediately withdrew from the Luoxing Hall. Soon the news that Ying Yuan had married Yushun as a concubine, and that Yanfei and Yushun served the same man, spread to the 6 kingdoms and other powers. Yanfei and Yushun were the pillars that supported the school of Yinyang, the jade columns that held up the sky. It was no exaggeration to call them Dongwang Tai's right and left arms. To make Dongwang Tai send out one person would cause great shock, let alone sending out 2 people one after another, both married to the same man. This puzzled the 100 schools of thought and people from other states. The reason was simple: if you wanted deep political marriage ties with Qin, that was fine. But then you turned around and sent Yushun as well. This was somewhat incomprehensible. Some even suspected that Dongwang Tai was not in his right mind. Giving one already sealed the alliance. Giving another wouldn't change much. For deep binding, sufficient time and aligned goals were needed. Some were simply jealous of Ying Yuan. Both women were of breathtaking beauty, and in the end they were all granted to Ying Yuan for free. However, most of the 100 schools believed that Dongwang Tai, unfathomable as a spirit, must have his own plans. Sending out 2 in a row meant his scheme was immense. His ambition was not small. The school of Yinyang was powerful precisely because it had many experts. Besides Dongwang Tai himself, there were Dongjun, Yanfei, Yushin, De Siming. Sending out Yanfei was already a great cost. Now that Yushun was also gone, the strength of the school of Yinyang had instantly shrunk considerably. Dong Wangtai was not a fool. He would not suffer losses for nothing. At the Maist Mechanism City, Liu Zhihexiao retrieved a secret letter from a mechanical bird. When he saw the contents on the silk scroll, the leader of the Maist school's pupils suddenly contracted. This, Yanfei and Yushin both married the same man. It is rumored that this lord of Chang'an Ying Yuan has no strength to truss a chicken, but is deeply favored by the king of Qin. Is the school of Yingyang trying to control Ying Yuan and thus interfere in Qin's government? Liu Zhihexiao thought calmly for a while. Dong Wangtai was not one to suffer losses for nothing. He must have other motives for doing so. Being willing to pay the cost of his right and left arms, one had to admit that Dong Wangtai was probably planning another grand strategy. Liu Zhihexiao pondered for a moment. The school of Yingyang had always held secrets and operated in the shadows. No one could guarantee that they would not take the opportunity to manipulate Qin and oppose the 100 schools. Liu Zhihexiao narrowed his eyes. No, I must go to Xianyang City to investigate in person. With that, he stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to go out. In Honghua Xinjing, a tavern scene, Han Fei sat opposite Wei Zhuang, whose white short hair framed his features, locked eyes. After a long moment, Han Fei lifted his wine cup. News from Xianyang has arrived again, since Yingyang Jia's Dong Jun and Lord Ying Yuan the moon also wed. Wei Zhuang's gaze revealed no emotion as he spoke calmly. In just 1 month, a newly crowned youth has married 2 women. Han Fei shook his head. If it's a marriage alliance, or Ying Zheng seeks to control Yingyang Jia, one Yanfei would suffice. There's no need for the moon goddess. Ah, how enviable for Ying Yuan to possess 2 great beauties, both of whom are formidable. Wei Zhuang immediately pressed. Could it be that the Qin king intends to protect his brother? Han Fei shook his head again. If I recall correctly, your senior brother Gainia is in Qin, favored by Ying Zheng and invited to be his premier swordsman. Wei Zhuang remained silent, but a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Since you think the Qin king wants to recruit masters without such drastic measures, what do you think his aim is? Han Fei pointed to 2 characters on the silk scroll, emphasizing them. I fear the root of all this lies with Chang'an Lord Ying Yuan himself. In this brief month, Ying Yuan first slew Lao Ai, purged Liu Buwei's faction, and helped the Qin king stabilize the court swiftly. To be honest, if I were to aid the Qin king, I could not do it. Wei Zhuang looked at Han Fei with a touch of astonishment. Even you could not manage it. That man is truly terrifying. Han Fei wore a worried look toward Wei Zhuang. Now Qin can mine Shirnya on a grand scale, and the Qin king is expanding the army greatly. Next spring, I fear the Qin king will take bold action. Wei Zhuang spoke with icy calm. Qin and Zhao are sworn enemies. I suspect their first target will be Zhao. Han Fei offered a wry smile. Whether spring may bring war with Zhao or not, we must carry out our plan as soon as possible. If Qin cannot prevail against Zhao for long, they will change course. Yan and Honghua will be the first to bear the brunt. But Yan's crown prince Dan and the king of Qin were childhood friends, and Honghua is rich in weapons. If I aided the Qin king, I would also advise him to take Korea first. With Korea's current strength in the eyes of Qin soldiers, we are already a fat target. Inside Xianyang City, Ying Zheng sat in his study brooding for a long time. Now Ying Zheng faces a problem. He wishes Ying Yuan to continue marrying women, but he cannot bring it up again. Not once, not twice, no more. He has already pressed Yingyang Jia for a marriage alliance twice. If he asks again, what excuse could cover it? Even political marriages don't go this far. Ying Zheng wants to continually strengthen the nation's fortunes, but he does not want to reveal his brother too early. This is a thorny issue. Ying Yuan's marriages are certain and must continue. He still hopes Ying Yuan will work to bolster the nation's fortunes so he can unite the 6 kingdoms soon. But Ying Zheng thought for a long time and could not find a solution. Such matters he cannot speak of to others. He can only wait for Ying Yuan to return and discuss with him. This kid is clever, full of devious ideas. What a pity that Dong Wangtai must be bled like this. Following the Qin path would leave Yingyang Jia with no way out. Meanwhile, in Luosheng Hall of Yingyang Jia, Dong Wangtai stood with his hands folded behind his back on a high dais with the Si Ming standing behind him. Yet unlike before the usually aloof, the Si Ming wore a look of astonishment on her beautiful face. Have you understood what I told you? What are you considering? Dong Wangtai's voice was very low, yet it bore a hint of probing. The Si Ming bit her lip and looked at Dong Wangtai. But why must I marry Ying Yuan? Isn't there someone else in Yingyang Jia? If Ying Zheng were present now, he would be overjoyed, clapping his hands on the table. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Dong Wangtai turned around back to the Si Ming. He didn't really want the Si Ming to go. Since the Shirnya affair had exploded, he knew Ying Yuan harbored a secret. During this period, he also understood Ying Zheng had never intended to ally with the Yingyang Jia. From the start, he was paving the way for Ying Yuan. The reason Dong Wangtai can lead the Yingyang Jia is not only his strength, but also his meticulous mind. So he decided to send Si Ming to Ying Yuan's side to uncover what secrets Ying Yuan truly hides. As for Yan Fei and the moon goddess, Dong Wangtai no longer desires to mention them. Since that one meeting, Yan Fei's contact has diminished, and she keeps many things to herself. And the moon goddess, marrying Ying Yuan out of pure anger, now refuses to engage with Yingyang Jia. On several occasions, Dong Wangtai attempted to meet her, but she ignored him. Dong Wangtai now understands what it means to be used up and discarded. Within Yin Yang Jia besides the Si Ming, only Yi Huang and Nu Ying remain suitable. Yet those two are out on secret missions and cannot return. The designated candidate falls to De Si Ming by necessity. De Si Ming shook her head frantically. I don't want to marry Ying Yuan. Dong Wangtai sighed deeply. Alas, if the situation were not as it is, I would not want you near Ying Yuan. I tell you, Ying Yuan possesses immense fortune. Since the Qin King's 2 marriages, there was a drought that ended with timely rain, and Shi Nye has emerged. If we could glimpse Ying Yuan's secret, do you know how crucial that would be for the Yin Yang Jia? De Si Ming did not see it as deeply. Oh, she had only met Ying Yuan twice. This guy, aside from his looks, De Si Ming cannot discern anything else. She asked, if Ying Yuan were merely an ordinary man, what should I do then? Dong Wangtai frowned slightly. If Ying Yuan really is just an ordinary man, I could give you a pill, and after taking it you would fall into a death-like state for 7 days. Hearing this, De Si Ming knew she had no other choice. This time she would truly marry Ying Yuan. She pressed her lips, sighing softly. Your subordinate will obey. Very well. With your resolve, I will go tomorrow to speak with the Qin King about this matter. The next day, after Ying Zheng's morning court, Dong Wangtai came to seek an audience. He had been wanting to talk with Dong Wangtai, and unexpectedly the latter came to him proactively. In the study, Dong Wangtai and Ying Zheng sat facing each other. What matter do you wish to discuss with me this time? Dong Wangtai glanced at Ying Zheng with a hint of embarrassment. Well, Your Majesty, I have come this time with an impertinent request. The Grand Siming of the school of Yin and Yang has been infatuated ever since she laid eyes on the Lord of Chang'an. Now she has lost all appetite. I am at my wit's end, so I came to ask Your Majesty if you could permit Grand Siming to serve at the side of the Lord of Chang'an, even if it is only as a maidservant. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's eyes lit up. He no longer cared about the schemes behind Dong Wangtai's actions. Just as one feels drowsy, a pillow arrives. Dong Wangtai, you don't produce beauties, but you are a transporter of beauties. He had been worrying about how to bring up the matter of Grand Siming with Dong Wangtai, and now it saved him all the trouble. Hey, the Grand Siming of the prestigious school of Yin and Yang becoming a maidservant for my brother. Wouldn't that be a waste of talent? Since Grand Siming fancies that lad Ying Yuan, why don't I speak to him later, and at least give her a proper status? Dong Wangtai was immediately overjoyed. If this can be arranged, it would be most perfect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ying Zheng waved his hand. Hey, don't rush to thank me. Yin Fei and Yu Shun of the school of Yin and Yang are already by Ying Yuan's side. If we add Grand Siming, your school would lose 3 major generals. Aren't you worried about that? Dong Wangtai immediately clasped his hands and said, now the school of Yin and Yang has fully pledged allegiance to Great Qin. I believe there should be no distinction between us. From now on, the school of Yin and Yang shall belong to Great Qin and be at your disposal. Ying Zheng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this reply. Good, then I will discuss the wedding date with Ying Yuan and give you an answer later. As you command. Your servant takes his leave. Ying Zheng watched Dong Wangtai's retreating figure, and his warm expression instantly turned extremely cold. I never expected that the first to detect something unusual would be you. Zhang Han. Mobilize the shadow guards and strictly monitor the school of Yin and Yang. Also transfer 10,000 elite troops from the Lantian camp into Xianying. If Dong Wangtai, reckless as he is, dares to scheme against Ying Yuan, then every single member of the school of Yin and Yang shall be left with no one spared. Also inform Ying Yuan about Dong Wangtai's intention to gift Grand Siming to him. As you command. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ying Yuan was having lunch with Yu Shun and Yin Fei. Yin Fei looked at Yu Shun with some surprise. Having competed with Yu Shun for so many years, she knew her temperament better than anyone. A few nights ago, she had sealed Yu Shun's meridians, rendering her unable to move or circulate qi. According to her previous temper, she would never have had a meal together with her, and even if they did, she would have made sarcastic remarks at the table. Now look at her. By Ying Yuan's side, she was like a docile kitten. It had only been a few days, and Ying Yuan had completely tamed her. Ying Yuan put down his chopsticks and rose slowly. 2 ladies, I have eaten my fill. Master Gai Nye will be arriving soon. I will go and review my swordsmanship. Yu Shun hastily put down her chopsticks and looked at Ying Yuan with tender affection. I am also full. I will go prepare tea for my husband and Master Gai Nye. With that, she left the room first. Yin Fei watched Yu Shun's fawning manner toward Ying Yuan and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Pa, no matter how much you fawn, you are still a concubine. Soon Ying Yuan saw Gai Nye's figure on the square, but this time there was another person beside him. Zhang Han, why are you here? Why aren't you by His Majesty's side? Zhang Han looked at Ying Yuan with a complicated expression. Young master, I have come personally to convey His Majesty's command. Just now Dong Wangtai came to discuss with His Majesty the desire to gift Grand Siming to you. His Majesty has agreed to Dong Wangtai's request, and the grand wedding can be held within a few days. Ying Yuan was also shocked by this sudden news. Wait, hold on, did I hear that right? Dong Wangtai is voluntarily giving Grand Siming to me. Yes, young master. Zhang Han nodded. Ying Yuan stood dumbfounded. He couldn't understand now Yin Fei was already married to him. Yushun had also come, and now Grand Siming was being sent over. What was this? Was he not going to keep any for himself? He was rushing to send wives. What was Dong Wangtai up to? Ying Yuan understood that there was absolutely no kindness without reason in this world. Dong Wangtai must have other motives. The fact that he could send Grand Siming over in just a few days meant he must have sensed something amiss. Now Dong Wangtai had discovered that he was hiding some secret, and thus wanted to send Grand Siming to spy. Thinking of this, Ying Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Dong Wangtai's observation was so keen, and he was willing to go to such great lengths, even sending Grand Siming in. However, this was also good, saving both Ying Zheng and himself a lot of trouble. If he had forcibly arranged a marriage, everyone would have found it suspicious. Dong Wangtai voluntarily sending Grand Siming to his doorstep would draw less attention to them. Having lost 2 capable generals, and then voluntarily sending another, what would the world think? They would surely think that Dong Wangtai must be plotting something. Ying Zheng must have considered this aspect as well, which is why he finally agreed to the matter. Guan Ye, seeing Ying Yuan's furrowed brow, couldn't help but advise, "Young master, if you find this matter troublesome, perhaps you should decline." Dong Wangtai voluntarily sending someone over. This is definitely suspicious. Ying Yuan immediately shook his head. It cannot be declined. This is a direct order from His Majesty. If I decline, it would undermine his authority. And think about it. Even you can see through this, don't you think His Majesty can too? I suspect that His Majesty also intends to test me this time. Master, let's continue practicing swordsmanship. The wedding date has not been set yet. When evening came after finishing his swordsmanship practice, Ying Yuan prepared to find Yin Fei. Since Dong Wangtai had voluntarily sent Grand Siming over, he needed to know more about her. Going to ask Yin Fei about this would surely get him some information, and at the same time, he could probe her current attitude toward the school of Yin and Yang. Ying Yuan was so cautious because Grand Siming was different from Yushun and Yin Fei, extremely treacherous. Grand Siming's cultivation of the Yin Yang hand seal had turned her hands like flames, and she was surely coming with ulterior motives, so Ying Yuan needed to have the ability to suppress her in time. Without prior preparation, given his current strength, he would likely find it difficult to defeat Grand Siming. But if he joined forces with Yin Fei, suppressing a single Grand Siming would be very easy. Inside Yin Fei's chamber, Ying Yuan sat at the table savoring a cup of fragrant tea. "My lady, have you heard any rumors lately?" Yin Fei was slightly taken aback. "I wouldn't know. Which aspect does my lord wish to inquire about?" "If it concerns the school of Yin and Yang, I am not well informed, for I have long ceased contact with them." Hearing this, Ying Yuan immediately pressed on. "Today Zhang Han came bearing a message. Dong Wangtai intends to send De Siming here." "What? De Siming is coming?" Upon hearing this, Yin Fei's mind went blank. Whether it was Ying Zheng's decree betrothing her or her involvement in dragging Yushun into this, Dong Wangtai had never openly opposed, yet inwardly he was surely unwilling. But for the secret of the 7 stars of Canglong, he ultimately endured. Now that the school of Yin and Yang had already lost 2 formidable members, if De Siming were sent away, as well, Dong Wangtai would truly become a commander without an army. This matter is truly too baffling. Yin Fei was no ordinary person, as she quickly regained her composure. She stroked her chin, pondering what Dong Wangtai's motive could be. From her understanding of Dong Wangtai, every step he took was meticulously calculated, and he would never do anything absurd. In other words, De Siming's arrival at Ying Yuan's side must have a purpose. Could it be that he too had discovered the secret within Ying Yuan? But Yushun was still by Ying Yuan's side. Did Dong Wangtai no longer trust even Yushun? At that moment, Yushun, who had been eavesdropping at the door, also had a flicker of resentment in her eyes. Since being dragged into this in the first place, she had never received any help from him. Now, even without her doing anything, Dong Wangtai had already lost faith in her. Ever since she married Ying Yuan, she had become like a discarded pawn of Dong Wangtai. "Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being unrighteous." With that thought, Yushun pushed the door open. Ying Yuan and Yin Fei immediately turned to look at Yushun. "You were eavesdropping on our conversation?" Yin Fei's expression turned displeased. "That's right. Spare me the questions for now. Husband, I only want to ask you, once De Siming arrives, how do you intend to deal with it?" Ying Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. The wedding date is not yet set. Since you have heard everything outside, you are also as sharp-witted as my lady. Dong Wangtai sending De Siming here must mean he has sensed the secret within me. As for the secret itself, I cannot yet reveal it to you, because keeping you in the dark is for your own safety." Yin Fei and Yushun nodded faintly. Having been with Ying Yuan for so long, they had surely noticed some unusual signs, though they kept silent. Now that Dong Wangtai is sending De Siming, to put it bluntly, he no longer trusts either of you. "So I wish to learn more about De Siming, for the rumors say she is extremely ruthless and cunning." Yin Fei nodded in agreement. "Husband, the rumors are indeed true. She is indeed treacherous and stops at nothing. But since she has chosen to marry you under normal circumstances, she would obey your commands." Ying Yuan chuckled lightly. "My lady, when you say normal circumstances, do you mean in the eyes of the public? What if she does something outrageous behind the scenes?" Yushun frowned. "Husband, do you mean you fear De Siming might do something to you in private?" "Exactly. Although I have been practicing swordsmanship with Master Guy, and yet my current strength is certainly no match for deciding. When the time comes, I may need some assistance. Ying Yuan looked at the two and continued, if it is inconvenient for you to act, you can tell me now, and I will seek help elsewhere. Yu Shun and Yin Fei exchanged glances. In less than 3 seconds they both declared in unison, rest assured, husband. We will help you. By now both of them realized that Dong Wang Tai no longer trusted them, and they needed to find a new patron. Securing a new patron was not something that could be done with mere words. To pledge allegiance to Ying Yuan, they had to offer a deed of fealty. And deciding was precisely the offering they would present to Ying Yuan. Excellent. With the help of my 2 ladies, we will surely bring deciding to heel. Just as the 3 were about to have dinner together, Lu Jianxing suddenly arrived with a report. Young master, Grand Commandant Wei Liao. Minister Li Si is at the gate requesting an audience. Upon hearing that they had come to call, Ying Yuan immediately went to greet them personally. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw the 2 of them. Li Si, Wei Liao, paying respects to the Lord of Chang'an. Gentlemen, what brings you here this time? Wei Liao cupped his hands and smiled. Previously you helped us foreigners remain in the Qin state. We have never had the chance to properly repay your kindness with a banquet. As you know, we have just been reinstated to our posts recently, and pending matters have piled up. Only now have we found some leisure time. Today I happened to reserve a private room at Manua Tower, and thought to invite you and Brother Li Si to join us for wine and moon viewing. Ying Yuan nodded calmly. In that case I shall gladly accept your kind invitation. Li Si immediately gestured. My lord, please. Soon the 3 arrived at a bustling tavern. They entered the private room, where 3 low tables were set. Ying Yuan took the seat of honor first, and then the other 2 sat down separately. Wei Liao had already arranged for wine and dishes to be prepared in advance. As soon as they were seated, attendants brought steaming wine and food. Soon the wine had gone around 3 times and the dishes had been tasted 5 times. Ying Yuan looked at the 2 and said, now that the court has just restored order, you 2 are its pillars. In the future you must continue to assist His Majesty with all your might. Wei Liao immediately rose to his feet. My lord is right. This time we were fortunate to have your help, and thus did not have to leave Qin state. This debt of gratitude is immense. My lord, from now on whenever you have need I shall follow you to the death, working together for the prosperity of Great Qin. Li Si, seeing this, also quickly declared his allegiance. Indeed, in the future should we attain high positions we shall never forget the favor of the Lord of Chang'an today. Ying Yuan immediately waved his hand. Oh, do not say such things. I have no desire to become the second Lu Buwei. Though the speaker may be careless, the listener may take it to heart. If someone with ill intent were to hear. Yes. I spoke out of turn. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Ying Yuan smiled lightly. Commandant Li, Grand Commandant Wei, you are both the right and left arms of His Majesty. Today we are simply sharing our hearts. Our common goal in the future is to help Great Qin dominate the world, follow His Majesty, and establish an eternal legacy. Li Si and Wei Liao said in unison. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Wei Liao hesitated for a moment, then asked, Lord of Chang'an, the state of Zhao has been somewhat restless lately. Should we take further measures? Inside the tavern, Ying Yuan looked at Wei Liao. I have already discussed this matter with the king. There is no need to worry for now. Now General Wang Jian is at the front with Generals Meng Yi and Meng Tian also fighting alongside. Apart from Lian Pe, the only one in Zhao who can match our army is Li Mu. Currently Li Mu is leading the border troops confronting the Xiongnu. Not long ago General Wang Jian routed the Zhao army, so the king of Zhao replaced him with Lian Pe. Lian Pe is extremely cautious. He will not dare to launch an attack unless he sees absolute victory. The king and I speculate that we will remain deadlocked with Zhao, so the king plans to shift our target. Hearing this, Li Si nodded slightly. If my guess is correct, the king is torn between attacking Yin or Han, is he not? Ying Yuan nodded. I suggested to the king that we attack Han first because they are rich in iron ore. Once conquered, our army's combat power will be greatly expanded. Hearing this, Li Si remained expressionless, but a figure emerged in his mind. Han Fei. He and Han Fei had both studied under Xuanzi, but due to their differing philosophies they eventually parted ways. If Great Qin attacks Han Fei will surely try to stop it with all his might. I'm afraid capturing Han won't be so easy. The next day, during the morning court, Ying Zheng announced something to all the officials. Dong Wang Tai of the school of Yinyang is willing to give Dasiming in marriage to the Lord of Chang'an. What do you all think? The reason Ying Zheng decided this so quickly was not only to strengthen the nation's fortune as soon as possible, but also to bolster his own authority. Since the discovery of open pit stone coal in Lin County, rumors among the common folk have been circulating that it is heaven's blessing upon the current king of Qin. Although Dong Wang Tai has his own little schemes, they are negligible compared to the grand strategy of Qin. He intends to take this opportunity to consolidate his royal power. The court erupted in uproar. Wait, didn't Ying Yuan just wed Yueshan not long ago? How can there be another one? Previously both Dong Jun and Yueshan were personally appointed by the king. Why is Dong Wang Tai now so eager to offer another? Standing at the forefront, Mi Qi and Kuei Zhuang as the left and right prime ministers had not heard any news either and were greatly shocked by the sudden announcement. What is going on? Are they trying to drain the Lord of Chang'an? One Yanfei wasn't enough, adding Yueshan wasn't enough, and now Dong Wangtai wants to send Dasaming as well. These three women are all of breathtaking beauty, and their prowess is unmatched among the 100 schools of thought. Is Dong Wangtai not planning to live anymore? Michi narrowed his eyes. It seems Dong Wangtai wants to bind himself tightly to the Ying clan. No, I must hurry. Let the king and Huaner's wedding date be set soon. Ying Zheng looked at the silent hall, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Everyone. Since there are no objections, then this matter is settled. Naturally, the officials could say nothing. All the court ministers now relied on Ying Yuan's reinstatement. The king was extremely fond of his younger brother, so the Mi faction naturally wouldn't say much either. In 7 days I have found an auspicious day. Let it be that day. Lord of Chang'an, what do you think? Ying Yuan was slightly startled. Your Majesty, I have no objections. Good. Then let us adjourn. After saying this, Ying Zheng waved his sleeve, signaling the court to dismiss. After the court session, Ying Yuan returned to his residence. As soon as he returned, Shen Lian walked over with a tense expression. My lord, that person has come. Who? That very person. He is in the study. Shen Lian never dared to mention the person's name, as if it were taboo. Ying Yuan, seeing his flustered demeanor, roughly knew who it was. All right, I understand. Go about your business. With that, Ying Yuan walked straight into the study. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man shrouded in a black robe. Lord Chancellor, why did you venture out yourself? Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Lu Buwei removed his black robe and chuckled. No one will discover me, rest assured. Besides, if it weren't for you, kid, do you think I would have come out? Ying Yuan slowly walked over to Lu Buwei. What exactly happened that requires you, venerable sir, to come in person? I came because I heard that Dong Wangtai, that lad, intends to send Dasaming over voluntarily. Yes, the wedding date was already set in today's court. Lu Buwei's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I have met Dong Wangtai. He is deep and calculating. The first time, when Yanfei married you, he did not act this way. It was only after Yueshan married you that he did. I have been thinking carefully about your affairs recently. I have discovered that every time you lad get married, something good follows. The first time, sweet dew fell from heaven in the Bashu region. The second time, a mountain of stone coal emerged from an earthquake. I don't believe these two events have nothing to do with you. If I can figure this out, Dong Wangtai probably can too. So this time he voluntarily sends Dasaming because he believes that Yanfei and Yueshan are no longer reliable. Ying Yuan immediately applauded Lu Buwei. Clap, clap, clap. Truly worthy of the Lord Chancellor. Many say that your rise from a humble merchant to this position was merely luck in betting on the right horse. But now in my eyes, your ability to become Chancellor, your courage, insight, and willpower are beyond compare. Lu Buwei waved his hand with a smug expression. To receive your praise, lad, makes this trip worthwhile. Ying Yuan rubbed his hands and asked, Lord Chancellor, have you come with a plan to deal with this? Lu Buwei drained the tea on the table and wiped the moisture from his beard. If I had no countermeasure, I would not have come to you. Come in. As soon as he spoke, the study windows swung open and a black shadow darted in. Ying Yuan looked up and immediately saw this woman. Her long, slender legs were outlined perfectly by snakescale stockings. Especially her curvaceous figure, accentuated by the black leather armor, made her body even more alluring. Her exposed skin was so fair it seemed translucent. Although she wore a mask hiding her face, Ying Yuan recognized her at a glance. Lu Buwei slowly introduced her. Your current cultivation level is certainly insufficient to handle Dasaming. If she tries to kidnap you, Gai Nye and the others will not be able to arrive in time. So I have dispatched a heaven-ranked assassin from the Luowang to protect you. In the study, Ying Yuan woman from head to toe, then looked toward Lu Buwei beside him. How should I address her? Lu Buwei spoke slowly. Her name is Jing and I. She belongs to 8 Swords, a master swordswoman, and Jing and I has never failed any assassination task entrusted to her. From now on, she will protect your safety personally. Jing and I, from now on you have only one task: protect Lord Chang'an. Stay by his side at all times. If he dies, you must die before him. Do you understand? Yes. Jing Ni's reply carried no emotion, as cold as a machine. Ying Yuan looked at Jing and I, whose heart nearly bloomed with delight. This reward would be his soon, would it not? He immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Xiangbong. Lu Buwei waved his hand. No need to thank me. Zheng is surrounded by Gai Nye and Zhang Han. I am not worried. Your companions Yushun and Yanfei are Yinyang practitioners. You have known them for too short a time to discern each other's true natures. Lu Jianxing and a few others can run errands and tie up loose ends, but their strength is not enough. Zheng wishes to conquer the 6 kingdoms. She needs you. Master Xiangbong, are there any cruel, powerful criminals imprisoned within the Luo Wang? Preferably those already condemned to death. Lu Buwei was momentarily perplexed. What is this? What do you want such people for? I have cultivated a technique that can absorb others' qi to empower myself. Lu Buwei frowned. What kind of sinister technique is this? Can it absorb others' qi? Ying Yuan offered a wry smile. It is sinister, which is why I rarely use it, keeping it under strict restraint. But as more and more people began to suspect the secrets on me, I must forge myself through hard work as well. I do not wish to absorb the chi of innocence, and I dare not go to the king. If he learns of this, he will surely scold me to death, for this is not the proper path. Lu Buwei stroked his chin. The notion of devouring others' chi is utterly astonishing. Ying Yuan, you should know that every warrior's cultivation method differs, and chi is not the same for everyone. If multiple kinds of chi coexist in your body, you will surely die. Ying Yuan nodded. I know, but one day when Luo Wang attempted to assassinate me, I absorbed their chi, and I am still fine to this day. Lu Buwei, upon hearing this, hurried forward to examine Ying Yuan's meridians. Strange. The meridians are steady, everything looks normal. Normally, if you are absorbing different chi, your pulse should be chaotic. Could your technique really be this miraculous? Ying Yuan laughed and patted Lu Buwei's shoulder. Now you believe me, right? I haven't lied to you. Master Xiaobong, do you have such death row prisoners in your hands? I recall there are a few Six Kingdom spies who, after Luo Wang's interrogation, have been kept in the water prison. Then at night, Jing and I will take you there. I will wait for you in the water prison. As time passed, night finally fell. Under Jing Mi's guidance, Ying Yuan and she slipped out of their dwelling unseen. They soon left Xianyang City and arrived at a desolate wilderness. Ying Yuan looked around at the emptiness and scratched his head. Wait, are we supposed to go to the water prison? How did you bring me to an empty plain? Jing and I, wearing a mask, spoke in a cold tone. This is the water prison. Before the words finished, Lu Buwei suddenly appeared. Ying Yuan, what you see is only the surface. If we go deeper, Jing and I will not be able to enter. Come with me. Ying Yuan nodded and immediately followed. Lu Buwei walked ahead, calmly introducing this water prison is one of Luo Wang's most secret places. Inside it, besides Six Kingdom spies, lie a great many vicious criminals. Having spoken, Lu Buwei approached a massive stone, drew a bronze key, and inserted it. Click, click, click. As gears turned, the ground suddenly trembled. Do not move. It will be over soon. The great stone before them suddenly split to the sides, revealing a bronze door within. Lu Buwei drew another key and opened the bronze door. At last, a dark tunnel leading underground appeared. The two continued down the tunnel. The walls gave off a chilling aura, making Ying Yuan feel as if he were in the depths of winter. Not sure how long they walked, Ying Yuan began to hear the faint sound of dripping water. Lu Buwei held a torch at the front. Not long after, the path opened up to a vast chamber before him. A multitude of Luo Wang's low-ranking killers patrolled the area. Ying Yuan exhaled a breath, realizing the air here was likely below freezing. Lu Buwei pointed to the central massive pool. This is a 1,000-year cold pool. Ordinary water placed here can freeze. When I first discovered this place, I intended to make it a cooling spot. But later I found the place is thick with yin energy. Staying long would let the chi run rampant, so I must constantly move chi through my body to prevent it. After discovering the cold pool's peculiarity, I decided to make this Luo Wang's secret detention site. As he spoke, a group of masked Luo Wang killers stepped closer. Have you prepared everything I asked? Already. The Luo Wang killers answered with hollow, emotionless tones. Very well, then take us there. They soon arrived at a bronze cell. The prisoner inside was enormous, his limbs bound by special iron chains. This man is Tian Fei, a spy from Qi. He once assassinated the king and was ultimately defeated outside the palace by Luo Wang and Ying Yuan together. His strength is that of a top-tier warrior. When I sent out the 6 sword slaves, I had to put in great effort to bring him down. During interrogation, he has stubbornly refused to reveal any information, and I have long wished to secretly execute him. Your question arrived just in time. This man has lingered in the water prison so long that his strength has regressed. He's probably only at a first-rate level. The cells in the rows beyond mostly contain second-rate warriors you may absorb to your heart's content. Thank you, Master Xiaobong. Ying Yuan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. So many prisoners, I can absorb them all. When I step out of the water prison, won't I become a master? Mealtime, brothers. Inside the water dungeon, the prisoners' screams continued an hour. The cries rose in a continuous, yet everyone in the place Buwei remained UNF long since accustomed to it. After Ying Yuan stepped out of the cell, Lu Buwei was sipping tea. Well, you finally come out. I thought you didn't want to. Ying Yuan at that moment could feel the surge of true chi within his body. He felt as if he could strike a bull dead with a thought from across the room. Lu Buwei set his teacup down and regarded him with a calm, composed expression. Not bad. The amount of true chi now is at least that of a first-rate warrior, but don't get too proud. A warrior's merit isn't determined by chi alone. I hear you've been training in swordsmanship with Gainye lately. Study hard. Mastering swordplay is among the best of this era. Ying Yuan nodded. Thank you for your help, Xiangbei. It was a small matter. By the time Ying Yuan and Jing and I returned home, it was late at night. Jing and I, as soon as he reached the residence, vanished at once. Ying Yuan paid him no heed. Yan Fei and Yu Shun have not rested yet and have been waiting for his return. Yan Fei, seeing the wind-worn Ying Yuan, stepped forward immediately to help him loosen his clothes. My lord, I've arranged a medicated bath for you. Do go soak in it. During this time you've trained with Master Gainye and haven't rested at night. Soak longer to loosen the tendons and improve circulation. Ying Yuan pinched Yan Fei's cheeks. Madam is truly thoughtful. While Ying Yuan soaked in the medicated bath Yan Fei and Yu Xin naturally assisted in massaging and relaxing him. At that moment Yan Fei with a softened gaze asked, "My lord, who is the female guard that followed you into the residence just now?" Ying Yuan's lips curled slightly. He regarded Yan Fei with a meaningful look. "Madam, who sent her? Do you truly not know?" Moon Goddess, unable to contain her curiosity, asked eagerly, "Could the person in your study today really be Lu Buwei?" Ying Yuan shrugged. The two women exchanged glances and did not press further. After all, to continue would be unseemly. The next day Gai Nye came to continue teaching Ying Yuan swordsmanship. Ying Yuan hurried over, "Anxious master. I've been progressing by leaps and bounds lately, I hope you can point me in a direction." Gai Nye looked at the confident Ying Yuan and gestured to the fire Qilin sword in his hand. "Young master, I would advise you to use a wooden sword for now. Blades have no eyes, and injuring yourself would be bad." Ying Yuan waved his hand. "Master, in battlefield combat enemies won't wield wooden swords." Gai Nye offered a rare wry smile. "Since you have such resolve, go ahead and press forward." Ying Yuan drew the fire Qilin sword and charged straight at Gai Nye. Just as the tip of the fire Qilin sword was about to touch Gai Nye's robes, Gai Nye simply used the sword sheath to block it with ease. Ying Yuan forced back, did not rush to draw again. Instead, he used the foundational sword techniques he had learned to press the attack once more at Gai Nye. Gai Nye watched the several sword flowers in the air and instantly spotted Ying Yuan's flaw, and with another sword forced him to stop. Gai Nye looked at Ying Yuan, his eyes flashing with evident astonishment. "Today your swordsmanship among ordinary warriors is indeed outstanding, but in the eyes of sword masters it is full of flaws." Ying Yuan's first sword was indeed a bit ordinary, but his second sword was very clever. If it weren't for Gai Nye's extraordinary mastery of the sword, he might not have defeated the enemy in a single move. That previous strike made it clear that Ying Yuan's foundation was already solid. In such a short time to achieve this is nothing short of a once-in-a-century sword genius. "Master, I don't know why. Though my foundation is solid, when privately using the overbearing sword technique, I always feel something is off, as if I cannot unleash its full power." Gai Nye looked at Ying Yuan with warm encouragement. "Young master, noticing this problem shows you have indeed studied hard. I have studied your so-called overbearing sword technique. It is exceedingly refined. Such high-level swordsmanship places great demands on the user. The sword foundation, true chi, and sword intent. 3 elements must complement each other. It is like a baby learning to walk. With weak legs you cannot go far. The sword path is like a vast river. Onward movement is life. No progress means retreat. To reach the summit you must persist on your own sword path. Young master, you already have your own path in swordsmanship. If you keep at it you will surely reach the realm of the heavenly man, a state we call the unity of heaven and man." Gai Nye's few words thoroughly resolved Ying Yuan's doubts. Sitting atop a treasure trove, yet unable to unleash his full potential, Ying Yuan felt a sudden enlightenment. He already possessed the true chi of a first-rate warrior and a solid foundation. What he lacked was sword intent. Ying Yuan slowly closed his eyes. The fire Qilin sword in his hand began to glow dark crimson. For some reason his right arm too began to shimmer with red light, and the fire Qilin sword hummed. Ying Yuan perceived the fire Qilin sword slipping out of control and immediately forced the Qilin arm to halt its activation. He could not explain why, but whenever he urged the Qilin arm to wield the fire Qilin sword, the sword would run amok. As the Qilin arm gradually cooled, the fire Qilin sword began to move in his hand. One stroke after another, flames leaped and burned, finally forming a crimson sword shadow. Yan Fei and Yu Xin, waiting not far away, were instantly struck with shock. Ordinary people might never touch sword intent in a lifetime. Had he just grasped it? Now the fire Qilin sword radiates layer after layer of sword intent around it. Though faint, they are overpowering, causing onlookers to retreat. The sword chi entwined with sword intent spreads outward in layers, condensing in midair into a crimson fire Qilin. But the fire Qilin is extremely faint and lasts only a moment. Ying Yuan feels his true chi being drained, his knees weak, and his brow beaded with sweat. Gai Nye gazes at the fading fire Qilin in midair, his heart filled with emotion. With merely a few words of guidance, sword intent can be forged. Among 100 schools this may be a uniqueness indeed. The prodigies of the great sects would pale before Ying Yuan. Perhaps not long this young man may surpass me. Later, under Gai Nye's guidance, Ying Yuan began to refine this sword intent further. The refining continued until dusk, until Ying Yuan's arm grew numb and could no longer swing the sword. Only then did he stop. He rubbed his aching arm, the pain biting deep. Yan Fei and Yu Xin, after Gai Nye left, hurriedly applied ice and gave him a massage. Inside the chamber, Yan Fei murmured as she massaged Ying Yuan. "Husband, the king has just dispatched 10 songstresses today. Would you care to meet them?" Ying Yuan was slightly taken aback. His royal brother was treating him remarkably well, going so far as to send him songstresses. Was he truly intent on keeping him from having a single moment of leisure? Ying Yuan patted Yan Fei's hand. "Forget it. You go and have a look instead. If they please your eyes, keep them. If not, send them back." Yan Fei cast a smug glance at Yu Xin and said with a smile, "Everything shall be as my husband decrees." Yu Xin, meeting Yan Fei's gaze, naturally understood the silent provocation. She let out a soft, cold snort. At that moment, Yushin suddenly leaned against Ying Yuan's shoulder. Husband, it is getting late. Why don't you rest at my quarters tonight? Seeing this, Yan Fei immediately stepped forward and said, Husband, as for the matter regarding dissiming, I have not yet explained it to you in detail. In the entire Ying Yuan school aside from Dong Wang Tai, no one understands dissiming and the others better than I do. Ying Yuan watched the two of them spar, a playful glint in his eyes. All right, stop squabbling. Yan Fei, we shall rest together tonight. We still need to carefully discuss the matters regarding dissiming. Yan Fei immediately bowed, intentionally revealing a generous glimpse of her fair cleavage. Then I shall return first to prepare and serve my husband tonight. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan, who had been assigned to protect him closely, had at some point changed into the attire of a palace maid. Blending into the crowd, she kept her eyes constantly on Ying Yuan. When it came to concealing her presence, she, as an assassin of Luoyang, was naturally highly proficient. Unless a grandmaster was nearby, almost no one could detect her. When late night arrived, and all the palace maids returned to their rooms to rest, Jing Yuan cautiously lurked in a corner, keeping a constant watch on Ying Yuan. Shun Lian, Lu Jianxing, and Genie Chuan were guarding nearby, yet they failed to perceive her presence entirely. Listening to the decadent sounds drifting from the room, Jing Yuan felt a twinge of disdain. She truly could not comprehend why the chancellor had ordered her to closely protect such a young, lecherous scoundrel. She also wondered what had possessed Yan Fei of the Ying Yuan school. As one of the top powerhouses among the 100 schools of thought, no matter her purpose for marrying Ying Yuan, she was now completely like an obedient kitten before him. Especially when Jing Yuan overheard Yan Fei taking the initiative to ask about her own figure, she could not help but listen a bit closer. It must surely be yours, my lady. That is larger. Jing Yuan subconsciously looked down at her own chest. She felt as though her entire world had collapsed. This was not right. Was this still the legendary Dongjun of the Ying Yuan school? Had she misheard? Had the woman been bewitched by some love potion? Subsequently, the noises inside the room gradually grew stranger. What followed escalated from a light drizzle to a heavy downpour, and then to a violent tempest. Jing Yuan was forced to listen for a full 2 hours until her legs were nearly numb from crouching. Ying Yuan, of course, was oblivious to the fact that Jing Yuan was eavesdropping outside. Let alone him, even Yan Fei. No, she was still lost in the throes of passion. Even Yu Shun, who was resting in a nearby room, had not noticed Jing Mi's presence. In terms of cultivation, Jing Yuan might not be a match for Yu Shun or Yan Fei, but when it came to assassination, her skills were top tier. Concealing one's form had always been the fundamental skill of an assassin. From breathing techniques to aura concealment, Jing Yuan was among the very best. Husband, go to Yu Shun. Husband, I beg of you. Very well, seeing as you have been well behaved recently, I shall spare you. No sooner had the words fallen than the door opened with a creak. A wave of heat mixed with the scent of orchids billowed out. Jing Yuan watched in sheer shock as Ying Yuan walked out completely naked. After Ying Yuan pushed open the door to Yu Shun's room, a sudden gasp escaped Yu Shun's lips. Husband, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Well, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to find my wife to help cool my fire. No. Sister Yan Fei, isn't she? Jing Yuan had long since been dumbfounded, watching from the side. In the past, she had monitored many high-ranking officials and nobles for her assassination missions. But none of them had ever been like Ying Yuan. Jing Yuan even began to wonder if this might actually claim a life. Amidst her shock, a dark shadow suddenly materialized nearby. Jing Yuan instantly went on high alert, instinctively drawing her long sword. At that moment, the dark shadow also sensed the sudden surge of killing intent. To think that the Lord of Chang'an's estate would have such an assassin stationed here. It is indeed a miscalculation. Just as the dark shadow finished speaking, Yan Fei's voice rang out immediately. Who goes there? How dare you behave so insolently here? Although Yan Fei's body was still weak and limp, she immediately rushed out the moment she sensed the killing intent. Looking at the disheveled Yan Fei, the dark shadow's eyes narrowed behind his mask. I have long heard that Lord Dongjun and Yu Shun of the Ying Yuan school are top powerhouses among the 100 schools of thought. Seeing you today, it seems that sometimes one truly cannot easily believe the rumors of the Jianghu. With that, the dark shadow attempted to leave. Jing Yuan would certainly not give him the chance to escape, charging forward with her long sword in hand. In contrast, the true qi radiating from the dark shadow began to flow through the air like splashes of ink. After rushing to within just a few meters of him, Jing Yuan was suddenly repelled by a powerful aura. If I am not mistaken, you must be Jing Yuan of Luoyang. It is truly strange. Luoyang has always been under the control of Lu Buwei. Ying Yuan and Lu Buwei have always been at odds in the imperial court. As a member of Luoyang, why would you be protecting him? Just as the dark shadow finished speaking, a crimson long sword pierced through the roof in the dead of night, flying straight toward him. Clang! A crisp ring echoed as the dark shadow used a pitch-black scabbard to deflect the long sword directly. Hearing the commotion, Shun Lian, Lu Jianxing, and the rest of the shadow guards, along with the assassins of Luoyang, all revealed themselves, surrounding the scene so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The dark shadow looked around in slight shock. So many people all just to protect Ying Yuan alone. At this moment, Ying Yuan's voice drifted up from below. Chun Lian, have everyone stand down. If he wishes to leave, you cannot stop him. Yes, my lord. With that, Ying Yuan sized up the dark shadow. Born with 6 fingers on your right hand. So it is you. I am quite curious, why is your excellency not staying in your mechanist city, but instead came all the way to Xianyang city? The dark shadow was slightly taken aback and looked down to size up Ying Yuan. Indeed, this person was the current Mahist leader, the 6-fingered Black Knight. He was truly a formidable figure in this era of Qin. Even with his retreat cut off by Yenri, he had single-handedly fought against the 5 great elders of the Yin-Yang school. In the end, he had severely injured all 5 of them. In the midst of ruins, Zhang Han and the high-ranking members of the Shadow Guards had all arrived at the scene, surrounding the 6-fingered Black Knight tightly. Ying Yuan knelt on one knee holding the Fire Kirin sword, while opposite him stood the 6-fingered Black Knight wielding the ink eyebrow. Zhang Han watched Ying Yuan with a tense expression. Young master, how are you now? Ying Yuan slowly rose and waved his hand. I'm fine, don't come over. Even if you come, it's useless. The 6-fingered Black Knight looked at Ying Yuan with disbelief. The world says that the king of Qin's younger brother, the Lord of Chang'an, is a powerless, ordinary man. Having met you today, the rumors are indeed unreliable. Ying Yuan casually tore off his tattered upper garment and held the sword with both hands. 6-fingered Black Knight, let's end the probing here. If you don't get serious, you won't be able to leave Xianyang city. The 6-fingered Black Knight laughed uproariously. As long as I want to leave, the road is right under my feet. Not far away inside a building. Ying Zheng, Gai Nya, and Fan Yuqi, under the protection of a group of soldiers, were watching the duel between the two. Gai Nya looked at Ying Yuan with some concern. Your Majesty, the opponent is the 6-fingered Black Knight. His cultivation should also be at the supreme, first-class level. The Lord of Chang'an has only practiced swordsmanship for less than 2 months. It's already impressive that he can spar with the 6-fingered Black Knight for over a dozen rounds without losing. Ying Zheng shook his head with a grave expression. All this time I've been hearing you say that Ying Yuan's swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds. I exactly want to see where this kid's limits lie. Others may not understand him, but do I not know Ying Yuan? With his character, once he truly finds himself no match for the 6-fingered Black Knight, he would have already let Zhang Han and the others join the fight. The main reason Ying Yuan hasn't let them act is simply to see how big the gap between himself and a true top-tier expert really is. Gai Nya saw this and said no more, just quietly watching from the side. On the other side, Lu Buwei was drinking tea in a pavilion outside Xianyang city. A killer from the spiderweb stepped forward to report, Master, the 6 sword slaves are ready. Lu Buwei nodded and put down his teacup. Today Ying Yuan certainly cannot defeat the 6-fingered Black Knight. Inform the 6 sword slaves absolutely not to let him escape. Make sure this man pays the price. Yes. Inside the royal palace of Xianyang city, the glazed tiles flowed with cold light under the moonlight. Ying Yuan stood amidst the ruins with the majestic palace not far away. The surroundings were brightly lit, filled with killers from the Shadow Guards and the spider web. All of them held their breath watching this battle. Ying Yuan's exposed thick right arm, with the Kirin tattoo constantly emitting light, like burning lava, scorched the surrounding air into heat. The Fire Kirin sword in his hand flowed with flame patterns like a fire dance. At the guard, a lifelike, ferocious Kirin seemed to be roaring. A distinguished generation's Mahist leader, what brings you to the state of Qin today? Ying Yuan's voice was steady and powerful, echoing through the space. 10 zhang away from Ying Yuan, the 6-fingered Black Knight adjusted his bamboo, had his cloak burned through with several large holes. Recent upheavals in Qin, you Lord of Chang'an, are a witness. Do I need to say more? What? Do you think the upheavals in Qin have something to do with me? The 6-fingered Black Knight sneered. I was planning to come and investigate, but ended up provoking an extraordinary existence. 6-fingered Black Knight. Do you really think Xianyang city is your backyard? Come as you please, leave as you please. Ying Yuan's eyes narrowed. He stomped the ground fiercely, his aura as a first-class realm expert exposed without doubt, cracking 2 fissures in the floor tiles. His entire body transformed into a crimson streak, charging at the 6-fingered Black Knight. Clang! The Fire Kirin sword thrust directly at the 6-fingered Black Knight, who immediately dodged with quick leaps. Where the blade passed, a deep groove was cut into the hard jade. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Ying Yuan's mouth. You think you can escape? As he spoke, a scorching flame sword aura burst forth, sweeping like a fire dragon towards the 6-fingered Black Knight's lower body. The 6-fingered Black Knight snorted coldly, his body twisting eerily, as if boneless, drifting backwards several zhang to evade the flame sword aura. His left hand with 6 fingers flicked rapidly, several poison-coated steel needles, as thin as ox hair, silently shot towards Ying Yuan's face and throat. Ying Yuan neither dodged nor evaded. The red light of the Kirin arm suddenly surged, and he punched out violently. Roar! As if a sound from an ancient Kirin's roar resounded, the fierce wind caused the air to distort, and the surrounding buildings spontaneously combusted due to the high temperature. Those poison needles instantly shattered in midair, broken into several pieces that fell to the ground. Not only that, the fist wind continued unabated with the power to burn mountains and boil seas, rushing straight at the six-fingered Black Knight. The six-fingered Black Knight's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Ying Yuan's Kirin arm to be so domineering. He dared not take it head-on, his figure once again turning into a black shadow darting sideways. Rip! The fist wind grazed his clothes, tearing a large piece of his black cloak, revealing the equally dark, tight-fitting outfit inside. This kid is strange. That arm can actually unleash such power. The six-fingered Black Knight no longer underestimated the situation, decisively drawing the ink eyebrow to prepare for battle. Not far away, Guy saw the six-fingered Black Knight draw his sword, knowing that the opponent was now serious. Just from the aura, the six-fingered Black Knight's current strength was on par with his own. Your Majesty, the six-fingered Black Knight, as the current Mahist leader, is extremely powerful. The young lord has already fought him to this point, which is not easy. Perhaps we should intervene. Ying Zheng watched the two fighting with a grave expression, murmuring, Yuan D, I didn't expect your cultivation has reached such a level. Gainya, go quickly, protecting Yuan. As you command. On the other side atop the ruins, the six-fingered Black Knight gently stroked the blade of the ink eyebrow with both hands. Kid, being able to force me to use the ink eyebrow, there are few in the entire martial world. Enough talk. Six-fingered Black Knight, take my sword. Ying Yuan was bathed in flames, the patterns on the fire Kirin sword instantly lit up, and a terrifying flame sword aura burst forth like a fire dragon. But the next second the sword aura vanished. Overlord sword. First form. Sword leaving a mark. The sword passed through the void, leaving a mark, its momentum fierce, yet silent, hidden in the invisible, striking by surprise. This sword was like an arrow shot from the bow, emerging from the surrounding shadows, aimed straight at the six-fingered Black Knight's heart. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless, with timing perfectly grasped. Above the Xianying royal palace, a thunderous explosion erupted instantly in the sky. Two completely opposing forces, one red and one black, collided midair. The tip of the Horlin's sword pressed against the blade of Mo, merely 3 inches from the heart of the six-fingered Black Hero. The six-fingered Black Hero felt an indescribable force and scorching heat surge through his arms from his opponent, his hands numbed by the shock, his bones on the verge of shattering. He never expected Ying Yuan's sword strike to be so swift. Had he not instinctively raised his sword to guard his chest, he would likely have been critically wounded by now. How old is this kid? How can he possess such power? Why did I never know of this before? The six-fingered Black Hero was suddenly repelled by a tremendous force, somersaulting through the air several times before barely regaining his balance, a trace of blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he notice charred black marks appearing on his 6 fingers. Ying Yuan too was forced backward by the recoil, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the solid stone tiles. The radiance on his Qilin arm dimmed slightly, only to regain its former brilliance moments later. Thud! Ying Yuan's body also suffered backlash from the counterforce, blood continuously seeping from his lips. Cough! What a six-fingered Black Hero, truly deserving of your reputation. Ying Yuan wiped a streak of blood from his mouth, his eyes burning with even greater fervor as he slowly struggled to his feet. Cough! What a six-fingered Black Hero, truly deserving of your reputation. Ying Yuan wiped a streak of blood from his mouth, his eyes burning with even greater fervor as he slowly struggled to his feet. Ying Yuan took a deep breath as both the Horlin sword and his Qilin arm blazed with scorching radiance. Flame patterns flowed endlessly across the sword's blade while a faint silhouette of a Qilin emerged upon his arm, emitting a low rumbling roar. Receive this technique. Qilin fire ravages the plane. Ying Yuan held the sword with both hands, pressing his Qilin arm against its blade, continuously pouring his internal flame energy into it. The Horlin sword instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, like a miniature sun illuminating the entire Xianying royal palace. A colossal wave of flame sword energy appeared before everyone's eyes, resembling a true fire Qilin roaring and galloping forward with the momentum to devour all in its path. Heya! Ying Yuan's skin cracked once again from the extreme heat, blood seeping continuously from his eyes and nose as his spiritual energy surged out of control. The battle within the Xianying royal palace had reached its fever pitch. Ying Yuan's Qilin fire ravages the plane, sword energy surging with heaven-scorching power swept toward the six-fingered Black Hero like a crimson mad dragon poised to consume him entirely. This is bad. Yen Fei and Moon Goddess immediately mobilized all their spiritual energy to separate the two. Oh no, my lord is resorting to desperation. Just at that critical moment, whoosh. A sharp whistle, nearly breaking the sound barrier, exploded like thunder from the heavens. The sound did not come from Ying Yuan or the six-fingered Black Hero, but from the highest point of the Xianying palace, from the direction of the stargazing terrace overlooking all beneath it. A silver light so fast it transcended the limits of human vision appeared, not as a physical entity, but as pure intent, a lightning bolt slicing through space itself. It was at this moment that Yen Fei realized this was a sword. A simple, unadorned longsword of ancient design with a slender blade, minimalistic guard, and a faded cyan cloth wrapped around its hilt. It possessed neither the blazing radiance of the Huolin sword nor the ferocious might of the Qilin arm, yet it carried a profound sword intent of all things under heaven at my command, and an ultimate speed embodying, in all martial arts only speed prevails. This sword strike came so suddenly, so swiftly so. Naturally, it seemed like a watershed precisely cutting between Ying Yuan's Qilin fire ravages the plain, sword energy, and the six-fingered black hero. Clang! A crystal-clear metallic clash resonated, pure in tone, yet infinitely powerful. That silver-white longsword at an inconceivable angle and speed struck late, yet arrived first, piercing the reverse scale of Ying Yuan's massive fire Qilin sword energy, that precise point where its power was most concentrated and most vulnerable. This single strike contained no elaborate sword flourishes, no earth-shattering grandeur. Only the most concise technique and raw power. Boom. It was as though a massive balloon had been pierced. Ying Yuan's Qilin fire ravages the plain, sword energy capable of incinerating all things erupted like a volcanic explosion, all flames gushing forth uncontrollably under the guidance of that single longsword. The scorching flames dissipated rapidly like a receding tide, and the six-fingered black hero's attack was likewise shattered, ultimately dispersing into countless harmless streams of chi spiraling in all directions. The two life-and-death sword strikes had unexpectedly been intercepted, squarely blocked by this sudden incoming blow. Everyone stared in utter disbelief at the man emerging from the shadows of the nearby ruins. Clad in white robes whiter than snow, unstained by even a speck of dust, his features handsome and refined, his gaze calm as still waters. That incoming figure was none other than Sword Saint Gunye. Gunye's gaze swept calmly over Ying Yuan and the six-fingered black hero, finally resting on the latter. His voice was gentle, yet carried undeniable authority. Mahist Grandmaster. This is the capital of Great Qin within the royal palace. Your uninvited presence is rather impolite, is it not? The six-fingered black hero glared fixedly at Gunye. Master Gunye's swordsmanship is indeed first-rate. 100-step flying sword, truly well-deserved. As expected of the sword saint of the Qin state. Gunye nodded slightly, and continued, the matters between the Mahists and Great Qin should be deliberated carefully. Breaking the law through martial force is not the action of a wise person. His words were gentle, yet carried a persuasive power. Ying Yuan took a deep breath and slowly sheathed the Huolin sword, the radiance on his Qilin arm gradually dimming as he forced himself to remain standing. Teacher, don't let this scoundrel escape so easily. The six-fingered black hero looked at Gunye in surprise. No wonder this lad's techniques contain traces of the Zhongheng philosophy. So he has received your genuine sword transmission. The six-fingered black hero glanced around, then cast a look at the struggling Ying Yuan. Kid, the green mountains remain unchanged, the flowing waters persist. Our paths shall cross again. With that, the six-fingered black hero began to break through the encirclement. Zhang Han immediately bellowed, stop him. Under no circumstances are you to let him escape. Meanwhile, Gunye supported Ying Yuan, standing firmly in place as though he had never moved. His gaze remained calm, as if that preceding sword strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. 100-step flying sword. One strike that shatters 10,000 techniques. This was the true power of Sword Saint Gunye. Sir, why did you not engage? Gunye shook his head. The six-fingered black hero's martial arts are formidable. Were I to intervene directly, I could not guarantee the young master's safety. His Majesty's order is to prioritize protecting the young master. Upon my arrival, I observed that the 6 sword servants of the Luo Net organization had already been deployed. Combined with General Zhang Han's coordination, the six-fingered black hero will not survive today, or at the very least will suffer grave wounds. That night, Ying Yuan received news about the 6F black hero. In the end, the Luo Net and the Shadow Guard closed in on him at the same time, and the six-fingered black hero managed to escape. But he was poisoned and gravely wounded, and would not recover quickly. Soon the matter of Ying Yuan's duel with the six-fingered black hero spread across the 100 schools of thought. Upon hearing the news, everyone was astonished. A youth who had just come of age could face the six-fingered black hero for hundreds of rounds, and still hold his own. Especially after the six-fingered black hero personally confirmed it, Ying Yuan's name became the subject of heated discussion among the 100 schools in a very short time. 3 days later, Ying Zheng personally arrived with Zhang Han at a residence outside the royal palace. Because Ying Yuan and the six-fingered black hero had clashed, his former dwelling was reduced to rubble, so Ying Zheng chose a house near the palace for Ying Yuan to live in. Today he had come to see how his younger brother was recovering. As soon as Ying Zheng entered the residence, he saw Ying Yuan carefully pacing in the courtyard. Ying Yuan, your body isn't fully recovered yet. How did you get out of bed, eh? Ying Zheng asked, then immediately helped Ying Yuan back inside. Your Majesty, the doctors have examined him. The meridians are somewhat damaged. I've taken medicine for a few days, and am already much better. But you must not become careless. Your body is of utmost importance. And this time I brought you a ginseng to replenish your qi and blood. Ying Yuan smiled faintly. Thank you, Your Majesty. When the two entered the room, Yan Fei personally poured tea for them, then stepped out and closed the door. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yuan with a solemn gaze. Yuan, actually that day, when the six-fingered black hero attacked, I was on the scene. At first I did not let Master Gainye pass, so you must not blame me. How could I blame your majesty? I know you also intended to test me. Besides, I myself want to try to see where my current limits lie. Hearing Ying Yuan say this, Ying Zheng felt much reassured. You have grown up with a silver spoon in your mouth since childhood. Oh, everyone around you has pampered you. You are gifted, but I fear you may become conceited and drift without progress. Therefore I intended to give you a proper pounding this time, but I did not expect you to reach such a level, holding your own against a peerless warrior in so short a time. How long have you been training? From now on your safety is assured. Ying Yuan smiled softly. Your Majesty, you need not worry about me. At that moment a eunuch approached. Your Majesty. News from the palace. The Empress Dowager is again roaming the inner palace searching for her two children, somewhat deranged. The chief attendant serving the Empress Dowager is at a loss how to handle it. Ying Zheng's expression darkened instantly. Always chasing after Lao Ai's offspring. Then let her go to Yongcheng to look for them. Anyway, both of her children were killed there in Yongcheng. Let her go. She must never return. Ying Yuan urged. Your Majesty, if you truly intend to confine the Empress Dowager in Yongcheng, it would be a breach of filial piety, and the other states may. The people from the 6 states can say what they will. The Empress Dowager has been stirring up trouble in the harem for some time now. This is a good opportunity to send her away and give me some peace. Hey, Your Majesty, think again. This move might give other conspirators a chance. Ying Zheng waved his hand resolute. Never mind. This is Great Qin's realm. If anyone dares to act, so they will surely die. Ying Yuan saw this and could not argue further. After all, he could only advise, and whether others heeded it was not up to him. Zhao State. King Yin of Zhao sat in his study, the color in his face utterly grim. Waste. All of you are waste. 300,000 Qin troops are pressing the border. The Qin forces kept intruding into Zhao's borders, and the Zhao army retreated step by step. What? Are we going to wait for Qin's army to push straight to Handan, so that Ying Zheng can cut off my head? Beside him, Guokai's face also grew heavy. Your Majesty, Yin State is eyeing us like a tiger, and General Li Mu must lead border troops to resist Yin and the Xiongnu in the north. We are resisting Qin on one front while also defending against Yin. We are beset on all sides. King Yin of Zhao leaned on a brocade-covered couch, his mood shifting like the weather, his fingers tapping the armrest producing a dull sound. What about the matter of sending someone to infiltrate and bring Zhao Ji back to Handan? Your Majesty, I have dispatched people to search from many angles, but Zhao Ji is in Xianyang's inner palace heavily guarded. It's truly what? King Yin of Zhao suddenly sat up straight, eyes sharp as knives directly piercing Guokai. I promoted you to the Prime Minister, gave you wealth and power beyond measure. Do you think I want you here to tell me it is what it is, eh? Guokai trembled, sinking to his knees. My lord, I will not fail you. I will deploy more men, and strive to bring Zhao Ji back to Handan soon. Enough. King Yin slammed the armrest, making Guokai flinch. Guokai, you should know Zhao Ji's importance to Zhao State. If Zhao Ji can be seized and brought to Zhao State, the Qin army would not dare attack the city. You must go to Qin State in person and bring Zhao Ji back for me. What? Me? Guokai pointed at himself in disbelief, his expression more terrible than crying. My lord, I am Zhao State's Prime Minister. Hey, as my Prime Minister you should lead by example and share the burden of the nation. Guokai's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground kneeling. My lord, I have no martial skill at all. King Yin waved his hand. It does not matter if you cannot fight, I can assign you guards to protect you. You have grown up with me since childhood, you are the only confidant I have at court, so I must entrust this to you. Moreover, when I placed you on the Prime Minister's seat, many elder ministers opposed it. If you can save Zhao State from peril this time, your position as Prime Minister will be secure. Guokai's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his brow. He knew King Yin's methods. If he failed the Prime Minister's seat, and perhaps his life, would be at stake. If he did not go, the Prime Minister's position would be forever out of reach. So he must go no matter what. I understand, Your Majesty. Very soon marked the wedding of Ying Yuan and to Si Ming. What should have been a joyful occasion, the skies over Xianyang City were shrouded in gloom by days of ceaseless rain. On the Guanzhong plain, Zheng Guo shed his official robes and knelt beside the newly built canal, the surroundings already a marsh. During this period, days of torrential rain poured down like the waters of the heavens, washing the incomplete canal to ruins. The murky floodwaters roared, breaching several dikes and flooding the newly dug channels like a wild horse running loose, trampling the fields on both banks. The surrounding fields had turned into a vast sea, with only treetops and rooftops peeking above like islands adrift on the water. The common people stood on higher ground, gazing at their submerged fields, their faces etched with despair and helplessness. Zheng Guo's hair was soaked by the rain, plastered to his brow, his coarse garments drenched and muddy. His usually confident, steadfast countenance now wore weariness, self-reproach, and a profound ache. He was a foreign official trusted by the king to oversee the canal, who during construction days of rain had washed away the unfinished channel. Although it was a natural disaster, as the principal responsible, he must bear the blame. He drew a deep breath, knowing he must go to the king of Qin to beg for forgiveness. even to resign. In Xianying City within Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng sat on the throne with a terrifyingly grim expression. Li Wan and Ying Yuan stood on either side, and all held their breath. The rain outside continued to patter, making the hall's atmosphere even more oppressive. Your Majesty, Zheng Guo requests an audience. Ying Zheng's eyes flashed with mixed emotions, and he finally spoke, coldly summon him. Zheng Guo walked in muddy and unadorned in rough homespun garments, head bowed low. He approached the hall, knelt on the ground, and struck 3 heavy blows with his forehead. Guilty servant Zheng Guo, pay homage to the great king. His voice was hoarse and tired. Ying Zheng regarded his battered appearance, a whirl of feelings in his heart. He knew how much Zheng Guo had sacrificed for this canal, yet the disaster before them was so stark. Ying Zheng's voice was deep with a hint of fatigue. The great canal, what has happened? Zheng Guo's body trembled slightly. He lifted his head, guilt and pain etched on his face. Your Majesty, the canal. Many sections collapsed. The floods submerged hundreds of thousands of mu of farmland on both banks. The people suffered heavy losses. His voice grew softer, finally almost inaudible. Guilty servant. I would accept 10,000 deaths to atone for my crime. The hall fell into a deadly silence. Ying Zheng remained silent for a long while, then slowly spoke. Do you know your guilt? Guilty servant knows. Zheng Guo kowtowed again, the sound of his forehead colliding with the floor echoing harshly in the quiet hall. Guilty servant has betrayed the king's trust, wasted Qin's immense human and material resources, yet brought such disaster to Qin. Guilty servant. I have no face to continue as a water engineer. I beg the king, dismiss me from all duties, grant me death to atone for the world. Ying Yuan stepped forward at once. Your Majesty, this rain is a natural disaster. It is not Zheng Guo's fault. The great canal is unfinished. It cannot withstand these days' heavy rain. Li Si also hurried to add, Your Majesty, I have observed the great canal. The section that collapsed was built during the late king's reign. The canal has long fallen into disrepair and cannot bear such a massive torrent. It finally collapsed. It then surged out along the not yet completed Great Canal. I believe the urgent task should not be to assign blame, but to dredge the river, quickly repair the canal, and soothe the people. Zheng Guo is the chief water engineer, the one who knows the surrounding canals best. Dredging the waterways and repairing the Great Canal rest with him alone. Ying Zheng's trust in Zheng Guo's abilities was evident. He looked at Zheng Guo, his eyes bearing a hint of imperial breadth and foresight. Zheng Guo, the task of repairing the Great Canal is yours, and yours alone. When the Great Canal is fully repaired, if you wish to resign, I shall grant you leave. But now I will not permit it. Qin needs you. Zheng Guo's eyes instantly lit with hope, and his lips trembled as he declared, Your Majesty, I, your servant, shall swear to die to dredge the waterways, repair the Great Canal. Let the Guangzhong Plain suffer no more floods. Wang Li Si, quickly coordinate with Zheng Guo, mobilize grain supplies and manpower, and maintain order on the site to prevent any opportunists from sowing chaos. Yes. Li Si and Wang replied in unison. At this moment, the ceremonial official asked with a wary look, Your Majesty, will the Chang'an Lord's wedding proceed as usual tomorrow? Ying Zheng did not hesitate. Of course, as usual, but in these exceptional times, keep things simple. Ying Yuan, do you have any objections? I have no objections. The next day, on Ying Yuan's wedding day, due to the continuous rain and disaster, Ying Zheng did not hold a grand ceremony. Only the royal clan and a few senior ministers watched. The Yingyang master laid a sedan chair on the ground, and the attendant drew back the curtains. A red-dressed Deci Ming stepped from the sedan. She wore a crimson silk gown. Her silhouette stood tall and graceful, her face like a lotus, and her eyes brighter than peach blossoms, utterly captivating. All present, upon seeing the Deci Ming, could not help muttering, What a bargain for Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan looked her up and down, a satisfied smile on his lips. The moon goddess and Yin Fei stood behind her, paying little heed to the ceremony. Do you recall how when they first wed Ying Yuan, each had strutted about like a proud peacock? Let her remain exalted for now. There will be consequences later. This is the Yingyang master's Deci Ming. Truly a beauty born for seduction. Indeed a match for Lord Chang'an. Congratulations, Lord Chang'an. A lovely bride indeed. Lord Chang'an. Truly good fortune. We are all envious. Li Siwei Liao and others stood nearby congratulating Ying Yuan. Ying Zheng meanwhile wore a look of anxious anticipation as he watched Ying Yuan and Deci Ming. The reason he did not delay Ying Yuan's wedding was to bolster the state's fortunes, hoping the union would restore the people's morale and perhaps quell the disaster. Of course this was but Ying Zheng's own wishful thinking. He could not command heavens, will only hold on to hope. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Shall we begin? An inner attendant reminded Ying Zheng. Yes, proceed. Do not delay. Ying Zheng waved his hand. The auspicious time has come. Pay homage. With the completion of the ceremonial sequence, the rites continued. The marriage between Ying Yuan and Deci Ming had thus been officially completed. In the next moment, the familiar electronic voice rang again in Ying Yuan's ears. Congratulations on successfully marrying the Grand Prefect of the Yingyang School. Reward obtained: Wind God Leg Body Tempering Pill Qin Dynasty's National Fortune 100. Ying Yuan was overcome with elation. The Wind God Leg, a peerless lightness skill leg technique cultivated by Nie Feng in the Fengyan series, is renowned throughout the martial world for its swiftness, like the wind, unpredictability, and harmonious blend of hardness and softness. Most crucially, the Wind God Leg's speed is unrivaled in the martial world. If he ever encounters an opponent he cannot defeat, he can simply flee, making it an essential tool for survival. As for the body tempering pill Ying Yuan examined its description, after consumption it strengthens physical constitution, unblocks the meridians, and provides a modest increase to cultivation. Both rewards granted by the system this time proved to be quite valuable. On the high platform, Ying Zheng observed the barely concealed smile on Ying Yuan's lips and immediately deduced that the youth had received his rewards. At that moment, within the Luo Sheng Hall of the Yinyan School, Dong Wang Tai maintained close surveillance over Ying Yuan while simultaneously observing shifts in the celestial chart. According to his hypothesis, each of Ying Yuan's weddings would increase Qin's national fortune. He had already dispersed most disciples of the Yinyan school across various regions of Qin, eager to verify whether his speculation held true. An attendant from the Yinyan school nearby spoke in confusion. "My lord, are you not overreacting? Lord Chang'an has merely taken another concubine." Dong Wang Tai paced back and forth on the high platform. "Have you not noticed? During Lord Chang'an's first wedding, favorable rain descended from the heavens. During his second wedding, vast deposits of coal were discovered in Lin County. Do you truly believe these are mere coincidences? If none of these are coincidences and my theory is correct, this youth truly does elevate Qin's fortune, then even the Azure Dragon 7 stars would pale in comparison. Do you still consider this youth insignificant?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Buwei was also observing from the shadows. "Immediately keep watch over all members of the Yinyan school. Report to me at once if any anomalies arise. Should they dare to lay hands on the king or Ying Yuan, ensure they are captured in one net. As you command." Soon as night fell, Ying Yuan formally returned to his residence. Yin Fei and Moon Goddess immediately came forward, reminding him simultaneously, "My lord, the Grand Prefect has been settled, but you must be cautious. Her curse mark is no easy thing to deal with." Ying Yuan embraced both women, drawing them into his arms. "Rest assured, with both ladies here and Jingni watching from the shadows, I refuse to believe this Grand Prefect can turn the tables." Yin Fei traced patterns on Ying Yuan's chest continuously, saying with a gentle smile, "My lord, tonight's protagonist is neither myself nor Sister Moon Goddess. It is getting late. You should proceed to your bridal chamber." Ying Yuan smiled, then released the two women. "Then I shall not disturb you further, my ladies." As he made his way toward the Grand Prefect's room, he happened to encounter Xiao Zhu. "Young master, the warm water has been prepared for you." "Indeed. Thank you for your trouble. All of you may depart." "As you command." After giving his instructions, Ying Yuan pushed open the door to the Grand Prefect's room. The Grand Prefect sat coldly by the bedside. Ying Yuan approached her leisurely. Even through her garments, he could discern her impeccable figure. "Stay away from me." The Grand Prefect rose instinctively, as if reacting on pure reflex. "On our wedding night, where do you expect me to go?" Ying Yuan gazed at the Grand Prefect without haste. "Dong Wang Tai voluntarily offering you to me. There must be some concealed secret behind this, correct?" "Let me guess. Having you by my side is to monitor me, isn't it?" The Grand Prefect instantly tensed, fearing Ying Yuan might act recklessly. Now do not be so tense. I would never harm you." Ying Yuan walked to the table and slowly poured himself a cup of tea. The Grand Prefect said anxiously, "Young master, a forced union bears no sweetness. Even if you possess my body, you will never win my heart. From henceforth you must remain ever vigilant against my assassination attempts." Your words carry some truth. Rest assured, I will make you cherish me, both in heart and body." Ying Yuan declared with commanding authority. The Grand Prefect's words carried a hint of disdain. "Ha. And what makes you think so?" "Precisely. Let me ask you, within Qin and even across the 6 states, are my status, strength, and appearance not exceptional? Just wait and see. My brother, the King of Qin, will surely unify the 6 states and bring the world under one rule. My position will naturally rise accordingly. As for my martial prowess, not long clashed with the 6-fingered black hero. He is a master beyond the first rank, yet I achieved a draw despite being merely at the first rank. I am confident that within a year at most I shall fully ascend to the super first rank. And as for you, though you hold the title of Grand Prefect of the Yinyan School, what has come of it? You are merely Dong Wang Tai's pawn. Do you truly intend to follow him for life? Why did Dong Wang Tai agree to my marriage with Yin Fei in the first place? Was it not to curry favor with Qin and secure the secret of the Azure Dragon 7 stars at the earliest opportunity? Dong Wang Tai is but one among the masses in the future, but your majesty is different." The Grand Prefect found Ying Yuan's words somewhat convincing, yet she still maintained her reserve. "Even if what you say is true, you are ultimately not the Crown Prince of Qin. You can never inherit the throne in the future." Ha. Who said I want to inherit the throne? I have no desire to be the king of Qin, walking on thin ice every single day. Whether balancing ministers or managing officialdom, I would rather spend my time enjoying a leisurely life. With you by my side, living a life of passion and splendor. Would that not be wonderful? The Grand Prefect immediately felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Who wants to live in passion and splendor with you? Ying Yuan immediately seized the opportunity. Well, do you not find my words quite reasonable? Come, let us drink the nuptial wine together. Once finished, you shall be mine. Seeing the moment ripe, Ying Yuan promptly handed the wine cup to the Grand Prefect. The two then drank the wine together. Ying Yuan looked at the Grand Prefect in slight astonishment. He had not expected the process to be so smooth. Ha, the night is late, my lady. Shall we retire for the evening? As Ying Yuan moved to embrace the Grand Prefect, she exclaimed, wait. I've heard you once fought the six-fingered black hero to a draw, true? The Grand Prefect hastily stopped his advance. Indeed. Why do you ask? Surely my lady is also interested. Ha. Who among the 100 schools of thought does not know the name of the six-fingered black hero? My intended must be someone of formidable martial arts, at minimum capable of surpassing me. Upon hearing this, Ying Yuan instantly understood the Grand Prefect's meaning and smiled gently. Very well. Then today I shall show you the true strength of your husband. Inside the room, Ying Yuan looked at Desiming, whose stubborn face resembled a fierce young she-wolf, and let out a playful smile. The space in this room is too confined. How about we test our skills in the open clearing outside? Desiming looked at Ying Yuan with an air of haughty pride. Why don't we make a wager? On what? If I win this duel, you are never allowed to touch me again. Ying Yuan lightly caressed the fire Kirin's sword at his waist and leaned closer. And what if I win? From then on you will do whatever I command. Deal. The courtyard plaza behind the manor was now illuminated by torches bright as day. The massive bronze cauldron gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the firelight. Around the plaza, Lu Jinxing and Yin Fei stood on either side, holding their breath as they intently watched the duel in the center. Though not a battle of life and death, it was far more gripping than one. Ying Yuan had changed into a set of dark form-fitting robes, accentuating his posture, which was as upright and towering as a pine tree. His right arm now emanated a faint dark red glow, pulsing gently, as if it possessed a life of its own. In his hand, he tightly gripped the fire Kirin sword, a weapon that had even drawn the solemn attention of the sword Saint Gunya. The blade was long and narrow, adorned with flowing fire patterns that seemed alive. The Kirin head on the guard snarled fiercely, as if ready to spew raging flames at any moment. Desiming possessed an exquisitely beautiful face with skin fairer than snow and eyes like cold stars, deep and icy. Her hair was swept up high, secured by a pure gold phoenix hairpin, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. As the chief dispenser of death of the Yin Yang school, she was renowned among the 100 schools of thought for her mastery of the six-soul terrorizing curse and Yin Yang techniques. She carried no weapons, merely standing there quietly with her hands draped naturally by her sides, her entire body radiating an elusive, icy chill. Her gaze fell calmly upon Ying Yuan, as if evaluating a piece of merchandise. Ying Yuan. Desiming's voice was cold and clear like the striking of fine jade. I hope you are a man of your word, never to go back on it. He raised the fire Kirin sword, its tip pointing directly at Desiming, as the light on his Kirin arm flared brilliantly. A true man in this world keeps his word as a solemn promise. Desiming nodded slightly, her figure swaying as she drifted backward several yards like a phantom. Her movement technique was eerie and swift like a ghost in the dark night, leaving a trail of afterimages across the plaza. Then make your move. Desiming's voice rang out as her hands rapidly formed hand seals before her. The torches on the plaza suddenly flickered wildly, and the light began to warp. Ying Yuan felt his vision blur as Desiming's figure instantaneously split into 3 identical clones striking at him from different directions. Ying Yuan's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward. Stamping his feet heavily, he cracked the stone ground beneath him and transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging directly at Desiming's clones. Clang! The fire Kirin sword unsheathed, first slashing toward the clone on the far left. Where the blade passed, the clone dissolved like a bubble, proving to be nothing but an illusion. Mere parlor tricks. Ying Yuan snorted coldly. The fire Kirin sword swept out once more, slashing at the clone in the middle. Yet this time the blade sliced through empty air, and that clone dissolved as well. Oh, fascinating. Ying Yuan frowned slightly, realizing that Desiming's Yin Yang techniques were indeed incredibly bizarre. The moment his attention wavered, the clone on the far right suddenly accelerated, thrusting a palm toward his chest. The wind from her strike carried a searing, scorching heat, causing Ying Yuan's hair to whip wildly in the air. Ying Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The light on his Kirin arm flared violently as he threw a powerful punch. Roar! A faint roar of a Kirin seemingly from ancient times echoed. Wherever his fist whined, traveled the air, warped and burned. Ying Yuan instantly shattered Desiming's attack. In the very next second, however, Desiming's true body materialized behind Ying Yuan. Her hands formed a complex hand seal as she uttered a low cry. It is not over yet. An invisible force instantly enveloped Ying Yuan. He felt a sharp stabbing pain in his mind, as though countless aggrieved souls were screaming. His movements faltered for a brief moment. A perfect opportunity. A glint of sharp light flashed across Desiming's eyes. Bringing the 5 fingers of her right hand together, she thrust them toward the center of Ying Yuan's back, like a sharp blade. Alarm bells rang in Ying Yuan's mind. Forcing down the piercing pain in his head, he lunged forward in a roll, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, he threw a backhand, slashed the Fire Kirin sword, unleashing a blazing wave of fiery sword chi toward Desiming's wrist. Desiming snorted coldly. Her figure swayed once more, evading the Fire Kirin sword strike with ghostly agility. Her hands formed seals again, and the light in the plaza warped once more. Countless black shadows rose from the ground, coiling toward Ying Yuan like venomous serpents. Ying Yang art 10,000 souls devouring the heart. Ying Yuan took a deep breath, channeling the power of his Kirin arm into the Fire Kirin sword. The flame patterns on the blade instantly lit up, as if coming to life. A colossal wave of fiery sword chi burst forth, sweeping toward the black shadows like a roaring fire dragon. Wherever the sword chi passed, the black shadows dissolved one after another, letting out wretched, piercing shrieks. Desiming, though your Yin Yang techniques are eerie before absolute strength, they are nothing but illusions. Today your husband shall let you witness my true power. Ying Yuan's voice carried an overbearing and domineering aura. He raised the Fire Kirin sword, its tip pointing far toward Desiming as the light on his Kirin arm condensed once again. Kirin Fire Prairie Blaze. Ying Yuan held the sword with both hands, pressing his Kirin arm against the blade, continuously pouring his fiery inner energy into the weapon. The Fire Kirin sword instantly erupted with a dazzling, brilliant light, illuminating the entire plaza like a miniature sun. An immensely massive wave of fiery sword chi resembling a true Fire Kirin roared and charged forward, carrying a devastating power capable of incinerating all in its path as it lunged straight at Desiming. Last time it was only because Gunya intervened that Ying Yuan had refrained from unleashing this strike. Although he did not execute the move with full force this time, its power was still not to be underestimated. Desiming's expression changed drastically. She knew the power of this strike was immense. Her hands moved in a rapid blur before her, forming a defensive seal. Yin Yang art all dermis returned to one. A massive black barrier materialized before her, attempting to block the onslaught of the Fire Kirin sword. Boom! The fiery sword chi and the black barrier collided with a deafening crash. The entire plaza seemed to tremble as the shockwave rippled outward, knocking the torches askew. Under the terrifying power of the Fire Kirin sword, Desiming's black barrier shattered inch by inch. Her body was sent flying by the immense shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground as a trickle of fresh blood escaped the corner of her lips. Her red dress was also burned into tattered rags by the flames. Ying Yuan was not faring much better either. This strike had depleted nearly half of his inner energy, causing his chest to heave as his blood boiled. Leaning on his Fire Kirin sword, he gasped slightly. Seeing Desiming in her tattered clothes, which exposed a generous amount of her fair skin, he immediately took off his outer robe and stepped forward. Desiming struggled to her feet. Though her aura was noticeably weakened, her cold eyes were still ablaze with fighting spirit. She looked at Ying Yuan and said slowly, "Ying Yuan, your Fire Kirin sword and Kirin arm are indeed domineering. This time you win. I accept my defeat, but do not think I will let this matter rest so easily." Ying Yuan draped his robe over Desiming's shoulders. "Very well. I shall await the day you defeat me." With that, Ying Yuan turned and walked away. Just as Ying Yuan finished his battle and was preparing to return to his chamber to rest, Zhang Han rushed into the manor with a look of sheer urgency on his face. Young master, the king has urgently summoned you to the palace. Right now." Ying Yuan glanced at Desiming not far away. Having just defeated her in battle, and with her accepting the loss in good faith, the prize was practically within his grasp. "Young master, please come with me quickly," Zhang Han urged anxiously. Seeing Zhang Han in such a state of panic, Ying Yuan realized something must be amiss and immediately followed him. By the time he and Zhang Han's group entered the royal palace, they happened to encounter Li Siwei, Liao Wangwan, and a group of military officials. "Lord Chang'an, what on earth has happened? Why have we been summoned to the palace in the dead of night?" Li Si inquired with confusion. Ying Yuan shook his head in response. "I do not know the details either, but summoning us at this hour must mean something of grave importance has occurred." Led by an attendant, the group quickly arrived at the study. Inside the King of Qin's study, flickering candlelight illuminated the map of the Great Qin territory hanging on the wall. Yet at this moment the air was thick with an oppressive solemnity. Ying Zheng sat high behind the royal desk, his dark robes accentuating his pale, grim face. His eyes, usually as sharp as an eagle's, now burned with a raging fury. In his hand, he tightly gripped a secret report newly delivered from Yongqing, his knuckles whitening from the force. Thwack! The report was slammed violently onto the desk, producing a dull, heavy crash. "Splendid! What a fine state of Zhao Yen." Ying Zheng's voice was low and raspy, yet carried a terrifying rage. They actually dare to kidnap my royal mother." As soon as these words were spoken, Ying Yuan, Li Si, and the others were utterly shocked. "Your Majesty, although the Queen Dowager is confined in Yongqing, there are at least several thousand guards stationed there along with surveillance from the shadow guards. How could she possibly be abducted?" Ying Zheng rose abruptly, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept across the ministers, standing solemnly below. Zhao Yan dispatched Guo Kai to infiltrate Yongsheng in secret. That scoundrel opened a pastry shop featuring Zhao-style delicacies in the city. After trying them once, my royal mother took a liking to them, and insisted on leaving the palace to have them fresh out of the oven. Consequently, once she stepped outside, she never returned. Now that the heavy rains in Guangzhou have ceased, Guo Kai and his cohort have undoubtedly departed from Yongsheng. I have summoned you all here to deliberate on how to rescue my mother. Li Si said with a grim expression, Your Majesty. The absolute priority is to have the military seal all borders immediately. Simultaneously, we must dispatch members of the royal clan to the checkpoints to identify the Queen Dowager. Ying Yuan. Ying Zheng nodded, then turned his gaze toward Ying Yuan. You are of my royal blood. How do you believe we should handle this matter? Ying Yuan stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, as the art of war dictates, when surrounding an enemy, one must leave an escape route. We can block all other directions, but leave a single path open. Guo Kai will undoubtedly flee along the gap. We purposely leave. At this moment, the Qin General Li Xian stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the actions of the Zhao are absolutely intolerable. I request permission to lead our iron cavalry to strike directly at Handan, flatten the state of Zhao, and show the other 5 states that Great Qin is not to be trifled with. Li Si stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, you must not. The abduction of Queen Dowager Zhao Ji is indeed a great national humiliation. However, winter is only a few months away. Launching a hasty military campaign against Zhao at this time would be disadvantageous to Great Qin. Ying Yuan further added, Furthermore, Your Majesty, if we capture Guo Kai, we absolutely must not execute him. Guo Kai is greedy and cunning. In kidnapping the Queen Dowager, he seeks nothing but profit. Keeping him alive will be of immense value in sowing discord within the Zhao royal court. Wei Liao quickly nodded in agreement and praised, Lord Chang'an speaks with great wisdom. As the art of war dictates, the supreme strategy is to attack the enemy's plans next, is to disrupt their alliances next, is to attack their army, and the worst policy is to attack their walled cities. Although Zhao possesses formidable generals like Li Mu, their court is dominated by treacherous sycophants like Guo Kai, leaving them rife with internal strife. If we utilize Guo Kai as a pawn effectively, we can even seize this opportunity to weaken the state of Zhao, laying the foundation for our future campaign to annihilate them. Ying Zheng's expression softened slightly, but the fury in his eyes remained undiminished. He paced back and forth within the study, his fingers lightly tapping the jade pendant at his waist. Guo Kai. Ying Zheng gnashed his teeth. Once the state of Zhao is destroyed, I shall boil you alive. He halted his steps, his gaze turning sharp once more. Wang Wan, draft an official state letter immediately to severely condemn King Zhao Yan for permitting his minister to kidnap my royal mother. Demand that he deliver both Guo Kai and the Queen Dowager to Xianyang within 3 days. Otherwise, the iron cavalry of Great Qin shall trample Handan into dust. Understood, Wang Wan replied. Wei Liao. Ying Zheng added, keep a close watch on the movements of the other states to prevent them from taking advantage of this crisis. Understood, Wei Liao complied. Finally, Ying Zheng's gaze fell upon Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan, you Li Xian, and I shall lead an elite force to the border in secret. We must be ready to receive the Queen Dowager at any moment, or if necessary, execute a decapitation strike. Your servant obeys. Ying Yuan stood up abruptly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I will not fail my mission. If Guo Kai dares to harm even a single hair on the Queen Dowager's head, I shall tear him into 10,000 pieces. Ying Zheng nodded and said in a solemn voice, Everyone, the safety of the Queen Dowager concerns the dignity of Great Qin, as well as my own filial piety. In this matter, failure is not an option. We shall spare no sacrifice. The ministers responded in unison. Ying Zheng took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anger in his heart. He walked to the window, gazing out at the deep night. Although his mother had indeed done many things to wrong him in the past, she had after all raised him. The memories of the two of them relying on each other to survive in the state of Zhao still flickered before Ying Zheng's eyes. Zhao Yan. Guo Kai. Ying Zheng muttered to himself, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You shall pay a devastating price for what you have done today. Meanwhile, on the other side, as dawn was about to break, dozens of Zhao agents, disguised as merchants, were sprinting along a narrow path. Riding on horseback, Guo Kai kept patting his chest to calm his racing heart. Coming to the state of Qin to kidnap their Queen Dowager had been an incredibly thrilling endeavor. Perhaps fortune favored him this time, and the heavens could not bear to see him lose his position as chancellor. Their abduction mission had gone surprisingly smoothly, with only a dozen or so rearguard assassins sacrificing their lives. These casualties were well worth it. Once he returned to Zhao, his position as chancellor would be completely secure. Furthermore, endless wealth and glory would await him in the future. The Qin army would not dare to attack Zhao lightly. It was because of him, Guo Kai, that Zhao would be spared from war. He would surely be remembered in the annals of history. At this thought, a massive grin spread across Guo Kai's face. Hey, faster, move quicker. If the Qin army catches us, we are all dead. Once we return to Zhao, everyone will be handsomely rewarded. A few days later at the riverbank dock, Guokai and his entourage lay concealed within the nearby thickets. Not far away, 2 squads of heavily armed Qin soldiers stood guard over the wharf. Guokai glanced at the men beside him and whispered, "Wang Er, Li Si, you two go and lure those Qin soldiers away. Upon our return you shall be handsomely rewarded." Wang Er immediately fell to his knees. "My lord, if we go this time I fear there is little hope of return." Looking at the pitiful duo, Guokai reached into his robes and pulled out 2 heavy bags of gold cakes. "Take this. I shall rendezvous with you along the riverway ahead. As long as you succeed, high office and handsome riches await you upon our return to the state of Zhao." Weighing the gold cakes in their hands, the two exchanged a glance, as if a resolute determination had been forged within them. "Let's do it, brothers." With that they emerged from the thickets, decisively drawing away the Qin forces guarding the dock. Seeing the Qin soldiers lured away, Guokai immediately ordered his men to hoist Zhao Ji onto their shoulders, and everyone boarded the vessel at breakneck speed. "Quick, quick, quick! Set sail! Set sail!" Guokai ordered his subordinates to set sail, his voice trembling with anxiety. Just then Li Xian arrived at the riverbank at the head of a cavalry squadron, prepared to loose arrows. Just as Li Xian and his men drew their bows, they heard Guokai cry out, "Qin General, declare your name." "Li Xian of Qin." "General Li Xian, look who this is." Across the riverbank, Li Xian spotted Zhao Ji in Guokai's grasp. Glaring fiercely at him, he immediately raised his hand to halt his men from shooting, while secretly drawing an arrow himself. "Ha! General Li Xian, pray inform the king of Qin. Guokai of Zhao came to visit Qin, but now departs without bidding farewell. I beg his forgiveness." Guokai, naturally noticing Li Xian's subtle movements, declared with utter arrogance, "General, put away your arrow. If I die, the Queen Dowager will not survive either. Once I return to Handan, the military might of your Qin state shall never lay a finger on Zhao." Ha ha ha. Left with no alternative, Li Xian could only watch as Guokai steered the small vessel further away. As twilight descended, the setting sun crimson as blood dyed the horizon in an eerie red hue. A modest black awning boat glided noiselessly through a dense expanse of reeds. The vessel rode low in the water, evidently laden with a heavy cargo. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ji's hands were bound. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with terror and humiliation. Kidnapped by a scoundrel like Guokai and subjected to constant dread throughout the journey, she was now utterly exhausted in both mind and body. Standing at the bow, Guokai scanned the surroundings anxiously. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow from time to time. Though they were on the verge of clearing the borders of Qin, a growing sense of unease intensified within his heart. "Faster! Move faster!" Guokai roared at the boatman. "Once we clear these reeds and cross into the territory of Zhao, we shall be safe." The boatman, trembling with fear, quickened his rowing. Before long they reached the shore. Dragging Zhao Ji along, Guokai shouted in an urgent, pressing tone, "Hurry up! Get a move on!" Yet at that very moment, swoosh! A sharp arrow, swift as a shooting star chasing the moon, struck the ground precisely in front of Guokai. "Who goes there?" Pale with fright, Guokai drew the sword at his waist and warily scanned his surroundings. From deep within the reeds came the sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps. Countless Qin soldiers clad in black armor emerged silently from the reeds like malevolent spirits crawling out of the abyss, completely surrounding Guokai and his men. With bows and crossbows in hand, their cold, gleaming arrowheads were aimed at everyone on the vessel. Immediately after, warships emerged slowly from the depths of the reed marshes. On the deck of the lead tower ship stood Ying Zheng, clad in a black royal robe. His face was as grim as still water, his gaze icy as he stared down at Guokai, who had just stepped ashore. Behind him stood key ministers, including Ying Yuan, Li Si, and Wei Liao. Ying Yuan stood beside Ying Zheng, his right Qilin arm emitting a dark red glow. His hand rested on the hilt of the fire Qilin sword. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, his gaze locked firmly onto Guokai. "Guokai!" Ying Zheng's voice was like ice piercing through the silence of the reeds. "How dare you?" At the sight of Ying Zheng and the dense ranks of the Qin army behind him, Guokai's face instantly turned ashen. He knew he was finished. "King, your majesty." Guokai's voice trembled violently. Your servant was forced into this. It was the king of Zhao. The king of Zhao forced me to do this." He desperately attempted to shift the blame to King Yin of Zhao. Ying Zheng let out a cold snort. "My royal mother. Is she someone you dare to touch?" With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Apprehend him." "Understood." Several Qin soldiers instantly leaped onto the black awning boat, moving to seize Guokai. Seeing this, Guokai realized that begging for mercy was futile, which instead aroused his savage desperation. Brandishing his sword, he slashed wildly at the approaching Qin soldiers. "You want to capture me? It won't be that easy. If any of you dare approach, I will drag the Queen Dowager to death with me." Gunya was about to strike, but Ying Yuan held him back. "Sir, there are several skilled swordsmen among Guokai's entourage. Please deal with them, leave Guokai to me." Gunya nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, Ying Yuan moved. His figure blurred, and like an arrow loosed from a bowstring he vaulted from the deck of the tower ship, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily upon the beach. Guokai, surrender peacefully. Ying Yuan's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Seeing Ying Yuan, and especially his Qilin arm, which emanated a terrifying aura, Guokai's heart sank even deeper into terror. Yet knowing there was no escape today, he grew even more crazed. Ying Yuan, do not gloat. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. With that, Guokai lunged to thrust his sword into Zhao Ji. Ying Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the light from his right Qilin arm flared brilliantly, courting death. Moving like lightning, he materialized in front of Guokai in the next instant. His Qilin arm clamped directly onto Guokai's sharp blade, rendering it completely immobile. Simultaneously, Ying Yuan's left fist struck hard against Guokai's head. Guokai was instantly knocked unconscious by the blow. Attack! At Ying Zheng's command, Gunya and the Qin soldiers surged forward, swiftly slaying all of Guokai's subordinates. A few quarters of an hour later, dragging Guokai along, Ying Yuan walked up to Ying Zheng and murmured, "Your Majesty, Guokai has been knocked unconscious by your servant. We may return now." Ying Zheng nodded and slowly walked up to Zhao Ji. At this moment, Zhao Ji gazed at Ying Zheng with a complex look on her face. Seeing that Zhao Ji was safe and unharmed, the heavy burden in Ying Zheng's heart finally lifted. "Your son has arrived late. Mother has been frightened." With that, Ying Zheng personally unbound Zhao Ji, hoisted her onto his back, and carried her step by step back to the ship. From beginning to end, Zhao Ji did not utter a single word, only weeping silently. Ying Yuan, Li Si, and the others watched the King of Qin and the Queen Dowager with complicated expressions. At this moment, Zhao Ji's heart must have been filled with deep remorse. Had it not been for the affair with Lao Ai, the mother-son relationship between her and Ying Zheng would likely not have deteriorated to this point. The following day, within the royal study, Ying Zheng had summoned Ying Yuan early in the morning. "Your Majesty, you wish to see me." Ying Zheng paced back and forth within the study, and upon catching sight of Ying Yuan, he let out a sigh of relief. "Ying Yuan, you have finally arrived. I have summoned you to discuss a matter. During my youth in Handan, I suffered humiliation at the hands of the Zhao people. This time the Zhao kingdom has gone too far. They dared to dispatch Guokai to abduct the Empress Dowager. This insult I cannot bear. I intend to launch a punitive campaign against Zhao come next spring. Can you assist me in this endeavor?" Upon hearing these words, Ying Yuan looked at Ying Zheng with a complex expression. Historically, the Qin kingdom had first conquered Han, and only then Zhao. If he were to aid Ying Zheng now, perhaps they could indeed devour Zhao first, and then slowly gnaw away at Han. With this thought, Ying Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the soldiers of Zhao are tenacious in their resistance. As you have seen on the front lines, it is exceedingly difficult for the Qin army to advance steadily. If we launch an offensive next spring, the casualties among the Qin forces would be immense, and capturing Handan would be extremely challenging. Now, should the war become a stalemate and the other states form a coalition to attack us, our army would be caught between two fronts." Hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression grew somber. "Are you saying even you have no solution?" Ying Yuan shook his head faintly. "To attack Zhao, we must first isolate it from the other states. Only by making Zhao as despised as a rat crossing the street and simultaneously exploiting the long-standing enmity between Yin and Zhao can we have a chance to conquer Zhao." Ying Zheng's eyes lit up as Ying Yuan finished speaking. "Huh. Yuan D, you already have a plan in mind, don't you?" "Indeed. We must find a way to make peace with Zhao. Once Zhao agrees to peace, King Yin of Zhao will inevitably bully Han and Wei if he does not attack Yin." Ying Zheng's face immediately clouded with distress. "Zhao Yin is exceedingly cunning. If we rashly propose peace, he may not believe us." Ying Yuan broke into a smile. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that we still hold Guokai in our hands? This man might just be able to assist us." A smirk crept across Ying Zheng's lips, and he immediately called out to the attendant beside him, "Summon Li Si. I wish to inquire about the results of his interrogation." "As you command." After a long while, the Commandant of Justice, Li Si, strode in quickly. "Your servant Li Si pays homage to your Majesty." Ying Zheng nodded silently. "Li Si, how goes the interrogation of Guokai?" Li Si immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Guokai has not uttered a single word. It seems he intends to face death with resolve." Hearing this, Ying Zheng burst into laughter. "Huh, I knew this man when I was in Handan, a Guokai afraid of death. That would be a true miracle." Ying Yuan, Li Si handled this matter. In the court hall, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, almost suffocating. The Commandant, Li Si, clad in black official robes, sat upright in the hall holding a scroll of bamboo slips. His countenance was stern, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Flanking him stood guards of the Commandant's office bearing axes and halberds, their armor gleaming and their presence imposing. Beneath the hall, Guokai was escorted by two guards kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state. His hair was disheveled, his face covered in wounds, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Ever since he was captured in the reed marshes and brought back to Xianyang, he had been thrown into the imperial prison, subjected to interrogation day and night, stripped of the arrogance he once flaunted in Zhao. "Bring forth the prisoner Guokai." With a loud shout, Guokai was roughly shoved to the center of the hall. Li Si slowly unrolled the bamboo slips, his voice clear and icy. "Guokai, do you know your crimes?" Guokai lifted his head, looking at Li Si, his lips trembling out. Lordly, I am wronged. Wronged. Li Si let out a cold laugh. You served as chancellor in Zhao, yet instead of being loyal to your state, you came to Qin to abduct the Empress Dowager. I find you exceedingly audacious. Guokai's face turned pale. I am wronged. It was our king who wished to invite the Empress Dowager to visit Handan. We merely left in haste without proper notification. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to deny it. Li Si slammed the gavel sharply. Guards, present the evidence. Several guards immediately stepped forward, presenting the secret letters seized from Guokai and the confessions of his accomplices one by one to Li Si. Li Si picked up a secret letter and read aloud. This is the correspondence between you and King Zhao, Yin, clearly recording the entire process of your plot to abduct the Empress Dowager. In these confessions, your accomplices have confessed everything. Guokai, what else do you have to say? Guokai was utterly crushed. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. I am wronged. I am wronged. I am wronged. This is all slander. All slander. Li Si rose to his feet and pronounced the verdict loudly. According to the laws of Qin, abducting the Empress Dowager is tantamount to treason, punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. This court sentences you and your accomplices to death by dismemberment with 5 chariots. Dismemberment. The word struck Guokai like a thunderbolt. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with terror. No, please. Lordly, I beg you, spare me. He tried to struggle, but the guards held him fast. Li Si paid him no further heed, turning to the guards behind him and ordering escort Guokai to the execution ground immediately and carry out the sentence of dismemberment. As you command. 2 guards stepped forward and dragged Guokai away. Guokai's cries and pleas for mercy faded into the distance beyond the hall, eventually disappearing into the air. At the center of the execution ground, 5 chariots were already prepared, each harnessed to a fine steed. Guokai was stripped to the waist, his upper body bare. His limbs and head were bound with thick ropes to the shafts of the 5 chariots. His face was streaked with tears and mucus, and his eyes reflected sheer terror of death. He wailed and begged incessantly, but the surrounding crowd only responded with curses and hurled stones. Villain, you deserve to die. Serves you right. Abducting the Empress Dowager, you should be hacked to pieces. Kill him. The fury of the people surged like a tidal wave toward Guokai and his accomplices. The execution supervisor stood on the high platform, noting that the appointed hour had arrived, and shouted, the hour has come. Execute Guokai's accomplices first. Guokai's accomplices were brought forward first. My lord, save me. My lord, my lord. I don't want to die. My lord. Guokai's subordinates cried out hoarsely, struggling desperately, but the Qin soldiers forcibly bound their limbs and heads with ropes. At the command, 5 executioners simultaneously cracked their whips, lashing the horses' backs. Giddy up. The 5 horses surged forward, galloping in 5 different directions. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Guokai's accomplice, echoing through the skies. His body, under the immense tensile force, was instantly torn apart. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground of the execution site. Guokai, naked, watched the gruesome fate of his subordinates, trembling all over, and was so terrified that he wet himself. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. On the raised platform, the presiding executioner glanced at Guokai, who had been reduced to a trembling wreck, then cast a brief look at Li Si, who stood nearby with calm composure. Execute the principal culprit, Guokai. Execute. Realizing there was no escape and his fate was sealed, Guokai immediately erupted into a string of vicious curses. You damn son of a bitch. Zhao Yan, I have served you since childhood. After all my efforts to place you upon the throne of King of Zhao, you repay me by discarding me like a used millstone. If I had known this would be my end, I would never have set foot in the state of Qin. Zhao Yan, you treacherous bastard. I am about to die. His body began to tremble violently, not from fear, but from overwhelming remorse and despair. The presiding executioner stood atop the raised platform, glanced at Li Si, and bellowed, tear Guokai apart with 5 chariots. The executioners were already in position. Mounted on horseback, they gripped their whips tightly. Giddy up. At the command, all 5 executioners lashed out with their whips simultaneously. Crack. The whips struck the horses with a sharp report. The 5 horses cried out in pain and bolted wildly in 5 different directions. Ah! Guokai let out a scream of unparalleled agony, piercing through the clamor of the execution ground and shooting toward the heavens. He could clearly feel a wave of excruciating pain tearing through his limbs and neck. It was the sensation of being ripped apart, as though every inch of his flesh and every bone in his body were being forcibly wrenched and separated. No, he wanted to struggle to cry out for it to stop, but his body was no longer under his control. His consciousness began to blur, and the world before his eyes twisted and spun. He saw his own arms being stretched taut, his skin rending asunder, blood spraying outward and splattering across the ground in grotesque crimson blossoms. He saw his legs similarly elongated, his bones cracking with sickening snaps. He felt his neck constricting as though it might break, each breath growing more labored. Excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave, robbing him of the ability to think. All he could produce were mindless fragmented cries. It hurts. So much pain. Please save me. Someone please save me. His vision reddened, then gradually faded to black. The cheers and jeers of the surrounding crowd along with the thundering hooves of the horses receded into the distance. His consciousness flickered and died like a candle gutted by the wind. By this time Li Si judged the moment right and raised his hand. Stop. As the ropes binding Guokai were slowly loosened, his body finally dropped to the ground. Woo woo woo. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, Guokai gazed up at the sky, overwhelmingly grateful to still be alive. Inside Zhangtai Palace, Guokai was brought before Ying Zheng by the guards. The moment he stood before Ying Zheng, he immediately dropped to his knees. I pay my respects to the king of Qin. Ying Zheng regarded Guokai with an impassive expression. Guokai, it has been too long. After parting in Handan, I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. Guokai wore a sycophantic grin. Your Majesty's majestic bearing remains unchanged. Your Majesty, spare my life, and I shall obey your every command. Seeing no reaction from Ying Zheng, Guokai pressed on. Your Majesty. Look upon the world today. Only Zhao and Qin stand as two dominant powers. If our two states join forces, none beneath heaven can withstand us. Ying Zheng's expression brightened with genuine surprise as he looked at Guokai. Guokai, I never expected you would think precisely as I do. This is wonderful. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall handle this matter personally. I will surely bring this alliance to fruition. But just then Ying Yuan stepped in to stop him. No, under no circumstances may you reveal even a single word of alliance with Qin to the King of Zhao. The King of Zhao is inherently suspicious. The fact that you were captured by us, yet returned safely to Handan, is itself highly questionable. Once you return, if you take the initiative to promote an alliance between Qin and Zhao, the King of Zhao will surely grow suspicious of you. What you must do is oppose any Qin-Zhao alliance. Guokai looked at Ying Yuan in confusion. May I inquire, Lord of Chang'an, then who should be the one to propose the Qin-Zhao alliance? Naturally that task is left to your rivals in Zhao, Zhao Yi and Li Mu. Guokai suddenly understood. Thank you. I am grateful for your guidance, Lord of Chang'an. With that, Ying Zheng waved his hand, and attendants brought forth 2 chests filled with gleaming gold ingots. Ying Yuan stepped forward and pointed to the gold. These treasures are for you to use in developing Zhao. You may leave now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord of Chang'an. Guokai immediately knelt with folded hands, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Soon after, Guokai departed the city of Xianying in a carriage. Along the way, Guokai's expression darkened. He called out to the coachman outside. Remember, do not stop along the route. Head straight for Hanga Pass. Then he muttered to himself, if not for my silver tongue, I would have been torn limb from limb by you Qin people today. Ying Zheng, Ying Yuan, Wang Wan, and Li Si stood upon the city tower, watching the carriage grow smaller in the distance. Wang Wan asked with puzzlement, Your Majesty, Guokai is clearly a glib and treacherous man. I fear that merely gifting him 2 chests of wealth will not win his loyalty. Ying Yuan immediately stepped forward to explain, he need not pledge allegiance to us. I have already sent swift riders to Zhao with news of Guokai's arrest. Zhao Yin will surely believe Guokai is doomed. With him gone, the prime minister's post will fall vacant. If I were king of Zhao, I would certainly rush to appoint a new prime minister to manage state affairs, would I not? Hearing this, Li Si also grasped the brilliance of the plan. Lord of Chang'an, this stratagem is extraordinarily clever. Guokai risked everything infiltrating Qin to plunder the Queen Dowager, for Zhao nearly perished at our hands, and yet the king of Zhao would replace him while he is gone. The mere thought is chilling. Li Mu enjoys immense prestige in Zhao, and will surely be appointed prime minister. Guokai would never tolerate another holding that position. Then they will inevitably clash, continuing to drain Zhao's strength from within. Ying Yuan's lips curved upward slightly as he added, but there is another layer to this. The reason I chose to spare Guokai is Li Mu himself. Li Mu is a master of military law, commands troops with divine skill, and under his leadership, Zhao's border cavalry fights with exceptional prowess. Should our campaigns against Zhao falter, Guokai will become the blade in our hands. The swiftest dagger aimed at Li Mu's heart. Once Li Mu falls, no one in Zhao will be able to halt the advance of our great Qin's armies. This is the stratagem of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Upon hearing Ying Yuan's words, all present drew in cold breaths. Fortunately, Ying Yuan stood on their side, not that of any rival state. This plan is exceedingly ruthless. Wang Wan could not help but remark.